This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's going around the outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up to
Oh my God!
Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's going to get rolled!
Six very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go!
Oh no!
That's massive! This is it! This is over! I can't believe this! Oh my God!
God, what?
Are you spending a lot of time looking for setups and struggling for faster lap times? Are you tired of searching online for answers? Would you like to get setups, analysis and tutorials from some of the best sim racers in the world like Ralph Alla, Mitchell de Jong, Martin Krunker, Josh Rogers and many more? If so, virtualracingschool.com is the answer you've been looking for. VRS data packs provide hot laps from our professional coaches for you to analyse and replicate. They provide tutorials that walk you through the fastest laps and what the pros did to achieve the best times. And they provide the setups you need to ensure your car is competitive in both oval and road racing. If you're ready to get faster and reach more podiums sooner than later, just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a free account today.
The build-up continues to the 8th running of the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. A mega 6-hour broadcast begins here with V8s running for 250 kilometers, 41 laps around the mountain. We'll roll into qualifying for the great race a little bit later on. The season finale for the Trucking Legends Championship. And then an all-out brawl. The top 15 shootout, putting it all on the line to see who can deliver themselves and their team pole position for tomorrow's Bathurst 1000. My name is Ryan Jones, and alongside me it's Cameron Dance. Jay Kennedy is behind the scenes on production. A little bit later on today, you'll see Reese Gardner and Jake Sperry in the comms box, and Jay Kennedy might even make a cameo appearance on the microphone as well. We have got a stacked 6 or so hours of coverage coming your way, and we are going to kick things off with qualifying for the V8 Mini Enduro race. Cameron, you kicked things off yesterday with the flat sixes, which sort of commenced our V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 coverage, and you picked up at race win, and you were leading into the chase in race 2, but you weren't leading out of the chase in race 2. In fact, I think you were facing the wrong way.
Yeah, it's about accurate as to what ended up happening in the end. But yeah, it's been a very, very big weekend here for not only the series, but also this track in general, with the fact that you've got all sorts going on with not only SCOPS, but also the official 1000 and officials here as well. So it's a very, very big weekend for Bathurst. And if you're not tired enough of the track, well, if you're not, then you're probably going to be tired by the end of the weekend, because there's a lot of racing going on, and looking forward to seeing what's going to be happening tonight.
In order to get there, we've got plenty of racing to get through first. And if we have a look at how it stands in qualifying at the moment, we'll take a look first at the championship standings in V8s. Aaron Gilbert finds himself on top. Henry King, not that far back though, 2,562 points, plays 2,511. Simon Mizomo a little ways back, and in a bit of no man's land. He's almost 200 points adrift, but he's then about 300 points ahead of Gavin Cox in 4th, Nathan Tregarthen in 5th, Anthony Green, Tom O'Connor, Daniel Stevens, Reese Harnell, and then a tie between Jackson Spriggs and Simon Vella for 10th in the V8's championship standing so far, after their last round at Phillip Island.
Yeah, certainly a very, very mixed up standings at the moment, and a few drivers who are in positions.
Sounds like we've lost Cameron there. So let's just dive down to the track. We've got just under 10 minutes left to go in this qualifying session. They've had 30 minutes overall. 20 minutes of those have passed, and currently it's Rob Carmichael fastest by 0.2 of a second from Nathan Huppets in second. Henry King in third. He was driving the safety car in yesterday's Flat Sixes race. Here is Nathan Huppets on a flying lap. Cameron, are you back? Nope. I heard a little feed from his microphone for a second there, but he's not quite back yet. Here, the internet, you can never trust it, can you? Huppets brings it into pit lane, so whatever lap he was on, he's abandoned that. He'll put on a fresh set of tyres and go again. Aaron Gilbert, 4th, and Lockhart Brownie, 5th. Brownlee, sorry, 5th at the moment. 1 second covering your top 6, so pretty close. In fact, your top 7, Mizomo in there as well. That little bubble of cars. Reece Harnell working his way through the S's now. Such a tricky section in these beasts of a car. Really easy to... Oh, my word. I'm not off to a good start. Really easy to get unsettled with these cars. The rear end will want to kick out in you all the way down the mountain. And again, as you get the power down heading to Conrod Straight, you've really got to get that traction applied cleanly, because this run up Conrod Straight is incredibly critical. Harnell just wobbling across the track a little bit. He's looking around in the cockpit there, as you can see him wearing this VI headset. Maybe having a little look at his shifter or his anti-roll bar adjustments as he tips it through the chase. That's a pretty smooth and clear line for him. Harnell currently finds himself down in 18th in the session with a 2-minute 7.087. Let's see if he can improve on that lap time. A little bit wide of the apex there at Murray's Corner. That won't be particularly helpful. And he's 0.2 off his previous best in the session. So no improvement there. And, locks up the rears into turn 1. Not looking too comfortable there at the wheel, Cam.
Yeah, not looking too comfortable at all on the way into turn 1, just locking the rears a little bit too much, and that's going to really compromise that lap, and Delta be just falling straight into the positives, so he's not going to be improving on this lap unless he finds some form of a miracle across the top in the final sector as well. Chris Pallett, though, coming down towards the final corner, saying P13 at the moment, and we'll see whether this lap's going to be an improvement or not on his current best of a 206.026, and it's 205.654, so that promotes him up inside the top 10 into 9th.
Good lap there from Pellet in the 86 for Fusion Sim Racing. He'll be happy with that, and still time to improve yet again. Remember, in the Flat Sixes yesterday, we saw a hard cut to the end of the session because they were running a multi-race format within the heat system on iRacing. You won't have that hard cut here. They will be allowed to complete their laps as long as they cross the checkered stripe in time before that flag falls to conclude the timer on the session. So they'll have to bear that in mind. They can put themselves out there right to the dying seconds as we go on board with Brett Hender, one of a number of drivers out there backing up from the Flat Sixes yesterday, doing multiple support category races in the lead up to the 1000. He was a bit out of shape through the S's. He may have even kissed the fence leading into the Dipper. Remember, if you get a 0x in qualifying, it will invalidate your lap time. There's been a bit of talk leading into this weekend about running the top 15 shootout in a practice server so that they can kiss the fence and get away with it. Something we've seen many a time in real life on some of the all-time great laps, but no such occurrence will happen here in this qualifying session as now Hender dives onto that brake pedal for the chase. He pulled it up nicely. No hint of a lock-up, no hint of a wiggle or complaint from that rear end. But maybe he did get a 0x because it's into pit lane. And how tricky is this pit entrance? They're going to have to utilize it in the race cam.
Yeah, they've got to make 2 compulsory pit stops throughout this race, with the fact this is a 250-kilometre mini enduro here at Bathurst, so 41 laps. So when you decide to pit is going to be very, very critical as to whether you decide to go for a little bit more of an overcut, or whether you decide to go for the more undercut style strategy of pitting a little bit early to try and get yourself in the clean there. But it's going to be very, very fascinating to see what sort of pit strategies we're going to see, what might work, what might not. But with the fact it's very, very warm as well, you're going to want to make sure you're looking after your tyres the entire race.
And I just mentioned the talk about the practice server potentially for qualifying. A lot of drivers lobbying for it. I've been lobbying for it since I knew Jay. And of course, he's involved with the V8 SCOPS committee. Well, Jay's just confirmed it to me. The top 15 shootout tonight will be held in a practice server. So we're going to be seeing drivers pushing their cars to the absolute max, kissing the fence, dipping a couple tyres off the track at McPhillamy potentially, and going all out at Mount Panorama. That is going to be really cool to see. And hopefully no one pushes too hard and we can see some incredible laps put down at the end of this coverage later on this evening. Daniel Stevens, though, middle finger racing. Can he put himself in the top 15 shootout? He is someone doing the Bathurst 1000 as well as the support category races. It will be a much different approach to qualifying to a V8 in this session than it will be to qualifying the main game cars in a shootout. His approach to this one is smooth and steady. Keep it off those walls. Don't give yourself a 0x. A little lock up though into Forrest's elbow. He's got away with it. And pull those gears. Fifth gear. He'll hold that for quite some time. Up Conrad straight up. A little rise. He pulls 6 to pull the crest. And it's flat chat as you tip it into the chase and brake as late as you dare. Down through the gears again. How cool is that display he's got? We can see what gear he's in perfectly. He got back down to second through the chase. He holds it in fourth. He doesn't go up to fifth gear before he goes down to Murray's. Back down to second. A quick burst on the acceleration before you get to the line. And Daniel Stevens, that lap there, was not quite good enough to pip his previous best. He was only a few hundredths away from it. He stays 11th.
Still reasonably solid lap as well. Would have put him P11 if he hadn't have done a lap yet. So still very, very good lap regardless for Daniel Stevens there. Henry King, though, coming down towards the final corner now of Murray's Bend and try and want to improve on a 204.736. Currently sits P3 in the order. It's a 204.749, so barely just off his current personal best at the moment. They're going to be no improvement.
How good of a job has Rob Carmichael done to establish that gap over the field? Nathan Huppert as well, putting himself in between Rob Carmichael and the battle for P3, which is separated by only a couple of tenths. We see the Century Motorsports driver of Simon Vella now making his way down Conrad Straight and towards the chase. Vella currently 18th in this session. He's just moved himself ahead of Reese Harnell. That was a bit wild through the chase. There's a bit of damage actually to the left front quarter of Vella's car, or at least there is on my screen. I don't think it's come up on, or it has, and he's actually spun it into Murray's corner and whacked the fence on the right. No escape rule in effect, and that's a really awkward point for him to spin because he's either going to have to shortcut the track to get to pit lane or do a full lap. What option does he take? Going to have to do a full lap. I don't think he had the ability to shortcut the track there from where he spun, so that's awkward for Vella. That will ruin the end of his session. He won't have enough time to do another one. As Carmichael brings it into the lane, he's done for the session then, that means. With just 1:10 left on the clock. Here's Brett Hender going for another crack.
You'll see whether Hender can try and improve on his current time, currently sitting P15 in the order, and this will be... We might get one. It will get one more if he gets to the line quick enough, but everybody else deciding to call it time on their qualifying session with just under 50 seconds remaining coming through the final corner. Now we'll see what the lap time is going to be as he crosses the line. It's looking like it's going to be pretty okay, but no improvement in the end at 5 tenths. Still off his personal best, so he'll stay in 15th for the moment, but whether he's going to be able to improve on the secondary lap to give it one last go, we'll have to wait and see.
Here's his teammate, Chris Pellett. As long as they hit the line before the checkered flag comes out, they should be allowed to complete their laps, unlike in the flat sixes yesterday, but Chris Pellett decides he cannot improve, and he won't improve on another attempt, so he practices his pit entry ahead of this 250-kilometer race coming up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There's the checkered flag. Daniel Flanagan won't reach the line in time. Was he on a hot lap, or was he on an outlap. It was a hot lap for Flanagan, but he was just adrift of his previous best, and unfortunately, he won't have another opportunity. So Aaron Gilbert for Henry James Racing. He has one last gasp to move himself up the order. Currently on the second row of the grid. Can he find something big and impressive at the line? No, he can't. A 2:05.1.
Yes, there's going to be no improvement, unfortunately, for one of the title challenges, and everybody else deciding to come down onto the lane. Huppets decides to stay out and try and finish this lap off, so we'll see what he can do. Currently sitting second, so on the front row, just behind Robert Cartmichael in the times, but no improvement's going to be there for him, unfortunately.
Orelef does his best lap of the session, a 2-minute 13.7. Is that lap right?
No.
Not quite. No, that was an incorrect lap time from the SimSpeed data. Yeah, SimSpeed data was throwing a curveball at us there. Brett Hender, though, what's he got for us? He'll be probably the last driver to cross the line here. 2:06.1 to improve. He does a 2:06.083, but he stays in 15th. That was his fastest lap of the session for the number 10. And that is everyone. Qualifying done for the V8 support race. Let's go through your starting grid. It's Rob Carmichael who secures himself pole. He sat there for the entire session. He's looking like a pretty fast car, that 124. Nathan Huppets will start alongside him on that front row. Henry King and Aaron Gilbert share the second row of the grid ahead of Lockhart, Brownlee, and Gavin Cox on row 3.
And you're going to go over the page, and Simon Mazzomo and Daniel Liccardo going to be joining him on the fourth row of the grid. Chris Pellett and Daniel Flanagan on row 5, with Daniel Stevens and Tom O'Connor on row 6 to round out the top 12.
Starting out of 13th, Sean McNamara with Nick Mitchell alongside him. Brett Hender and Shane Best on row 8. Steve Darren and Simon Vella on the 9th row of the grid. That's 18 cars. You've got 23 in the field, Cam.
Yeah, indeed we do. Reese Harnell and Michael Korolev going to make up row 10 to finish off the top 20, with Craig Jackson and Anthony Green and Corey Kitchen to round out the 23 car field that are going to be taking on this 250-kilometre race.
We may see the intervention of a safety car at some point. If we do, that will be driven by Ben Christensen. We saw it 3 or 4 times yesterday in the flat sixes. And here are the stats for the race we've already seen today. iRacing V8 America's round 1. Bathurst, that kicked off our Super Saturday. But this race, slightly longer than that. This race is 250 kilometers in length. It is 41 laps to get there, and it will feature, as Cam mentioned earlier, 2 compulsory pit stops, which will see them grab some fresh rubber, and it will see them grab a whole heap of fuel, because there ain't a fuel tank in the world big enough to get you from start to finish around Mount Panorama. And here you go. That's all the stats you need. Fuel and tires will be taken at both stops. We've had the 30-minute qualifying. All that remains is the race. And the race off the line, it's a critical one. Leading up Mountain Straight is crucial, because you never want to be behind a car on the run across the top of the mountain on the opening lap. We know what chaos can erupt. Lap 2 yesterday of the opening flat sixes race was absolute mayhem. Lap 1, well, that was relatively clean. With quite the lengthy race ahead, let's see if they can keep their heads, these V8 drivers. Racing the generation of old Australian touring cars, the Holden, VF Commodore, and the Ford FG Falcon. The lap times not too far away from what we've seen in V8SCOPS pre-qualifying for this weekend. In fact, a 2:04.267 would have put Rob Carmichael, I think, just inside the top 10 for pre-qualifying, which is, of course, using the current cars. So those lap times are pretty good. The track temp's 40 degrees, so you can't claim track temps on his side. It's pretty hot out there. It's pretty slippery. It's going to be a tough old race. And it is kicking off a big night of action. After this, it's qualifying for the main race. A top 15 shootout, the finale for the Trucking Legends Championship. But as the revs rise, we are set for a start for the V8's 250k Mini Enduro here from Mount Panorama. The lights go out, and it's a strong start from Rob Carmichael. A good start as well from Henry King. He's going to draw alongside Nathan Huppets, and through turn 1 they'll go wheel to wheel, and they'll have a drag race out of turn 1 and up Mountain Straight. Carmichael's gapped them already as we head up towards Griffin's Bend for the first time.
Yeah, very, very strong start from Carmichael, but an even better one from Henry King as well to now be challenging Nathan Huppets on the way up towards Griffin's Bend. He's going to back out after being on at the outside and not going to be able to make that work, so slots in behind to be safe. A couple of others battling as well further back, Calvin Cox and Tom Zoma, as well as Ricardo also in there fighting hard side by side on the way up. They're cutting wide, don't you? But decides to back out of it nicely, and everybody just about getting through. So far, so good.
This is where it starts to get treacherous, though. Cold tyres, a slippery track, and across the top of the mountain they flash. It's Carmichael from Huppets and King, Gilbert and Brownlee. That's your top 5 as they run. Mizomo's got ahead of Cox, so it's a bit of a slow start for Gavin Cox. Mizomo's had a good one, he's moved up a spot. Cox is under big pressure from Ricardo as Mizomo's bowled a big wide through. The S's got away with it though. Not often you can get away with locking up a tyre as you run down the hill of the mountain. Through that big choke point cleanly and onto Commodore Straight for the first time. Carmichael's lead shrinking a little bit. Not quite as large as it was as we rose up the mountain. Huppets has chewed into it a little bit across the top and down the bottom. Oh, Huppets. His car stepped out a little bit on him as he tipped it into the chase there.
Yeah, nearly got a little bit too sideways on the way down through the chase at maximum velocity, so very lucky to get away with that one. But Henry King's dropped off a little bit from the back of these two as well, so it'll be interesting to see whether he's going to be able to keep up over the course of the race, or whether the tyre life is actually quite good for those HJR cars and whether they're going to be able to challenge for the win as this race progresses on. But everybody else pretty much spread out, trying to find their own feet at the moment. And those top 3 starting to perform a little bit of a breakaway as Gilbert's not really able to make anything happening, but it's a little bit of a drama going on further back as well for Shane Best, who seems to be struggling at the moment, but is going to get around the outside of Reese Harnell on the way into turn 1.
Yeah, Shane Best, he was on the outside of Simon Vella heading into Murray's corner, and on that outside he found no grip and ran off the road, and that cost him 3 spots in the end. It almost cost him 4, but he was able to fend off Reese Harnell, as you called. So, unfortunate for Best. Now I'm seeing Tom O'Connor round up McNamara on the run into the cutting, and McNamara just backing out of that wisely. Not a place you want to run side by side. There's the top 3 going back past the tree and heading towards Reed Park as they flash past Metal Great. They've closed up, haven't they? Henry King not letting Huppets pull away from him anymore, and Huppets certainly still staying within the wheel tracks of Rob Carmichael, who lets up a puff of smoke as he tries to slow the car down over Skyline. You should note too, it's 2 Henry James racing cars running 3rd and 4th, so that could help out both of those drivers. They might be able to employ some team tactics over the course of this race.
Yeah, bear in mind they're also racing for a championship, both of them, with the fact they're both championship contenders, so there's probably going to be no team orders, I imagine, with the fact that they're both racing each other and trying to get points off each other as well. So we'll have to see what's going to happen, but hopefully they're a little bit sensible, don't break rule one of the team rule book and take each other out. But nevertheless, King continuing to apply the pressure to the back of Huppets as they come on the way down into the chase, and you can see much stronger on the brakes as well. So it's a very big moment though for Licciardo, who's gone off, and same as Pellet into the gravel on the way down to the chase. Contact between the two of them, and as a result, both of them off the road.
Pellet trying to squeeze up the inside, and they just made contact as they tipped it into the chase, and big contact between them, and Pellet's blown the engine.
Yeah, he's requesting a tow as well, so could see a safety car here, but you can see the curb on the inside just unsettling Pellet, unfortunately, and he ending up off the road and blowing the engine, unfortunately, so not the way that Pellet would have hoped for. Luckily, Licciardo didn't hit the wall too hard, but that car is quite wounded on the front as we go back to live.
And we have a safety car for the first time in this race, called on lap 3. So Ben Christensen will drive that Porsche 911 GT3 Cup 911 out of the pits. Still the older generation Porsche being used for our safety car here on the mountain. And lap 3 brings our yellow. Contact between Dane Ricciardo and Chris Pellet. Draws it out. And a little surprised that blew the engine for Pellet, actually. I didn't see any major contact with him. He didn't smash a fence, and the contact he made with Ricciardo was to the rear of the car, so I'm actually a little confused as to how that blew. He actually, just have a look at the replay there, Cam. You know how it blew? He was chopping the downshift extremely hard, trying to arrest the speed, and that's what's blown it.
Yeah, obviously with the big unbalance on the way into the braking zone, trying to get that thing pulled up is going to be very, very difficult, unfortunately. He's just ended up going a little bit too aggressive on the downshifts, and that engine's gone pop, unfortunately. He decided to turn one of the pistons into a satellite.
It's a great analogy, I love that. Now, it's only lap 3 of 41. We do need to make 2 compulsory pit stops here, Cameron. Are we going to see anyone diving into the pit lane here?
Well, we're about to find out, although only being 3 laps in, I don't think you'd want to pit this early, but Carmichael's going to decide to come down onto the lane and get his first pit stop out of the way early, so very, very interesting strategy call there from our current race leader. Not really much to gain either from the fact that you're not going to have too much different condition tyres, but we'll see what's going to happen as this race progresses on. But that said, that is a free pit stop out of the way and means he's only got to make 1 more compared to everybody else who's still going to make 2.
Yeah, so he's the only driver from the top 10 to do it. Simon Vella, the next driver on the road to pit, from 14th. So an interesting one here. Michael Korolev pitting as well. Reese Harnell opting to utilise the pit lane. And Dane Ricciardo, who will have some damage. So in total, 4 cars pit under this safety car, including our race leader, who's going to filter out just behind Shane Bess. And hearing that Daniel Stevens has just copped a whack under the safety car. Yes, Nick Mitchell's gone straight into the back of him.
Yeah, he actually has quite hard as well. That was very, very quick pace that ended up happening there for Nick Mitchell. I think the checkup that was just over the rise maybe caught him off guard a little bit with the fact they didn't quite expect it. You can see they're almost sent into the fence. Daniel Stevens luckily managed to hold on to that, but that rear end's going to be probably a little bit bent up, I'd say, after that.
Yeah, that's pretty wild stuff. I would be absolutely livid if I was Daniel Stevens. Getting hit under safety car is pretty inexcusable in my list of in my book of incidents, which is pretty large. So yeah, I'd be pretty livid with that. But those things happen. It happened in the Flight 6 race yesterday, actually, as well. I don't think we picked up on it in the broadcast. So this will leave Nathan Huppert as your race leader from Henry King. The only benefit I can see from this is if this race goes green to the end, pretty much the entire field will have to make 2 pit stops and lose 2 pit stops worth of time on the racetrack, whereas Rob Carmichael will only need to make 1. The only issue I can see him running into is if he doesn't have enough field to make it on only 1 pit stop.
Yeah, and bear in mind as well, you're going to lose around about 40 seconds or so in the lane getting fuel and tyres, and then also traversing the lane as well, which is going to be 20 seconds on its own. So last thing you're going to want to do is have to go down there more than what you need to as well.
You're a pretty... what's the word I'm looking for? Pretty astute driver when it comes to strategy. I see you often running in the major series, pulling some harebrained strategy out of the bag and making it work, so I'd expect you to be pretty clued up on the way to make it work today. And your teammate Mizomo was running out there as well in 6th position. What would you have done in this scenario? Would you have stayed out?
Probably. I think the logical thing would have been just to stay out, especially if you have track position. I mean, Carmichael's obviously got a strategy that he's running to, and it possibly could work depending on what happens in this race. If he gets another safety car, he might have that strategy come unstuck, but we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. But yeah, I would have logically stayed out, if I'm fairly honest, with the fact that you would have had track position, and also the fact that there's not much to gain as well from pitting and gaining what is effectively 3 laps on tyres. So it's certainly a strategy call. I personally wouldn't have made that Carmichael's made, but hey, at the end of the day, if it works, it works. So you can't fault the guy.
Now, I would have expected the safety car to come in this lap. Chris Pellet is still on the racetrack there. So it looks like we're going to have an extra lap of safety car here. What's the logical strategy is... Oh, here we go. Were you just being a bit coy there? Did you know Mizomo was going to pit?
I had no idea, to be honest.
So, Cameron Dance's teammate, Simon Mizomo, comes into pit lane. After Cameron Dance tells us all, stay out, stay out. You want to stay out under this safety car. I should note as well, Cameron was supposed to be spotting for Simon, so if this goes wrong for him, Simon can blame us in the broadcast team for this happening, because otherwise I imagine Simon would have stayed out on the blessings of Cameron being his spotter. Simon seemed pretty cool and collected there on the Zoom camera feed. So, if this was a straight green flag race, 250k's green, what's the fuel range on these cars? How many laps can you go?
On these particular cars, I actually don't know what fuel burn would have been. On the modern ones, on the 2019 cars, the Mustang and the ZB, it's around 24 laps to an entire tank. So it's going to be around a similar range, with the fact the fuel tank is about the same size between each of the cars. So it's going to be interesting to see how far everybody's going to go. Obviously, those in the draft as well are going to save a lot more, and getting that extra lap as well is going to be very, very important, especially if you can make it work later on.
Here we go, just hearing from our director Jay, 5.7 to 6 litres a lap is the fuel burn. It's one thirsty boy, he says. So, quite a lot of fuel burn per lap, and of course they've got big tanks, 112 litres of fuel you can fit in the back of these cars. My quick math skills aren't quite up to date, so I'm not going to attempt that. And the current gen cars are around 4.75 litres a lap, so they managed to find a huge reduction in fuel burn between old and current generation. And whether that had to do with the aerodynamics or something under the hood, I'm not too sure. But certainly brings in fuel a lot more than we'll see in the 1000 over a 41 lap stint. Of course, being 161, we'll see a whole lot of fuel talk over the course of tomorrow's race. Luckily, we'll have our expert stat man, Lachlan Mansell, on hand to talk us through the strategy and the stats and figures as to how that will all unfold. And safety car is going to be coming in at the end of this lap, so it will be on Nathan Huppert as the safety car pulls away now to maintain pace car speed. And there will be no overlapping allowed to any of these drivers before the apex of the final corner. It is up to Huppert as to when he chooses to go. We saw it in the flat sixes. For all but one of the restarts, they went at the apex of the final corner. Yeaman, when he was in control, elected to go just on the exit of the chase. So we'll see where Huppert selects to go here, Cam.
It'll be interesting to see what the strategy is going to be for when he decides to go, whether he decides to go a little bit early, whether he decides to go as late as he possibly can. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. The logical thing to going late is it doesn't allow the guys behind to get a run on the way into the final corner or get a little bit of draft as well down the front straight. So it's going to be very, very fascinating to see what's going to happen. Everybody else checking up, the brake lights are on. Everybody's trying to stay as close as they can to the back of the car in front, but still waiting, and still waiting is Nathan Huppert. He still hasn't gone yet, and now he finally decides to go out of the final corner, and we are back and underway under green flag racing. A very, very good jump as well over Henry King and everybody else. The rest of the field caught napping a little bit.
He didn't go on the apex of the final corner. He went after the final corner. Waited a long time as King uses up the grass on the exit of turn 1, trying to get that power down as early as he could, and using up all of the road as they're trying to defend aggressively in the background. Who's that? trying to squeeze up the inside. I think it's just behind Nick Mitchell. It's Daniel Flanagan trying to fend off Tom O'Connor up the inside at Griffin's Bend. They make a little bit more contact. They're rubbing doors, and Flanagan's going to get it edged out wide onto the marbles. Can he hold on? No, he can't. He tucks back in, and O'Connor gets the spot. Nice aggressive move from him there.
Yeah, very, very nice move to get up the inside and get that move done. He tried to hold around the outside, did Flanagan, but just didn't quite make it work in the end after that little bit of contact.
Carmichael!
The cars. Carmichael was nearly in the wall on the way up through Saltman. Luckily keeps it out of there, but he's been making his way through this field very, very quickly.
That's the other danger with putting yourself back here, like pitting on a safety car. That could happen. Just put himself on the outside in a treacherous spot. Vela didn't quite give him the room. Carmichael almost ended up in the fence. He's got Harnell behind him, and then Mizomo, who's also on fresher rubber. And Dane Liccardo as well will be on fresher rubber too if he hasn't got too much damage. As Anthony Green shaped for a move in the foreground. Big stack of cars lined up behind Daniel Flanagan right now as they make their way up Conrod Straight. A pretty messy restart, it must be said. And Gilbert under some pressure. He's not managed to go with the top two. They've broken away a little bit. Brownlee is sticking to the back of Gilbert quite nicely on this opening lap. Fusion Sim Racing driver doing a good job.
Yeah, certainly doing a very, very good job of continuing to apply the pressure to the back of Aaron Gilbert. As there's drama further back, Carmichael involved in it as well. He had four wheels in the grass as well. He's going to try and get up the inside of Anthony Green. Didn't quite make it in, but he's at least got ahead of Mizomo and Harnell. Mizomo's gone around, unfortunately, at the final corner, and that's not what he will have wanted at all.
Yeah, Mizomo caught that curb on the inside, and it just flicked him around as he landed. He couldn't settle the car, but look at this, defending Nathan Huppets as Henry King looks to his outside. And now running wide, Huppets, King with the fight back, switching back. He's on the outside for the cutting though. Oh, Huppets almost drove into his left rear there. And King is ahead. Henry King to the lead of the race. That was aggressive racing on lap 7 of a 250-kilometer battle. Henry King puts himself to the front. More contact between them, nose to tail this time. I don't think Huppets wants to give this one up. He might try and fight back when they get back down to the chase. If he can stay close enough, Cam.
Yeah, he's certainly not going to give this one up very, very easily as Huppets. He's going to want to try and fight this all the way to the final lap if he can, regardless of how hard he's got to push. So it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. He's going to want to look after his tyres and also save a little bit of fuel as well if he's smart, sitting in behind Henry King, but he's not going to want to let King get away too far as well, especially with the fact that he's got Aaron Gilbert tucked up not too far behind him as well. So they're trying to work together with all the HJR cars to try and get Huppets behind them, but whether Huppets is going to let that happen, we'll have to wait and see.
So a few car lengths between King and Huppets on Conrod Straight, but as they get towards the chase, it rapidly closes down as that toe helps Huppets along. Basically, the air, or the hole in the air that King is punching, allows Huppets to just drive faster because there's no resistance at pushing his car back. He's driving into an air pocket, whereas Henry King is being sort of held back by the resistance of the air. Aaron Gilbert closed up to them on that lap as a result of that fighting ahead of them. So the top three breaking away. Lockhart, Brownlee trying to stay with them, but at the moment he's just about 2 seconds back. Rob Carmichael struggling to make his way through the order, isn't he, Cam? He's still in 14th. He'll have an opportunity here to move himself up into 13th at the end of Mountain Straight, but Anthony Green's going defensive on him. And this is just really difficult for him at the moment, Rob Carmichael. He's been in the wars already on this restart. Around the outside of Griffin's Bend. That's bold. It's brave. Beautiful.
Yeah, he's managed to make that one work, but Green's going to nearly make contact with him on the way up towards the chase, but Carmichael's managed to get that position off him, carrying a little bit of damage as well in that right front corner quarter panel, so he's not quite going to have peak straight line speed and a little bit of possibly aero disturbance going on, but Nonetheless, he's going to push on. Hasn't had a very, very good restart either, with the fact he hasn't gained much. But that said, everybody else in front of him still does have to pit. Well, at least a number of them do. So we'll have to wait and see what he's going to do. But at the front of the field, it's still very much a single file affair. But you look further back, and it's even more on between the two MFR drivers who are running a Team Kiwi Racing tribute livery, I guess you could say, with the fact they've modified that one a little bit. Nick Mitchell tucked in behind them as well, so the two MFR drivers trying their best to try and pull away from Nick Mitchell.
And how does that livery make you feel, Ken?
I'll reserve my own opinion just quietly.
Here we go. The teammates switch around at the end of Conrod. That was a very nice exchange of positions there as Cox let Stevens go through, but Stevens, oh, he overcooked it. Got it right out sideways. I hate myself for saying that. Through the chase. And now Cox is having to defend from Nick Mitchell. And Tom O'Connor is eyeing himself up another spot. A good restart for him. He made his way by Flanagan. He's put distance between himself and Flanagan. And there's 3 cars right in front of him that he could move by as well. 5th place is on the cards here for O'Connor. He started this one 12th.
Yeah, he's certainly doing it very, very well at the moment. Is Tom O'Connor to make his way forward by quite some positions as well, up 4 positions so far from 12th on the grid, like you said, continuing to try and make it happen as Mitchell's up the inside of Gavin Cox, and he's made that move happen very, very easily. No real defence from Gavin Cox. Nearly ends up in the wall over the exit curb at Griffin's Bend, and he almost had Tom O'Connor trying to get a move done on him as well, as Daniel Stevens runs a little bit wide at the cutting, and that's going to allow Mitchell to close that gap up even more.
Isn't it a great fight unfolding? And there's still a good fight for the lead, but just not quite as close as this one at the moment. Trying to keep our eyes everywhere in this race as Mitchell and Stevens attempt to streak away from Cox and O'Connor. Stevens taking a much shallower approach to Skyline there. It allows him to straighten up his braking zone, which seems like a good idea on paper, doesn't it? Because normally when you go through Skyline, you're trying to brake and suddenly turn the car at the same time, and it can lead to the rear end just overstepping a little bit, Ken.
Yeah, it certainly can, and it's very, very easy to do, especially when you're pushing hard and you've got someone up your tail when you're pushing that hard as well, to try and build a little bit of a gap. So these drivers are going to have to be very, very careful to make sure they're not making too big a mistakes or making any silly errors that they don't want to be making, and allowing the driver behind to possibly get a move done or close that gap up to the point where they can get a move done. So we'll just have to be a little bit patient, as Carmichael is indeed having a few dramas further back, just not quite able to catch up to the guys behind, as he had Vela trying to make a move on him on the way down towards the chase at the game.
He actually gave Vela a hip check right at the apex as they turned it into the chase, and I'm very surprised Vela's car didn't get spat off to the left into the gravel. Here's a VRS replay. So Carmichael pulled out from the slipstream. He got a nice slingshot effect and slowly drew alongside Vela across the crest. He had the inside line. Vela turned in, and right there was contact between them. And you could see Vela's car react. He did a great job to control that and not find himself in the gravel. Because once you get into that gravel at 300 kilometers an hour, there's no slowing it down.
Yeah, there absolutely is, and you're just going for, you're pretty much a passenger at that point, holding onto the wheel and praying you don't end up in that wall, but very, very lucky to manage to get away with that one that time. You won't want to be doing that too many times throughout this race, that's for sure.
Stevens still feeling the pressure from Nick Mitchell, and remember, Mitchell drove into the back of Stevens under the safety car. That's why there's damage to the back of Daniel's car, and Mitchell just clipped the inside wall there at mid-Philomene, taking too much of the inside curb and just nicking the inside concrete. Got away with it. Pushing the limits. In fact, if you took the damage at the front of Nick Mitchell's car and the damage at the back of Daniel Stevens' car, you'd say they lined up pretty neatly, like a jigsaw puzzle.
But on board with Daniel Flanagan in the battle for what is the final spot inside the top 10 between himself and Rob Carmichael. Vela not too far in the background, but Carmichael wanting to get a move done here on Flanagan. Flanagan's going to possibly go defensive here, and Carmichael going to launch it up the inside as best as he can. He's going to have overlap, locks the brake, hit contact made. Vela's going to look to try and get up the inside, gets that move done, but Carmichael is going to have nothing for him, and unfortunately he's going to have to concede that position to Vela.
So Flanagan didn't leave him much space on the inside there. Carmichael came in at a bit of an acute angle, but Flanagan left him pretty much literally a car's width. It was a really tight one, and not much space to leave the Pulsator, who's got obviously a very fast car. I think a lot of the issues Carmichael's having here is some of these drivers are trying to pick a battle that they shouldn't be. Often there's a bit of give and take that needs to be had in sim racing or motorsport camp, and I think some of these drivers he's racing with are just trying to fight for every last spot, whereas realistically if Carmichael hadn't pitted, he would be off in the lead of the race fighting with Henry King and co.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And
into the fence right in front of Carmichael. Daniel Flanagan locked up the left front massively and cannoned into the outside fence.
Yeah, there's going to be heavy damage on that car now as a result of that contact with the wall, holding up Sean McMurray as well. He's into the fence again as Flanagan. That car is very, very well bruised. And then the wall again, I'd say there's possibly going to be a tow needed if he can't get it back to the lane, or drive it back to the lane at least. But if he has to tow up there, that's going to be an immediate safety car, that's for sure.
Oh, he's going to keep trying to limp it. That car just went straight as he headed towards Reed Park. Steve Darren came around McPhillamy Park and suddenly found a slow-moving car in his path. That was sketchy. You just saw the virtual racing school replay of Flanagan's car going straight on it, cutting. And then, yeah, when he reached Reed Park, he got to Reed Park without much issue. And then it just didn't turn. It's like the right front just blew out.
Yeah, it was very, very odd. I'd say the damage that he got from hitting the wall at the cutting would have been a very, very big hit, and as a result, the lack of turn would have been a problem for him, as Mizomo is going to get around the outside of Anthony Green at the cutting on a little bit of a charge to get back to a recovery charge, I should say, to get back to where he was after that spin off safety car restart, which he wouldn't have been happy about at all with what was going on, but he's going to continue to push on and try and see what he can salvage out of this one. Back to the front now, it's very, very close between second, third and fourth currently. Gilbert has managed to get on by Nathan Huppert's, but now Huppert's starting to struggle and possibly going to have a look at Brownie starting to possibly make a move as well.
Yeah, and I don't think Huppert's will fight Brownlee too much. They're teammates, and if Brownlee's got the pace advantage over him, it wouldn't make too much sense to hold him up at this point. Two Henry James racing cars leading the way from two Fusion Sim racing cars. Your top four, 2.6 seconds separating them. It's 11 seconds then, back to P5. It's very much a four-horse race at this point in this 250-kilometer V8 Mini Enduro. And we are building up to the 8th running of the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. Qualifying for that still to come later on this evening, plus the top 15 shootout being held in a practice server. The big hype around that, they can go flat out. A 0x, a kiss of the fence, doesn't matter. The lap will still count. Going to be awesome to see. Are you in with a shot at the top 15 shootout, Ken? Are you racing?
I wish I was, but I'm definitely not racing, so unfortunately I won't be taking part in that. But the practice server being used for the shootout will certainly be a lot of hype, and a lot of people will be very, very happy. There's been so many drivers over the years. Huppert's on the wall.
He got the curb on the exit of the chase. He then got a tank slapper, and he just couldn't hold on to it. He did get the wall, as you said, but not massively. Just a little graze, a 0x, if you will, ironically. Right there.
It has bent the left front a little bit as well.
Or a slightly bigger hit than I initially thought, but not massive. He'll carry on. That's bad news for him. The car that was leading this race at one point now back to 5th. And it's unleashed Lockhart Brownlee, that's for sure. He's now up to 3rd. And it's a 3-car horse. 3-car horse race. 3-horse race? I don't know. Let's move on.
Yeah, certainly not the greatest analogy, I must admit, but it has...
I mean to say that, but it just came out. I don't know. A point I want to raise, how good looking is Mizomo's livery, by the way? It's one of the... It's one of the lookers out there, isn't it, Cam? It's, what is it? Is it a special livery or new one for TechSense Pit Stop?
No, definitely one-off livery, but I did say to him when he originally did it that it kind of looked like it murdered a unicorn all over the car, which wasn't too ideal, but it's actually come out quite nice, to be honest, with how it's ended up looking. So Mizomo's done a very, very good job to make that thing a standout livery, with the fact that instead of the typical grey, black and red, it's very, very out there turquoise, purple, pink and dark blue.
And I've just been informed that in order to balance out the space-time equilibrium, because we've said something nice about Simon, we now have to say something bad about him. It's a shame it hasn't made him any faster, though, because he's still 14th.
Still trying to recover as best as he can after that spin, and not doing too bad of a job at the moment as well. Pace is not actually too dissimilar to what those near him, the likes of Carmichael and that, are doing. So he's got some decent pace under him at the moment. Has Mizomo. He's got the focus eyes on, that's for sure. Daniel Stevens also into the lane to get his first pit stop out of the way.
This could be where Rob Carmichael starts to come good. He won't have to pit for a little while longer. All these drivers are going to have to make 2 pit stops. Carmichael, just the 1. So Stevens pits, and he's going to be a long way behind Rob Carmichael. And I mean a long way. Stevens is stationary in the pit lane still. Rob Carmichael's on his way towards the cut-in. So this is going to be really interesting to see how this plays out. Interesting to see if Carmichael can make it to the end on 1 stop, given he pitted on lap 3. So he's not that much offset compared to the rest of the field. And then interesting to see how his tyres will hold up in that scenario as well, compared to those on 2 stops coming through on fresher rubber at the end as well. So that's all if we stay green. If we get another safety car, it's going to play out completely differently as well.
Yeah, it certainly is going to play out very, very differently, but we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. Daniel Stevens has actually looped it out of the pit lane at turn 2 as well, so his pit stop and outlap has not gone to plan as he hoped.
Ooh.
So he's managed to get back and going, and I don't think he hit the wall, but if he did, it was just a very, very light brush, so he's got away with that one, but not what he will have wanted, especially the fact that he was in a very, very good spot to be in the battle for what was the top 5.
It kissed the fence. Just bowled it wide. The curb unsaddled him. And there's the fence. Cold tyres will do that to you. It's not the only driver to get it wrong at turn 2 on an outlap. Paul Morris did that. Went on to win the race, didn't he? In 2014. Stevens. Stevens just testing that car as he heads across the top of the mountain. But his teammate comes into pit lane, accompanied by the Fusion sim racing car of Brett Hender. So we're starting to see a lot of pit stops now on lap 15 of 41. I would have probably pitted a little bit before this. With 2 compulsory stops, I would have split it straight in 2. And this isn't really straight in 2 if you're pitting now. 15, 30, then you got an 11 lap stint instead of a 15 lap stint. So giving yourself a short final dash, aren't you? But yeah, I mean, what would be your strategy, Cameron? A green flag run, a green flag race. When are you looking to pit to do your 2 compulsory stops?
Well, I'm probably more known for the fact that I typically go for an overcut, to be honest. I mean, it kind of just depends on where you are on track. If you're in further back in the pack and you want to try and get some clean air and you know you've got pace, then probably the undercut's the way to go. But if you're at the front and you're just cruising along in your own sort of little bubble and racing against your own little delta, then you're probably better off to just try and go as long as you possibly can, especially later on when those tyres are going to end up suffering for those who pitted earlier on as well. So it's probably not going to be a bad thing to try and go as long as you can, especially with how warm this track is at the moment, like 38 degrees.
Hitting at the end of lap 14 was 3 even stints, which the end of that lap, when we saw those two cars pitting, was in lap 14. So there you go. I don't know what I'm talking about, which I think we've all known for a while now anyway. Henry King then, going slightly longer, as is a number of cars out there. Rob Carmichael's only 19 seconds off the lead of the race. The pit delta is certainly longer than 19 seconds. So once those leaders pit, he will filter into the lead, only needing to pit once more. Now, what's happened to Rob Carmichael? This is a virtual racing school replay.
Did he hit the wall on the inside, it looked like, as well? We're about to see him lose a spot as well, so Carmichael going backwards. He's now actually coming to the pit lane as well, so whether that's for damage or a scheduled stop, not 100% sure, but nevertheless he's in the lane to do one of two things, probably try and do both at the same time.
Well, he's missing a front left and a front right guard. And our director saying he may have popped the engine, which would be disastrous. Yep, there goes the car. Carmichael is out of this race. Our early race leader and our pole sitter on the alternate strategy put himself back in the pack, put himself in the danger zone, and it has not worked out for him. He is out of this race. What a shame for the Fishy Motorsports driver.
Yeah, he had very, very good pace and was probably going to be on to win this race as well with the pace he's had. But unfortunately, it wasn't to be today. We get another virtual racing school replay to see how close he's actually hit that wall and how hard he's done it as well. He's coming on down through the elbow, and you can just see there the little bonk and the all the scraping as well from the sparks where he's hit the wall. So it wasn't the lightest of touches, and it certainly has done some damage to that car.
A little bonk. And yeah, you can see how much he's having to fight that wheel. That might be the most steering lock I've seen into the chase. That car was not going well. Aaron Gilbert is pitted. So Gilbert's going to try and undercut his teammate, who was only about 2 seconds in front of him before he decided to pull this car into pit lane. So this will be interesting. Aaron Gilbert could very well come out of pit lane, blaze around the track, and undercut Henry King. We'll see whether King immediately responds on this lap in a couple of minutes' time, or whether he opts to go even further along into this race. They're not going to be under pressure from anyone else on an alternate strategy now, apart from Simon Mizomo, who has fired along and ended up ahead of Aaron Gilbert.
Yeah, he has actually ended up doing that. Gilbert still stopped in the lane as well, so going for possibly a little bit longer of a stint here to try and get some clean air. He's come out just beside Craig Jackson, has Aaron Gilbert, so he's down in about 13th or 12th at the moment, and he possibly won't actually clear Craig Jackson as they come up towards Griffin's Bend over the rise down Mountain Straight, but he is actually going to clear him in the end as Craig Jackson is going to let off and let him on by. So a little bit of saving grace there for Aaron Gilbert. He's likely not going to be held up on his outlap, but he's still got to pass a few cars to try and get into some proper clean air.
So is Mizomo in a good spot here? Is he pulled a blinder, even with a spin on the restart? Because Gilbert was only 2 seconds behind the race leader, and right now Mizomo is at Forest Elbow and Gilbert is at McPhillamy Park. There's a huge gap between them, and both of them only have one stop remaining. So Gilbert's got to close down that gap before they both pit again. So in comes Brownlee. King goes for another lap. This is interesting. And it goes to show how big of an opportunity Carmichael had, because he was about 11 seconds ahead of Mizomo.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's a very interesting bit of strategy going on here. Mizomo's been doing low 208s, high 207s in the last few laps. And then you compare that with Aaron Gilbert, and the lap time difference between those two. Gilbert's been doing high 6s and low 7s, so nearly a second difference in pace between them. So I think Gilbert shouldn't have too much of a drama, but I want to say there was possibly a pit lane differential as well between the stop times of those two.
Well, still a strategy game to play out in this one. And this race is far, far from over. We're not even halfway through this race, in fact. Lap 18 of 41. Still a number of drivers yet to make their first compulsory pit stop of 2 required in this race. Simon Vella, Reese Harnell, I believe, Cam, and Henry King.
Nathan Huppets as well, pretty sure. So pretty much everybody inside the top 4 at the moment needs to still pit. So effectively, Simon Mizomo is your actual race leader at the moment.
Yeah. So that is quite the turn of events for him after spinning on the restart. Stevens in live pictures firing one down the inside of Tom O'Connor. That's a good move. That puts Stevens up into 15th place now. And he has made his first pit stop. So has O'Connor. Just behind them both is Sean McNamara. All 3 of these drivers have lost some spots since the start. So they're all looking to climb back up the order after a bit of a slower start to the race than they will have been hoping for. Tell you who else is under pressure right now. Steve Darrett. He's got Aaron Gilbert all over him. Gilbert trying to move his way back up the order after pitting. He's 23 seconds behind Mizomo. And you say he's about a second lap quicker than Mizomo. Well, the way I see it, that's not quick enough to catch him before they pit again.
Yeah, but that said, the difference in pit time was about 25 seconds. So Gilbert was stopped for about 25 seconds longer than Mizomo was. So if that 25 seconds evaporates quickly, then Mizomo could be in a little bit of trouble later on in this race. But if that gap can be stagnant, then Mizomo actually could be in with a very, very good shot of winning this race.
Who's spotting for him instead of you?
That would be Tom Wilkinson.
If he wins this race, you might be permanently fired.
Probably. Although, well, I can't actually say that.
Because you were calling to stay out under that safety car. So, you better be hoping he doesn't win this, Cameron. I think your job's on jeopardy.
Probably.
So with Henry King pitting there, Cam, he's come out behind Aaron Gilbert. And that's no surprise because Gilbert pitted, 3 laps ago now? And he's been utilising those fresher tyres to good use.
Yeah, he certainly has, and he's been using them very, very well. It's at the point where he's gapped Henry King by quite some margin as well. So we'll be very, very happy with that gain as O'Connor having to run very, very wide on the way through at Griffin's Bend to let Daniel Stevens up the inside.
Director J making a bold call. He reckons they make contact. Let's see if he was right. He's often wrong.
So it is.
He was right! Give that man a lollipop. Virtual Racing School replay always tells us the story. And didn't they just change positions a lap or so ago? So that meant that Stevens had made a mistake to get back behind him. So O'Connor probably displeased to have to let him go twice in the space of a couple of laps. As here's a move. Fusion Sim Racing up the inside of... That's Lockhart Brownlee moving by Michael Korolev. And that's Henry King, I dare say.
No, Aaron Gilbert.
Aaron Gilbert, sorry. Trying to go back by him. So Brownlee's jumped them. Brownlee jumped Gilbert in the pit stop despite pitting after him. So if we have a look at their pit stop times, Cameron, I think we'll see that Brownlee's was a bit shorter.
Yes, you would be right in that regard. So slightly shorter pit stop time, which means Gilbert is going to be in a good advantage come the next pit stop cycle, with the fact that that gap is now very, very close between those two. Stevens and O'Connor still battling it out as well. Further back, not a lot in it between those two, just over 3 tenths, sorry, between the two drivers, and Stevens will be trying to pull away a little bit here.
It'd be good if our director could pull up a pit stop comparison for some of our leading runners here, so we can get a visual on the difference in... There we go. So Vela has been in the lane already in this race. We forgot about that, Cameron. Vela
Yes,
also
that's
pitted
right.
under the safety car. So he's another player that we've completely missed. He's 8.4 seconds further ahead of Simon Mizomo. He's also on the same strategy. Mizomo's trying to run him down. So that's a battle we have to look at. And then Reese Harnell, he's also been in the lane.
Oh, safety car's just been called.
So
You could not make this up.
Vela, Mizomo, and Harnell, they are all going to dive into the lane here and take their final pit stop. That is certainly a freebie for them. And yeah, Mizomo's in. Vela missed the pit lane though. He was ahead of the pit lane when it was called. Mizomo's dived straight in. Harnell's dived straight in. What did the guys that have already pitted do? Gilbert comes in. He's taking it. He wants to get his pit stops out of the way. But Brownlee does not. Korolev, King, Green, everyone else is coming in. Huppets isn't though.
Yeah, and Cox stays out as well. So a few people deciding to stay out and possibly go a little bit longer. Hender comes down onto the lane. Nick Mitchell stays out. What's Daniel Stevens and Tom O'Connor going to do? Stevens comes down onto the lane. Tom O'Connor stays out. So this is very much shaking this order up massively.
I almost feel bad. We got that awesome graphic up thanks to Jay, and then it was useless because the safety car came out. Now, it is going to mean that Mizomo's going to be stationary a long time here compared to Gilbert, and Gilbert goes out ahead of him. Gilbert, the winner off pit road ahead of Henry King. Then comes Craig Jackson, then Mizomo. Harnell will be the next out. So everyone suddenly has completed their pit stops. Dane Liccardo is the reason for the safety car. Stationary on the outside of Mountain Straight, just towards the beginning of Mountain Straight. Looks like his engine is kaput. VRS will once again tell us the tale of how that came to be. We're going to go all the way back to Conrad Straight though to find this how this happened. Already missing his engine cover. Or hood, as you would many say. He's lost it on the entry. On the downshift, I should say. Curiously, not opted to come into pit lane.
Yeah, that's a very, very interesting call, I must admit, to not come down onto the lane when your engine's pretty much moments away from expiring.
He may not have known. He may have had the smoke coming out the back, but may not have seen it in his mirrors, and he may have still had power at the time. So he may not have actually known it had gone or was on its way to going until he hit that main straight. So unfortunate there for Liccardo, bringing out our second safety car of the race. And we have a very interesting order for this restart. Vela surely is going to have to come in. Or is he going to have to... Well, okay, so the top 6 have pitted once in this race. They all have to come into the lane again. Now, Do they come in here and get it over with, or do they gamble on another safety car coming out?
That's a very, very good call.
We saw what happened to Rob Carmichael when he went back in the order. It resulted in him ultimately retiring from the race after starting on pole. So, there is risk involved with pitting here and going down to the back of the field, which is where they'll be because everyone's lined up behind them now. What does Vela do? He's going to pit. So will Brownlee, and Huppets, and Cox. Nick Mitchell, though, is going to stay out. So is Tom O'Connor. Aaron Gilbert, then, the first car with both pit stops completed, will restart in third behind two cars not quite as quick as him, which could put him under pressure from Henry King if he can't clear them quick enough. This is going to be quite a fun restart.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be a very, very interesting restart with the fact that you've got quicker guys on new tyres and guys ahead that are on much older tyres and probably aren't quite up to the pace of what their former leaders are. And it's going to be very, very fascinating to see what actually happens if we get another safety car as well, whether the guys that have pitted already decide to come down onto the lane and get some fresh boots to be on par with those who are going to be coming down to make their secondary stop under that safety car.
Now, the other thing to consider with the higher fuel burn of these older generation cars, you can only get about 18 to 20 laps out of a tank. And with 20 to go, they're going to have to fuel save a bit. Our numbers earlier from our unreliable director were 5.7 to 6 litres a lap. And if we take the higher range there, 6 litres, well, how many times can you use 6 litres in a 112 litre tank? 18 point something times, according to my calculator. So, well, that's going to leave them a lap short. They might have to fuel save some of these guys that have stayed out, or some of these guys that have pitted here.
Well, bear in mind the safety car is also going to drop that fuel range quite. It's going to save a lot of fuel as well. You're not going to be burning anywhere near the 5.8 or 6 litre mark for that matter. You're probably going to be saving at least a litre or two, if not more, under the safety car. So you'll probably find a lot of these guys that have pitted already are going to be clutching to try and save fuel, which, as I say that, I'm not wrong with the fact that you've got the likes of King and Gilbert and Mazoma and a few others all with their clutches and trying to save a massive amount of fuel they can.
Warming up their tyres as well, trying to get some temperature in. We've seen some drama already on the first restart of the day, earlier on, with drivers spinning, losing the rear, with temperatures coming down in their rubber, in their brakes as well. And it's going to be about 19 or so laps left to go. Safety car will come in at the end of this lap, so it will be 19 laps left in this 250k mini enduro to kick off a big day building up to the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. As our drivers are reminded that they cannot overlap until that final corner's apex. And remember, they didn't go until right after the final corner. Who was in control for that restart earlier? Was it Huppets?
Yes, it was.
Well, this time round, it will be Nick Mitchell and Tom O'Connor behind him. Two drivers who are gambling with only one stop completed. Holding the field back at 100 kilometers an hour or thereabouts. Gilbert and King on fresher rubber. Both stops completed. Good to go to the end. Maybe a bit of fuel conservation needed. They'll want to clear those two cars quickly because they'll have a hungry pack of drivers trying to get by them. Craig Jackson, he's in there. He's 17th. He's a lap down. Mazoma will want to clear him quickly because he might find an opportunity to latch himself onto a podium spot here. Here we go. Mitchell in control. When does he go? Right there. Apex of the last corner. And we are racing once more at the mountain. Good restart for Mitchell. Top 4 break away immediately. Jackson was slow away, and Mizomo will sneak up the inside of the laps car down at turn 1.
Oh, and a little bit of a balk as well for Reese Harnell just behind him, who had to try and take a little bit of evasive action to avoid running into the side of Craig Jackson, but he's at least gotten on by the lapped car finally. Nick Mitchell with a very, very good restart. Like you said, he's managed to build a nice gap back to Tom O'Connor, who's probably going to hold up Aaron Gilbert and Henry King a little bit as well with the lack of pace, but we'll see what's going to happen. But Mitchell very much happy with that restart.
Locked up a left front, did Mitchell, and kissed the inside wall to Tom O'Connor, so both of them looking a little unsettled at the moment. That won't be great news out the windshield for Aaron Gilbert. He doesn't want to have cars crashing in front of him. He's the effective race leader at the moment, running in P3. Henry King all over at the back of him. He'll be thankful that it's a teammate. And then there's a bit of a gap back to Mizomo, who sits third effectively in this race, but currently P5. We're on board with Daniel Stevens as we head down the mountain with 19 laps left in this race. He's currently 9th. He started 11th. He's been up and down the order in that middle finger racing car. But so far across the opening 23 laps of this one, had a tough old race, but he's sticking on in there and on track for a solid result if things continue to play out the way they are at the moment. On the Conrod Straight, Mitchell and O'Connor doing a pretty good job at the moment, Ken.
Yeah, they certainly are. The HR boys, they haven't really made any gains. If anything, they've actually lost time over the course of the rest of this lap so far. So very, very interesting to see that nothing really coming to light between those top 4 just at the moment. Lockhart Brownlee, though, trying to make his way on through the field with what's been going on. Same with the likes of a few others, as he's going to get up the inside of Craig Jackson and get that move done on the inside curve. That's going to unsettle the car a little bit. Not quite the most optimal exit, but he's got that move done, and Steve Down will follow him on through, as well as Gavin Cox and Simon Vella.
Brett Hender trying to get by Coral F, couldn't do it. That allows Daniel Stevens to get a run on him. Up Mountain Straight, these three, you could throw a blanket over them. Racing for 7th position at the moment, and there's not much to separate them towards the braking zone. Stevens late on the brakes, squeezing up the inside of Coral F, who had to sidestep to avoid contact. Instead he gets hit from Hender and spins off to the inside, and big damage to the rear end of that car.
Yeah, he hasn't. That will likely has Coral F, and he won't be too particularly happy as well with what's gone on there. So unfortunately he's going to have to carry on with a bit of damage, but a little bit of side-by-side action out of the cutting as well there by the looks of it between a few other drivers. But towards the front of the field, the HJR cars are all over the back now of Tom O'Connor, who's struggling to try and hold these guys. I've had a little bit of lockup on the way down through Skyline there, but managed to just pull it up. But those HJR cars are coming quick and fast.
Mizomo starting to rear up onto them as well. They'll see that, and it will only give them incentive to get a move on, as Mizomo is racing them for the effective race win. Top 2 still need to give away over 30 seconds in the pit lane if we stay green. Is there a move down at the chase here for Gilbert? He shows a nose to the inside, tipping it in. He's on the wrong side of the track. How did that work? How did that work?
I think the question is, how did they not crash, with the fact that there was contact between the two of them nearly at one point? Very, very lucky to get away with that one with Gilbert and O'Connor, and luckily King just managing to sit back a little bit further and avoid anything going on. But what that's done is now Henry King is going to be losing time to his teammate, and Nick Mitchell spun from the lead of the race at turn 1.
And somehow there was some room on the inside for those cars behind to get by. That would have been a heart attack in the eyes of Aaron Gilbert, Henry King, and Mizomo Tom O'Connor as well, as that car was spun on the outside and they squeezed through using some of the curb and the grass on the apex. That was really, really tight. What happened to Nick Mitchell? Did he lose the rear on the entry? Did he kiss the grass?
Like he caught grass on the way in by the looks of it. The various replay is going to show us that there, and unfortunately the rear end deciding it to come around and try and turn that thing into a drift car, which is not too ideal. We'll get another better view here from the exterior view, and you can just see they're running a little bit too wide on the way in, and unfortunately clipping the grass with the right-handed side tyres. So he's going to be a little bit disappointed with himself, but managing to not lose too much out of it, slotting in behind Simon Mazzomo now.
Brett Hender's just been given a black flag for an incident on lap 24, which was last lap, and that would have been at Griffin's Bend with Michael Korolev, wouldn't it? So Hender given the first black flag of the race. It'll be a trip-free pit lane, I suspect. A move shaping up here for Tom O'Connor. Henry King on Tom O'Connor. Can he replicate what Gilbert did? Oh, he uses a lot of the curb. Gets by. That was easy peasy for Henry King. Not quite as difficult as it was for Gilbert on the previous lap. And O'Connor slips back to third in this race. The two cars out front are good to the end. There is 16 laps to go here at Bathurst. And Simon Mazzomo hanging on to third place effectively in this race. And he's sitting there pretty comfortably as well, isn't he? He's a little way behind those top two, but he's not under too much pressure from behind. In fact, he's not under any pressure from behind.
Yeah, absolutely right. There's no real pressure from behind. Mitchell not too far behind and trying to close that gap down, but I think he might be struggling with those tyres after getting a bit of a slide on, so he's not quite going to have the traction you hope for. But Mazzomo going to want to try and get by O'Connor as quickly as he possibly can, especially with the fact that Henry King and Aaron Gilbert are starting to check out a little bit from this little battle pack for the final spot on the podium as well. Oh no! Mazzomo's in the wall!
Tom O'Connor whacked the fence right in front of Mazzomo. He had nowhere to go. And Mazzomo, how bad can your luck be? He was on the brakes, he saw it happening, and still he had nowhere to go. And now Mazzomo's being hit by Huppets into McPhillamy Park. They come up on the slow-moving car of Tom O'Connor into Skyline. And Daniel Stevens is almost having the crash into the dipper. He just gets away with it. There is big damage to the front end of Mazzomo's car. He's missing his hood. The front end is caved in, and what was looking like a comfortable third place is now gonna struggle to be a finish, I suspect.
Yeah, it looks like that car maybe a little bit bent suspension-wise as well, based on the fact he's got a little bit of offset, steering offset going on, and really not going to be too happy about what's happened there. But unfortunately, just an innocent bystander in an incident he really couldn't do anything to avoid, unfortunately. So really gutting from Mazzomo to end up losing out on a podium all through no fault of his own as well.
How quickly the mountain can turn and bite, chew you up and spit you out. Simon Mazzomo will be ruining his bad luck there, just in the wrong place at the wrong time. You could see on the virtual racing score replay, there was nothing else he could have done. And so he falls back to 6th place, 8.6 seconds off Gilbert, who holds a 1 second advantage over Henry King. As Tom O'Connor brought his car to pit lane to repair the damage he sustained in that hit. Nick Mitchell still runs in 3rd with a stop left to come for him. That leaves Reese Harnell as the effective 3rd place driver. And that's come off the back of an alternate strategy for him. He ran the strategy that Mazzomo was on, and Vela was on as well, before he missed the pit lane when the safety car was called. So this could be an interesting podium for Reese Harnell off the back of an early gamble.
Yeah, it certainly could, and he's not too far away from Mitchell as well, so the opportunity is there for the taking, and he's got to just keep on pushing and try and make something happen, as Mazzomo still continuing to press on with that damage and wounded front end of his. Surprisingly not doing too bad for himself despite the damage, but is certainly not going to be finishing anywhere near the front end.
Oh, remember, Harnell doesn't need to overtake Mitchell because Mitchell will be pitting at some point. So the effective podium is Reece Harnell at the moment. We don't need to worry about what Nick Mitchell's doing. Still got quite a number of drivers running in this race. We started with 23. There's still 18 cars running on the racetrack. McNamara in 17th is in the pit lane with repairs, but Flanagan in 18th is still racing. And as is Shane Best in 19th.
Yeah, they're a few laps down as well, so they'll eventually find themselves ahead of McNamara, but they've still got a long ways to go to get to that point. Meanwhile, Huppert's continuing to try and make something happen here on Simon Mazomo, who's still wounded and still pressing on, so he's not going to bring it down onto the lane to get repairs done at this stage, unless we probably get a safety car, which will bring it on down to the lane to get some form of repairs. But Huppert's not quite able to make anything happen at this stage, but he's going to keep pressing on to see if he can get on by Mazomo quicker rather than later.
What is shaping up is an almighty fight for the final podium spot. Because while Harnell might not have to worry about passing Nick Mitchell ahead, he will have to worry about fending off Daniel Stevens, Mazomo, and Huppets. All four of those drivers, or all three of those drivers, are right on the back of Reece Harnell. It's a four-car train for the final podium spot, and Stevens wants to go for it under the tree. He forced it. Harnell had to back off, and now Mazomo's going to go around the outside, past Metal Grey, and Huppets gets squeezed out. Harnell said, no more of this. Oh, what a move from Daniel Stevens, opportunistic, and Harnell just had to back out of that or crash.
He really did. I swear he was in the wall at Sulman Park. There was no way he was going to make that corner, but he somehow managed to keep the thing out of the concrete and then almost ending up in the wall as well, with the fact that he had Huppets trying to get around the outside of him as well at Middle Grey. That was some very, very dicey stuff, but luckily no incidents and only egos bruised there.
Oh, man. And there's still 14 laps to go in this race. Stevens now with clean air. What can he do? How good is his pace? Because Mazomo is sticking with him for now, even despite that damage that he is carrying. That was Huppets who spilled it wide. Harnell got back by. Brownlee in this fight as well now. This is erupting in and around the podium battle. And Brownlee close enough to have a look at turn one. He showed the nose, late on the brakes. He's struggling to pull it up, but he does. And off the corner nicely. Now Huppets is going to try to follow his teammate through. This has gone horribly wrong very quickly for Reece Harnell.
Yeah, it certainly hasn't gone the way that he will have hoped over the last lap and a bit. And around the outside, is he going to try and do it? That's a very big moment for Brownlee on the way into Griffin's Bend. He nearly put it into the fence after touching the grass on the entry, but luckily held onto it, and that's allowed Huppets to close right up to the tail of him. Now gets very close as well to the tail of Huppets, but no move can end up happening there. But that was some sensational defensive driving there to hold on to that car.
Now here comes Simon Vella. Another car joins the fray. Remember, Vella was on to be pretty much on the same spot as Mazomo, but he missed the pit entrance because the safety car was called just after he went by it. So he had to pit the next lap under the safety car, and it cost him a lot of time. But he's joined up to the back of this train with Harnell, Huppets, and Brownlee. So 6th place on the cards for him. Mazomo and Stevens not that far away either. Final podium spot is being hotly contested as the leaders only have a couple of tenths between them. Look at this, the Henry James Racing teammates, Aaron Gilbert and Henry King, are gonna start to fight it out for the win with just over 10 laps remaining. It'll be 12 to go at the line this time. Both of these drivers have led laps so far in this race. And well, I don't think team orders are going to be a thing at this point. It is going to be an all-out fight between these two. King kicking out the rear end as he comes out of turn 1. But we go back to this battle behind them for a moment. Yep, there it is. The two Fusion Sim Racing teammates ahead of Parnell, who's regathered his composure, it seems. He's not quite sliding about as much, although he does there, and it's a very shallow exit, and that's going to give Vela a nice run and the inside for Griffin's Bend.
Yeah, Harnell's going to be stuck on the outside on the way down towards Griffin's Bend. Is he going to be brave enough to hold around the outside, though? We'll see. No, he's not. He's going to let Simon Vela on it by with great ease. No real point fighting that one, and Vela going to end up taking 8th place off Reece Harnell.
King looks the faster car right now. He is hounding the back of Gilbert, almost pushing him along through McPhillamy Park. We're riding on board with the man in 2nd place. You can see Gilbert in front, wandering across the racetrack in towards Forest Elbow. Henry King is able to take a bit more of a shallower line. Aaron Gilbert's having to use up all of the racetrack. There was a bit of a wobble there from King on the exit as he tried to apply the power. He's trying to get on it very early, but this is a great run. He's in the slipstream. He's got the momentum. Is he going to go for the move? Yes, he is. He pulls out. Here we go for the lead of the race. On lap 30 of 41, Henry King dabs the brakes, kisses the curb, wheel to wheel, the two teammates. Gilbert holds on.
It's great racing between the two teammates at the moment. Absolutely nothing hit between them on the way down into the chase, and just coming out the other side with the lead in hand still is Aaron Gilbert. Henry King is not going to let up at all, and he's going to make Aaron Gilbert push and fight this one all the way to the finish. 11 laps to go this time by, so the laps are ticking down slowly and surely, but what's going to happen and who's going to win this race is very much unknown. Also, just note, Simon Mazomo has ended up closing right up to the back of Daniel Stevens as well. So there's a battle going on for what is effectively the final spot on the podium as Mitchell is slowed down Mountain Straight.
Oh, what a shame for Nick Mitchell. That will kill his chances of top 10, I say, because even with a pit stop, he might have been able to fight for a top 10 when he came back out on the racetrack, but he is having some issues now as we ride on board with the Henry James Racing driver in 2nd place at the moment. How many Bathurst battles have we seen come down to the wire with titanic fights over many laps at the end, where the driver in 2nd just can't find a way by the lead car? Are we seeing another one here? In sim racing, it can often be a little bit easier because the fear factor's not quite there. The aggression levels are often a little bit higher.
And the damage pool also doesn't exist as well, so you can afford to possibly scrape the wall a few times just to try and get that little bit extra out of it. But back to this battle for what is now effectively the final spot on the podium. Stevens has kept Mazomo just a little bit over the top, but with the fact Mazomo's front end is absolutely battered and bruised, he could very well still get this podium, as there's apparently a car stopped at the chase as well, and we could have a safety car, and the safety car has been called.
Shane Best, car was stranded at the chase. The safety car is called. It's going to be a dash to the end. Less than 10 laps to decide this race. All the fuel saving that might have been going on that we hadn't talked about will be out the window. How do you decide this, Cameron?
Yeah, who knows? Mitchell comes down onto the lane to get his 2nd stop finally out of the way. The safety car has saved that race a little bit, but I'm actually surprised more guys haven't come down onto the lane and get a nice fresh set of tyres as well. But either way, it's going to work for everybody, and now this is going to be all about who can do what.
Nick Mitchell is going to be absolutely blazing on this restart. He's going to have fresher tyres by quite some laps. I wouldn't count him out of the top 5. Brett end up hitting as well. Yeah, Nick Mitchell's going to be not that bad of a spot, I'd say. for a half-decent result as he comes out of the pits now.
He's just going to slot in behind Craig Jackson, so not too bad of a position as Mitchell in at the moment, but he's certainly got a lot of work ahead of him with the fact he's got 10 laps to get this, well, I should say 9 laps or 8 laps really by the time we go green to get all the way back up to a top 5. But with those very, very fresh tyres compared to everybody else, he's going to be an absolute rocket.
And dare I say, there may be some drama ahead of him. Let's think back to the flat sixes, the final laps of those 2 races yesterday, Cameron. Cameron, you might not want to relive the final lap of race 2, but the final lap of race 1 was interesting for you. The 2 leaders crashed, and you came through from 3rd to win.
Yes, it's very funny how that happened, and the fact I called it under the final safety car as well was just the most ironic and hilarious thing you could imagine. But yeah, it's going to be very, very intense in these last few laps to see what's going to end up happening, who's going to end up where, and what may entail whether possibly some people get upset or whether some people end up very, very happy. Either way, there's going to be a lot of different emotion going on through these different cars once we cross the line.
And of course, in race 2, it happened again. So this time you were the leader and you were taken out. So,
Yes.
If we're going to continue this trend, is Stevens in the best spot? Mizomo. We've seen how powerful that toe and slipstream is down Commodore Straight. But those games of not wanting to be the leading car, you throw that out the window. I don't think you ever want to be the car in 2nd place beginning the final lap at Mount Panorama. You want to be that car in front. You want to make them pull off the overtake, I think, Cameron, because if you cover the inside, they've got to go the long way. And if there's contact, they're the one that's going to end up worse for wear 9 times out of 10 if you're on the inside.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Although we've seen some very interesting and magical stuff be pulled off at this track by various different drivers over the years, and things that you would think normally wouldn't be possible have happened. So it's one of those things where you're not going to want to discount anything or anyone at this stage.
So we'll have another lap under the safety car here. Let's run through the order as it stands, getting ready for this restart. Aaron Gilbert will be your race leader. Henry King, his teammate, 2 Henry James racing cars lining up at the front of this field. 1st and 2nd. Daniel Stevens for Middle Finger Racing is 3rd. And then the Tixsense Fixed Style Motorsport car of Simon Mizomo in 4th. 2 Fusion Sim Racing cars, Lockhart Brownlee and Nathan Huppets in 5th and 6th, ahead of Simon Vella in 7th. Reese Harnell is 8th. Gavin Cox is 9th. And Anthony Green is 10th. Reese Harnell will be pretty happy with his safety car. He was having a tough old time of it before the safety car came out, but he will be enabled a bit of a breather now, get his rhythm back and push on again. Steve Darren is 11th. Michael Korolev, 12th. Nick Mitchell, he will line up 13th on some pretty fresh rubber. Brett Hender behind him as well. Very fresh rubber. 14th place for him. And they are all of the cars left on the lead lap. We've still got Craig Jackson running in 15th. He's a lap down. Tom O'Connor, 3 laps down in 16th. Daniel Flanagan, 7 down in 17th. McNamara, 8 down in 18th. And they are all the cars running left in this race. 18 left from 23 that started. Pretty good attrition rate for this one.
Yeah, certainly very, very good attrition rate for this race of what's been a very, very long race as well for a lot of these guys. Probably the longest they've done in quite some time outside of Enduro. So some of them will be feeling very, very tired, and some of them will still be very, very fresh with the fact they're used to these long style endurance races. So we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen, but the safety car is certainly going to give everybody a quick reset and get themselves back in a nice mindset before they take on what's going to be the final 8 laps of this race.
And of course, we can't forget about Ben Christensen driving the safety car. Beautiful Porsche 911 GT3 Cup 911, this older generation Porsche 911 car. There we are, on board with our safety car for today. Good looking car. Good looking car. And we saw a good field of them last night. We've seen a good field of V8s, older generation V8s, battling it out over this one so far. About to put on a cracking finish, leading into qualifying for the big race tomorrow. The season finale of the Trucking Legends Championship after that, and then the top 15 shootout to decide the grid for the 8th running of the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. The safety car pulls away. The field in the hands of Aaron Gilbert. It will be an 8-lap sprint, which around Mount Panorama is still quite a few kilometers, it must be said. Plenty of opportunity for this race to turn on its head. Safety car's in the lane. It's up to Gilbert now to choose when he wants to go. Will it be coordinated with Henry King to try and give both of them some sort of advantage over Daniel Stevens and the rest? Or does Gilbert want to try and leave his teammate in the dust? We've seen both restarts so far go on the apex, or just after the apex of the final corner. And looks like Gilbert's going to hold them to that point as well. He waits, he waits, he waits. He pins the throttle, and away we go. Pretty even restart amongst the top two. They certainly left Stevens behind. So looks coordinated there between the Henry James Racing teammates. That was a lock-up at turn 1 from Gilbert. He's going to be under pressure when we get down to Griffin's Bend here. King's had a cracking restart.
Yeah, he certainly has a very, very good restart. He's all over the back of his teammate. Looks to the outside on the way down towards Griffin's Bend, weaving in the background as well from Daniel Stevens, but he's not going to get that move done. Is Henry King. Stevens coming under massive pressure as well in the background from Simon Mazzomo, who's not going to let him go at all. But these two at the front still going at it side by side. Henry King ran a little bit wide on the way through the cutting, but managing to just pull that one up in at the end. It is very, very close between first, second, third, and fourth, and I think Henry King just brushed the wall on the way through Silman Park as well. No, Aaron Gilbert did, sorry.
Henry King was very wide through middle grade as well. They're pushing the limits. The tyres are still coming back up to temperature here. They're trying to utilize this advantage while they can. Henry King has got a little gap here to make an overtake or have an attack without coming under threat from behind. The exit out of Forest Elbow here is going to be super critical. He who accelerates quickest with one with the advantage at the chase. And it is a very strong exit for Henry King. That power came down beautifully. And he is going to be in prime position for an overtake at the chase. He'll pull out of the slipstream at the last possible second. No, he won't. He's going to push his teammate along. They're going to try and extend this advantage for a couple of laps. We know he's going to fight at some point, though, because he was fighting before the safety car was called. But for now, they want to extend this advantage. Mazzomo, drama behind, off the road for Vela.
Oh, no!
Turned around, Huppets. And into the fence he goes.
Yeah, that all stemmed from the checkup that happened from Mazzomo, just trying to go a bit deeper than everybody else on the brakes. And as a result, everybody's gone every which way to try and avoid contact.
Harnell's off at Murray's corner as well. This is the replay cam.
Mazzomo very deep on the brakes, locks the inside front, manages to pull it up somehow, but ends up making contact. And Fowler trying to get on in there as well, and unfortunately Huppet's getting spun into the wall by Harnell as well.
Quality rejoin. So back up the mountain we go. Gilbert's got a little gap over King now. Stevens is going with them both, and it's a big gap back to everyone else, being held back by Simon Mazzomo. There's 7 laps left in this race. It's 5:30 Australian Eastern Standard Time. That means I've got a dip. That's devastating because I want to see how this race ends, but I have places to be. And so Cameron Dance is going to take you to the end of this race with Jay Kennedy to call the action with you all. Big night still to come here on SimSpeed TV.
Not too long left in this race. 6.5 laps to go through the dipper. They come for what's going to be the 35th time in this race. The two HR cars still going nose to tail and head to head with each other for what's going to be some very, very important championship points on the way through this series. Not long left in the championship as well, so every point between those two drivers is going to be very, very critical. But through the backside, Mazomo is going to be coming under attack from Lockhart Brownlee, and they've also got Simon Bell and Gavin Cox not too far behind as well. Mazomo still trying to limp this very damaged car home and try and salvage some form of a result. The leaders still going at it as well on the way down towards the chase. No move going to be happening between those two just yet, but Henry King is not letting up at all. Lockhart Brownlee continuing to apply the pressure on Mazomo as well, and Vela trying his best to keep up with these guys, and Gavin Cox possibly just waiting a little bit patiently in the background. King all over the back bumper of his teammate of Aaron Gilbert though on the way down the front straight into turn 1. It looks like King's got a pretty decent exit out of turn 1 as they head down towards Mountain Straight. It's going to be draft on the way down towards Griffin's Bend. He's going to look to the inside as Henry King on his teammate as they head down towards Griffin's Bend. Is he going to try and hold around the outside? He is going to hold it around the outside as Aaron Gilbert. He's just going to hold off the position and the attack from Henry King, but King is getting more and more desperate. He's wanting to try and get this move done as quickly as he can. The laps are counting down, 6 to go, and it's going to be a very, very intense battle. Going to come on the way up through Middle Great, now onto Skyline through McPhillamy. They're still very, very close between these two. Absolutely nothing in it. King ever so slightly being patient and conservative over the top, trying not to be at a disadvantage over the top, but he's managed to get a very, very nice run on the way down through the dipper, and he's as close as he has been over the last few laps on the way into the elbow. We'll get a virtual racing score replay to see what has happened to Mitchell on the way up through Sulman, currently battling with, I think that is Anthony Green, on the way up over the top of the mountain. And I'd say something's going to have happened here on the way at Skyline. It's a very, very good run, gets around the outside and is going to send it up the inside and get that move done very, very nicely.
What a race this has been, Cam. This has been an incredible battle the whole way through, and you just saw there, we're being told it's Taylor Mitchell running the Nick Mitchell name. Oh, big mistake there for Brett Hender. Those new tyres starting to play a big advantage for Mitchell now. He's still a little bit off the back of the next group, but the guys that he's got ahead of him, they're on very, very old tyres and are in an intense battle. So he's got a chance of gaining a few more spots yet. Mazomo, Brownlee, Vela, Cox, they still go at it. I don't know how Brownlee's car's got any pace in it. I don't know how Mazomo's car's got any pace in it. And Dan Stevens, for that matter, either. Those guys have been in the wars, but they're still continuing on and are still fighting for what could be a good finish at the end of this race.
Yes, certainly. And the leaders still going at it again, side by side on the exit of Griffin's Bend, and not quite going to be side by side on the way into the cutting. Henry King is all over the back of Aaron Gilbert, who's run a little bit deep on the way into the cutting, and they've ended up checking up massively there on the way through the cutting. And now Daniel Stevens is going to be relishing this opportunity to close that gap down as best as he can. They don't want to take each other out, do these two leaders, but at the same time, Daniel Stevens is rubbing his hands together going, go on boys, take each other out, let me take this win.
Yeah, exactly. He'll be wanting to make sure that he can get every single position he can. And he would have been paying attention to what happened last night, and will know that maybe sitting back and watching the leaders go at it isn't a bad ploy for this event, as Brownlee's just lost a spot to Simon Vela across the top of the mountain, and you can see that Brownlee's car not coping too well at the moment. It's looking second hand, but he's going to do everything he can to get this final 25 odd kilometres of racing under his belt and finish this race off with a good position. The best runner of the Fusion Sim Racing cars, he had 4 cars running in this race, so very, very good battle that they've got going on.
Yeah, absolutely. As the lead battle is well and truly on again, side by side on the way into the chase. Henry King's going to be on the outside and Gilbert's going to be on the inside, but Henry King going to hold around the outside and get up the inside. Oh, big wiggle on the exit though from Henry King, and Aaron Gilbert going to look to the inside. No, he's not. That position is finally going to be secured by Henry King for this time being. We'll get a virtual racing score replay to see the move. Got a very, very nice run out of the elbow. Did Henry King. Had the inside for the kink on the way down towards the chase, up and over the curb, side by side, very equal on the braking. And even with the inside run, Gilbert just wasn't quite able to get the run that he needed. And then Henry King getting a little bit of a wobble on the way out of the chase as well. So very, very lucky to manage to get away with that one. But these two still very much fighting hard and nearly looked up the inside to Aaron Gilbert there.
And even with the battling that these two are doing, they're still running quicker lap times than Dan Stevens behind. So Stevens is definitely just holding on for positions at the moment. He's just trying to do everything he can to make sure he can bring this home and hold on to a third place, which I'm sure he'd be overjoyed with, considering the up and down season he's had running in the V8 Support Series. It's been a very, very tumultuous season in the V8s, but he's had a much better run in the Trucking Legends, which we'll see later on. He leads a championship and pretty much just has to turn up, finish the race, and he will win that championship. So Dan Stevens is having a little bit of good luck on his side, and he'll be hoping he has that tomorrow in the Great Sim Race as well. Don't forget, qualifying coverage coming up very, very soon, around about 25 odd minutes, not far away.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see who's going to end up taking out that final round of the Trucking Legends. Been a very, very fascinating season for those guys, and we've all been fighting very, very hard with some interesting moments as well, and some very, very good racing in that series. But nevertheless, we'll wait and see what's going to happen. As in the background, there's been a moment for, I believe that was Lockhart Brownlee on the way down Conrod.
That's a huge hit in the wall. He's going to have to limp it home. I just talked him up saying he'd be the highest placed finisher of the Fusion Sim Racing drivers. Well, he might not be now, unfortunately. And commentator's curse is real, because that didn't take me very long.
Yeah, it's certainly been, although I'm not quite sure what's happened. He's actually touched the grass on the way through the Little King and then lost it as a result into the wall twice, in fact. So that front end is going to be well and truly bruised.
Unfortunate for him, and he brings it into the lane and may not have enough time to bring the car back out once he gets his damage fixed, because no doubt there'll be a meatball that he will have to serve. Mazzomo trying his best to hold on to this fourth place position. Just doing enough, but Vella, remember Vella's on much better tyres. Did it under... No, he's not. He's only on one lap better tyres. Why am I thinking that Vella's on a lot better tyres?
Not entirely sure, but that car is in much better condition than Mazzomo's, that's for sure. But he's doing very, very well as Mazzomo to hold on to a fourth place finish here from Simon Vella. There was an attack from Vella on the way down to the chase last time by, so Vella's very, very hungry and he'll want to be trying to get this move done, but Mazzomo's not going to let this one go easily, that's for sure.
At the front, Henry King has started to break away and pull that gap out over Aaron Gilbert, so Gilbert might not have anything left to try and attack and take it back at his team boss in Henry King. Gilbert, of course, leading the championship coming in, but this swing of points back into Henry King's favour. Double points as well, with it being an endurance round. We're going to see a very, very close end of the championship if it finishes in this order.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be very, very close order with the way that this race is panning out. There's not a lot in it between the teammates as it is with the way this championship has gone for these guys. Have pretty much been the class of the field as well. So there's been absolutely nose-to-tail fighting all season long between the two of them. And you really can't fault them at all with how hard they've been pushing each other as well. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what's going to happen in these final few rounds between the leaders. But we'll have to wait and see. And there's still plenty of racing to go. There's a little bit of a bump from Simon Vella on to the back of the Texans Fitstone Motorsport car of Simon Mazzomo. Now Mazzomo's compromised the run. Gavin Cox has got an absolute mega run on Simon Vella and could even get the move done on Simon Mazzomo. It's going to be a drag race down Mountain Straight and down towards turn 2. Griffin's Ben Vella looking in the background. There's possibly a little bit of contact between them, but Cox not quite able to do anything out on the outside, and around goes Simon Vella into the wall.
Vella couldn't quite hold on. He was trying to hold that line shallow, and watch out for the rejoin. Good job from Taylor Mitchell to get through. Now Mazzomo has got a different car in his mirrors, and one that has looked pretty strong all day as well. Gavin Cox ready to pounce and take this spot from Mazzomo. 1.5 laps to go. Nothing left in this race, and not much left in Mazzomo's car and tyres.
Yeah, that car and those tyres will be very, very second-hand at this point with how this race has been going for him, unfortunately, in the second half at least. So he'll just be trying everything he can. He'll be throwing every single trick in the book that he knows to try and make sure he can come away with this 4th place finish. Gavin Cox is not going to give this up easily, and it's going to make Mazzomo work very, very hard. Gets very close on the way down through Forest Elbow. He's going to have a very, very good, nice draft and a very good run on the way down Conrod Straight. Mazzomo weaving, trying to break the draft off Gavin Cox. Cox pulls out from the draft, looks to the inside, the right-hand side of the track on the way down towards the chase. They come through the kink on the outside. Mazzomo just manages to hold on to that position with a very, very nice move, and he'll stay in 4th. The white flag is in the air for the leaders this time by. It's going to be all about whether Aaron Gilbert's got anything left in his machine to bring home a possible win. They're going to get at least a 1-2 finish, but this battle is still titanic, and it's going to go down right to the wire between Mazzomo and Cox.
Here we go. One more chance for Gavin Cox to steal a spot from Simon Mazzomo, and one more chance for Aaron Gilbert to try and steal the win away from Henry King. You want to make sure that he does it cleanly, because if he doesn't, it's going to be disastrous for both drivers, with Dan Stevens ready to pounce. But Gavin Cox trying to get this spot from Simon Mazzomo, but he's got to almost set this entire lap up for that one charge at the chase. He doesn't really have many other opportunities, if any, because Mazzomo is able to defend just enough everywhere else.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that compromised line and sudden increase in gap between those two is really going to hurt him for this final run to the line as well. For Gavin Cox to be trying everything he can, throwing it across the curves, throwing it through the corners, over the top of the mountain and down the mountain as well, to try and close that gap down as best as he can. But it's probably not going to quite come to fruition between him and Mazzomo. The leaders, though, coming down through Forest Elbow for the final time and on to Conrod. They've driven an absolutely spectacular race and have put on a very, very good show in this final restart, with absolutely nothing in it between them all race and battle long. But with the way it's looking, Henry King is probably going to be able to seal this one and add a win to the tally.
41 laps, and the Henry James Racing crew will pick up the 1-2. It's going to be a formation finish, you would feel. They're going to have to do it, because Gilbert is too far back to make a legitimate move. And after 1 hour, 37 minutes, 50 seconds, Henry King, Aaron Gilbert 1-2 in the RacingSims.co.nz V8 Support Series. And Dan Stevens is absolutely fist pumping. He is over the moon with picking up a P3 in that race, because that was a hard slog for him.
Yeah, absolutely was a fantastic battle, and well done to the Atshar boys on another 1-2 finish, and also a very, very good job by Daniel Stevens to get on the podium. Mazzomo managed to hold on to a 4th place finish, and in the end, Gavin Cox rounded out the top 5 with that mistake on that last lap that he'll probably be ruining, knowing he'd lost out on a possible 4th place.
Definitely. Definitely ruining. My apologies for not having my audio coming through when I went to that side-by-side of Dan Stevens, but what a race that was. And Henry King, Aaron Gilbert, they definitely were the class of the field. They definitely did deserve that win because they drove a fantastic race the whole way through.
Yeah, absolutely. They did everything they needed to and did everything right as well. You can't fault them at all for how they go about doing what things that they managed to get out of these cars. So they'll be very, very happy with that. And the title fight is going to be once again very, very close between those two. 100%.
It is well and truly on. This is the race results. Unofficial at this stage, but it looks like it will be the final results. Henry King, Aaron Gilbert, 1-2 finish for the teammates, with Dan Stevens finishing in third. Simon Mazzomo crosses the line and picks up a well-deserved fourth. Held on literally with nothing left on the car to pick up that fourth. Gavin Cox in fifth position. Brett Hender in sixth. Taylor Mitchell in seventh position, with Steve Darren in eighth. And we've got Simon Vella, unfortunately drops back to ninth, but lucky to hold onto a top 10 just ahead of Reese Harnell.
You're going to go over the page, and Anthony Green going to be the first car in just outside the top 10, and he's going to be the final car on the lead lap as well. Craig Jackson comes home in 12th, 1 lap down. Lockhart Brownlee 13th, 3 laps down, unfortunately, due to that incident and having damage on that car. Cora 14th, with Tom O'Connor in the 15th. And then you have Nathan Hubbard, Danny Flanagan, Sean McNamara, and then your retirees Shane Best, Rob Carmichael, and also Dan Licciardo, and the rest of your field, Pallet, Kitchen, Thomas, and everybody else to round out this field.
What a race that was. Fantastic build-up, and we're only 10 odd minutes away from getting ready and getting into the proceedings for the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. A huge weekend of sim racing here on SimSpeed TV. We are going to wrap up our coverage of this racingsims.co.nz V8SCOPS Support Series. I've got a very short break while we swap over between this and the next event. If you are watching us on Facebook Live, our stream will end on Facebook, and there'll be a new stream link up very, very soon. If you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, stick with us because we will continue our coverage into V8SCOPS. Cam, thanks for jumping in, and we may see you or hear from you later on tonight in the Trucking Legends.
Yeah, cheers. It's been a very, very exciting race, and one that was very, very enjoyable, that's for sure.
100%. And also, big thanks to Ryan Jones, who was in for the early stage. When we come back, you'll hear from Lachlan Mansell, Reese Gardner, and Jake Sperry for V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 qualifying. It's coming up very, very soon. Stay with us here on SimSpeed.
Are you spending a lot of time looking for setups and struggling for faster lap times? Are you tired of searching online for answers? Would you like to get setups, analysis and tutorials from some of the best sim racers in the world like Ralph Alla, Mitchell de Jong, Martin Krunker, Josh Rogers and many more? If so, virtualracingschool.com is the answer you've been looking for. VRS data packs provide hot laps from our professional coaches for you to analyse and replicate. They provide tutorials that walk you through the fastest laps and what the pros did to achieve the best times. And they provide the setups you need to ensure your car is competitive in both oval and road racing. If you're ready to get faster and reach more podiums sooner than later, just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a free account today.
fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction. He's got everything outside of both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taken Anderson. Anderson's up top.
Oh my God. Big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go. Oh, no. That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh, my God.
God, what?
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
This is iRacing, the world's premier online racing game. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat to experience today's newest form of competitive motorsport, virtual racing, all from your home PC. Race virtually in endorsed series from NASCAR, IndyCar, IMSA, the World of Outlaws, Aussie Supercars and more. Take on legendary circuits like Daytona, Silverstone and the Nürburgring. Join iRacing's global online racing community and get on track today at iRacing.com.
The great sim race is upon us once again. 2021, a year of many rebounds, and for many will be hoping for a rebound today along one of the most famous circuits in the world. It's tight, it's very much a speed-filled fantasy. Welcome to Mount Panorama Bathurst. Welcome to your SCOPS Bathurst 1000 qualifying here today, as everyone will be hoping to get their level best out there for the ride. It's Jake Sperry here along with Reese Gardner and Lockie Mansell, bringing you all of the fun and a little bit more in for the ride. We are getting ourselves ready and waiting for everything to kick off. We're about half an hour away from the start of qualifying, 1 hour. Figure out where you need to be sorted out, of course, today. And Reese, there's no better place to do it than here in sim racing. We got 53, or sorry, that's a lie. We got 50 teams out there, and they're looking to gear themselves up. Today is about searching out 50 to 15 and 15 to the magic 1.
Absolutely. We've got an hour's worth of qualifying coming up for you here, and then the top 15 shootout, which is going to be run a little bit differently to past years. We'll talk about that a little more later on. But for now, the drivers are just waiting for the session to tick over. At about 10 past the hour, we will flick over into the qualifying session, and then all 50 teams are going to jump out there on track and try and set their banker laps. It's going to be absolutely hectic. I know that Lockie Mansell was expressing a few doubts at how much space there'd be out on track, but it's going to be hectic either way.
It is definitely going to be hectic, and they know and understand that qualifying times are going to be at a very big premium here today, but this is going to be one of the few circuits where they can go out and really express themselves. In terms, Lockie, of a circuit that is better than no other, this is also the track where drivers in iRacing have put more laps in than no other. They've had 3 days of pre-qualification to get here, and names as known and unknown have found themselves up here at the front, each with an equal chance of glory when it comes to the checkered flag tomorrow.
Indeed, and I think it's sometimes there's this perception, Jake and Reese, that in endurance races like this one, qualifying is not super important because it's such a long race and there's so many different strategies and storylines and permutations and combinations that can unfold. But I think the big advantage this year of qualifying well is risk minimisation. Because it is such a huge field of cars, you really don't want to be buried in the cut and thrust of the mid-pack, because the probability of getting caught up in an incident in the early laps and sustaining damage which could severely compromise your chances for the rest of the day are very, very high indeed. So the benefit of qualifying up the pointy end is that it minimises the risk of getting caught up in an early race incident.
Yep, and it is that risk versus reward today where it's going to be important to keep in mind. We were just focusing now on the 088 car. There it is, cresting the rise and going through McPhillamy out there at this point in time. That is James Scott behind the wheel, and every element of practice is going to be needed at its highest level. Just behind that, Michael Schreier in the Synergy Sim Racing 30 car there, looking very fresh with that paint, sending down the hill there, the Mustang giving chase to the Holden through that section. Reese, we've been in this position many a time before, and we know that the big names like to bring themselves to the forefront. A nice throwback from Brenton Hobson driving around in the JK Science Synergy Sim Racing 88 car, going through the big left-hander there of Hell's Corner turn number 1. But this is also the sort of session where it does throw up the unknowns. Drivers who maybe don't traditionally find themselves in the top 15 manage to sneak one over the course of the hour coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be difficult for drivers to find that space out on track. Mount Panorama, of course, is a very big circuit, 6.213 kilometers in length, but obviously a very narrow circuit and very fast in places. So you get too many cars out there on track at once, and it makes things very hard for the drivers to find the space they need to get those times on the board. We're seeing this initial rush of drivers at the start of the qualifying session just to get those banker laps in. So far, no one has set a lap yet. Of course, the session has only just started, but as the session goes on, you're going to see drivers just trying to find a clear gap in the traffic, I think.
Yeah, we're just about to move over towards qualifying. This is practice that we have been in at the moment, and top of practice has been Jordan Caruso, the Logitech G Altus Esports 12 car, showing the first real sign of handiwork there, 203.8. And if this practice session is anything to go by, Lockie, track temperatures are going to be massive, as are wind speeds today. It's 53 degrees out there on the track. It's good enough you can fry an egg on the tarmac out there today. And the wind's blustering in from 20 kph from the east over the mountain. So that is a little bit awkward, I would say, for drivers, but they are looking to try and deal with the conditions they have in front of them, and that is one of the things we love about iRacing and the variables that come along from the dynamic track.
And it's one of the things that we saw, particularly at the Imola 500, where we had a full field shootout to set the grid for that endurance race, was that the track conditions, and in particular the track temperature, changed markedly over the course of that session. And that's something that's not going to be lost on the teams, because as the track temperature fluctuates, so the propensity for fast lap times changes as well. So during this 60-minute qualifying session, all of the teams will be looking to maximise the potential of the cars when the track temperatures are at their lowest. And when we get into the top 15 shootout a bit later on, we could see a fluctuation in track temperatures which might have a bearing on the results as well, as we do now get into qualifying. So the practice session has been curtailed prematurely to get us underway for qualifying, a 60-minute session. And look at that, the full field of cars all streaming out of pit lane in their absolute desperation to get out there and record a banker lap time. I'll tell you what, being at the pointy end of pit lane in the real life Supercars Championship, it's an advantage. In V8 Scops, I reckon it's even more of an advantage, and it's the #1 Trans-Tasman Commodore, driven by the defending V8 Scops champion Madison Down, that has the advantage because he's got clear track in front of him for this opening stanza of flying laps.
I'd say there are more drivers with bigger advantages. Corey Shepherd is the first car down the road, and a lot of gap from Josh Anderson then to give to Kurt Stenberg and Ben Christensen out there, who are just a little bit further in front. But this is all about now where you choose to get out on circuit, how you find yourself with a bit of space. In the 017 of Corey Shepherd, is looking to bring that Premier Racing Team car with racecraft simulation on it. But Kurt Stenberg doesn't want to play games. He doesn't want to sit around. He doesn't want to wait. He wants to set the first time there on the board. And a driver who is very G'd up in the number 18 machine, getting himself an opportunity to race on a Wednesday, Thursday, and getting all that fantastically sorted for the Repco E-Series, or the Cash Converters E-Series, I do believe it is now called. So Kurt Stenberg in the 18, gearing it all up then for a flying lap, and gearing it back for the pit. So clearly just a sighter out there to see what conditions are like. So it is going to be Corey Shepherd in the Premier Racing Team car here, Reese, who's going to be followed by Ben Christensen in the ANZ number 9. That's there just behind ANZ, of course, rocked by the moving over of Kobe Jones and Hayden Veld over to that is the United team. So 17 gearing it up. This is the first real attempt of anger. Hell's Corner, the first attempt.
Indeed, and very nice livery they've got on the Premier Racing Team 017 there. Very reminiscent of some past Bathurst 1000 liveries. A little kick of oversteer on the exit. You did mention the track temperature just earlier, Sperry. It is 53 degrees out there on track, and basically what that means in a Scops sense is your fastest times are likely to come right now at the start of the session if you manage to nail it. As the session goes on, as more drivers drive over the racing line, continue to heat it up, and the sun continues beating down, there's going to be a little less grip out there, and it may stay stable or it may drop off massively. We're not too sure at the moment, but either way, the drivers want to get their times in as soon as they can, and Corey Shepherd doing a very good job here across the top of the mountain, just managing to keep it going in a straight line through a lot of these corners. It's so difficult to keep the car wheeling around these fast turns and these high track temperatures. The rear end can break away very easily and send you into a slide, or if you lock up, you're going to be ploughing straight on into the next corner, which you do not want in this section. Shepherd, though, managing to nail the S's first time out.
Absolutely has done. Forest elbow now. Nice and calm line through, a narrow escape, and then looking to attack on the exit and descend down the hill onto the Conrod Straight. Over 300 Ks they'll be hoping to click up to as they make their run. 262 and continuing on 270, up now to 280, heading into the fastest corner. 285 they're going to reach before hitting the brakes into the left-right. So 285 clicks in a car which is absolutely mega around this circuit. You know that it has been built for this. Just Murray's then returns to the final corner then, and we'll see what the Mustang can do as the benchmark for everybody else crossing the line. So 204.8 to set times going. So nicely sorted from the Premier Racing team. They can be quite happy. A lot of drivers know that they're going to be taking quite a few attempts today to get those times sorted. The Trans-Tasman 22 only for a moment got itself onto pole position there, or into the top 15 transfers, because James Scott in that Altus 088 gets the job done and moves up exactly where it's needed. A lot of sighters were expecting in at the early stages here, really, Lockie, but what we can say about these early sighters is that they're just trying to get themselves positioning for a good lap to come in the midday sun.
Already some fast times on the board though, Jake, because James Scott 204.1, that's only 2 tenths per second slower than the best time that we saw in the pre-qualifying, which was a 203.9 set by Andrew Gilliam. So some fast times already being recorded, and it's worth noting as well that James Scott is very much the form man when it comes to qualifying at the moment, because he was the pole sitter for both of the 500k V8SCOPS Enduros at Imola and Phillip Island. Pole position for both those events. Wasn't able to really convert it into race results though for he and his Ezy Sports teammate Sam Blacklock, because they got a penalty for a safety car restart infringement at Imola, and they got caught up in an incident at Phillip Island that left them a bit further down the field. But definitely in terms of one lap pace, that Ezy Sports machine of James Scott and Sam Blacklock, the form machine when it comes to qualifying.
Yeah, and they are proving it again at this stage. The 143 Synergy Sim Racing car is in second position. That's got Jackson Susan Harlow behind the wheel. JSH has been limited in terms of running this season. That's a little bit close with the wall there, heading down through. So this might just be a trip back down to the pits after that one. But this has been an interesting session already to see. The likes of Jake Burton in the Trans 2022 returning back to more traditional colours, so to speak. There is in the orange, sorry, well, not quite the orange here today, but he's out there in the Extreme Cup at this point in time. But he'll be certainly hoping for a very good points haul out of this one. But as we say, top 15 worth keeping an eye out on. And Reese, you're seeing right at the back of the top 15 at the moment. It's the 999.5 Sim Sport car. It's their first first 1,000, sorry, that they find themselves in. The 999.5 are going to be very, very happy with that opening run, but they've got to improve on a 205 flat. They probably need a couple of tenths of a second to feel comfortable.
Yeah, where if everyone succeeds in improving their times, which, like I said before, is going to be hard with the high track temperature we're seeing, then I reckon we should expect the cutoff to go down to a 204.8 at least. But that 9.5 car, only 7 thousandths of a second ahead of the McLaren Shadow entry of Emily Jones and Josh Muggleton in terms of the times. So that 15th place spot, that's the critical place we've got to be watching here in this qualifying session, and it's already very hotly contested as we have a driver on track coming round to the end of a lap now, the Mustang, and going very well is Jason Benson, the Cross Continental Motorsport car, the number 100. Looks like only 29th so far, and got a little bit of traffic here on his next lap.
A little bit.
Yeah, understatement of the century. Look at all those cars.
Yeah, this is what happens when you've got a hot session like this, Lockie. You're going to see drivers know that they're only going to get at best one lap out of the tyres before they start falling away in these hot temperatures. So you're going to see a mad scramble into the pits and a mad scramble back out of it again. Here's one of the ERT drivers, 6th position. Overall right now is the ERT 117 Evolution Racing team, and no surprises, that is Ethan Grigol behind the wheel, who is the ace of the Evolution Racing team at this stage, a team which I think it is fair to say, Lockie, has not been as strong as it has in recent seasons. This has been more of a side venture, you would say, at this point in time.
100%, and I think that's because the team manager Brenton O'Brien has been focused on a few other projects in terms of real-life motorsport. He's recently got a new job at Phillip Island, but this is the first appearance in the V8SCOPS Endurance Cup for Ethan Grigol, so it'll be interesting to see what sorts of times he can put on the board as we see Thomas Randall in the Castrol Mustang just being rounded up by a few cars heading down the hill. Good to see Thomas Randall, one of our real-life drivers, on the entry list. He'll be sharing the car with Kobe Williams during the Bathurst 1000 tomorrow.
Yeah, and if you want any idea of how stacked this field is, Thomas Randall's car there being piloted by Kobe Williams was just overtaken by the Falcon Racing car being piloted by Shane Van Gisbergen. Yeah, you heard it correctly, SVG's behind the wheel and looking to get a really good run. As you can see, a lot of drivers pushing. Anderson right now is one of them. Koshka another just in front as they charge towards the very important chase out there on track. So Anderson piloting the one. He's got an important job today, Reese, as well, because there is more than just the 1000 on offing as he dives into the pits. There is, of course, title implications, and Josh Anderson racing around with Madison down in that number 1. Madison 166 points clear at the top of the championship right now from his teammate in a different car, that being Richard Hampstead piloting the 28 as things go.
Yeah, it's going to be quite the running for Josh Anderson as SVG and Kobe Williams then start their laps. Shane Van Gisbergen driving with Richie Stanaway, and they're racing under the Falcon Racing banner for this one. They were previously running under Boost Mobile Racing. But yeah, in terms of Anderson and Down, yeah, Anderson, he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders because he doesn't have to just worry about the race result for he and Madison Down. He has got to help bring that car home and put Madison in such a position where he can take the maximum amount of points, as that is a big slide from SVG through the cutting. And Kobe Williams' lap, I think, not getting off to the best start as a result of that. We're going to have to bring it back around and start again.
Yeah, they absolutely are, and that will be an element of hurt that they do not want to be going through over the course of today. It's going to be a long, long session, and the last thing they want to be dealing with is drivers getting themselves caught up at this stage. There, Jackson Susan Harlow out there on circuit at the moment, but we are noting that there are teams up and down the order who are gaining quite a bit. Premier Racing Team has just jumped up to 7th fastest as we see one of the cars there down in the pits. 22 is going to pull itself down to pits as well. But Lockie, I've been keeping an eye on those drivers on the bubble positions, and a team that I am really excited to see up there is the 909 United Synergy Sim Racing team out there at the moment. Kyle George has been finding a whole heap of improvements, and look at that Fusion livery out there at this moment in time. Kyle George has been doing more than enough right now to say, along with Geordie Sinney, that this is going to be one of your sleeper hits for the 1000.
I agree 100% with you there on that, Jake, because Kyle George and young Jordan Sinney, they had a fantastic run at the Phillip Island 500 where they stayed out of trouble. They kept their noses clean. They both had really good pace, and they ended up finishing in the top 5 overall. So 100% that car could be a sleeper in the pack and could emerge somewhere up near the pointy end of the field come lap 161 tomorrow.
And we've seen over the course of races here in sim racing in the past just how unpredictable this can be. There is Richard Hampstead, 7th position at this point in time. And you know, Reese, we always go back through the years and say, well, what's the most memorable race that we had? Of course, there's one that happens right on the stinger when we get through every single race here at SimSpeed TV. And, of course, that fabled call from our good pal Scott Fountain, this is it, this is over, which sets up arguably one of the great surprise wins of the SCOPS Bathurst 1000 when Khorzan El Nabi and Ross Rizzo managed to pilot Trick Sim Sports to a victory.
Yeah, that was one of the classic V8 SCOPS Bathurst 1000s, and Richard Hampstead was driving the orange car that you see in our stinger on SimSpeed TV with Josh Rogers. He's had quite the illustrious career in V8 SCOPS as Richard Hampstead. He won the inaugural test season that we ran in 2014, and he's been a steady competitor at the top ever since, and certainly has a few enduro wins under his belt. He is no stranger to Bathurst 1000 victory lane, having taken it with Jake Maloney. Meanwhile, the Altus Esports car of Simone Maria Marcheno, driving with Zach Hanlon for this one, doing very well up there in the top 10, but it's not the best of stories for another one of the Altus teams, the number 83 with Ryan Wood at the wheel. They have been given a penalty for impeding and unsafe re-entry during this qualifying session. That is a 30 points penalty for Altus Esports number 3. And I've just gotten news of another penalty for Jordan Gallagher for escaping without permission. 10 points docked off of him.
Yeah, that is definitely the case. You can't be doing that. They have rules, they have regulations, and the last thing you want to be doing is falling foul of any of that. Now, I remember Simone Maria Marcheno's debut, Lockie, in SCOPS. It was at Snetterton a couple years ago. And when he went through qualifying that stage of time, he made friends with a certain Richard Hampstead out there on track, ran into the back of him in qualifying, and Richard Hampstead decided to give him the door for about half a lap, and Simone got a penalty ultimately out of that. So trial by fire for Simone at the moment. Seemingly hasn't slowed him down in any sense. 9th position as we focus on the 201 of Andrew Gilliam out there on track. It's been a tougher year than last year for Andrew Gilliam, who was right up there at the pointy end, was in an outside shot for the championship. It's been a little bit tougher this season as the number 1 Trans-Tasman car has done just enough to move up to 7th.
What's the old cliche though? You can turn a poor year into a fantastic year if you get a good result at Bathurst, and we saw that Andrew Gilliam and Michael Taliancic finished second in the Bathurst 1000 last year, teaming up with Griffin Gardner this season, of course, and they were very, very fast in pre-qualifying, top times overall, so there's no doubt that the 201 Pursuit Sim Racing entry is another one of our contenders in terms of challenging for outright victory tomorrow.
And that's the key as well. I think it's a fantastic move by Pursuit to go to Griffin Gardner instead of Michael Taliancic. Taliancic has been the traditional long-time partner of Andrew Gilliam, but we've seen it over the course of this season, Reese, where Taliancic's pace has just not been there. He's been struggling to make it into the top 40 consistently week on week.
Yeah, and, you know, Michael Taliancic, a very capable driver, of course, and he has steady hands, which certainly helped he and Andrew Gilliam to that second place last year. But yeah, I think come this year, they know that they've got proper pace to be a contender this time, with Griffin Gardner sharing the car with Andrew Gilliam. So that's ultimately what they've decided to do, and Michael Taliancic, the manager of the team, so that would have been his decision. Kyle George, meanwhile, in the United Synergy 909. You were talking a bit earlier about this alliance between United and Synergy, and it's sort of paid off for them. They certainly have brought a good bunch of drivers together, and they've been working well on setups and on pace, but the race results, they haven't quite gone their way just yet. They'll be hoping for maybe a top 5, maybe even a podium here, I think.
Yeah, definitely an option. They are 13th fastest at the moment. Those times have been creeping down in, with drivers finding their way into the top 15. The car in 15th place right now is going to be interesting, Lockie, to talk about, because it is the McLaren Shadow team out there at the moment, and what's going to be key is how quick is Emily Jones compared to Josh Muggleton. I think they are two very similar drivers out there looking for opportunities. Muggo has been someone who has effectively in the last couple of years resigned to a Bathurst role, so to speak, but Josh Muggleton definitely someone who knows how to go out there, knows how to be quick, and this is the sort of race where McLaren Shadow would love to put a big result on the resume, especially when it's so different to what McLaren Shadow traditionally do when it comes to the sim racing sphere.
Gee, they've gone super wide there at Griffin's Bend, though. I think just moving off racing lines, we went through a few of the cars that are on flying laps, but Josh Muggleton and Emily Jones, two of the star performers in the first of our Endurance Cup races at Imola, where they came from outside the top 40 on the grid after a penalty in qualifying to finish up in 4th position outright, with exemplary driving from both of them. And again, I'm not sure if they've got the outright pace of some of the more fancy runners, but if they're smart with their strategy and they have a trouble-free run, then there's no reason they can't be somewhere up near the pointy end come the end of the day tomorrow.
Yeah, no surprises there. Richard Hampstead out there on a flyer right now, descending here over Skyline. Look at everyone just abandon ship over to the escape road as they go through. They know that Richard Hampstead has been there before many a time and wants a lap, and they will oblige and get out of the way. Car number 28 going down through the elbow, using all of the road and a bit more as they go through. Now, it's worth talking about what time it is in Sim Race. It is 1:30. We're not expecting that track to really deteriorate too much in terms of temperature so far, but it is going to be an interesting battle as they flick through the fastest corner in Australian sim racing, and into the chase goes Hampstead, and he's just looking to put down a marker and say, well, I'm going to feel a little bit more comfortable than half a second's worth of gap, but he's going to dive into the pits.
Yep, and that's something you're going to be seeing quite a bit, I think, over the remaining 40 minutes of this session. Drivers going out, starting a hot lap, and then halfway around they realise maybe they could have done a couple things differently, or they're just losing time, so it's best to just bring it straight back into the pits and go back out again. The no escape rule, combined with the sheer length of this circuit, means you've got to be very careful when you cross the line at the very end of the session, because it could be the difference between having another chance and just relegating yourself to where you are, as Kurt Stenberg comes down Conrod Straight, navigating the traffic. It's flat out through the right-hander there and just onto the brakes. Incredibly hard for the biggest stop in Australia, and noticing that they are running that brake bias a bit to the rear, I think, in that Trans-Tasman Commodore. Those rear brakes were glowing massively. You do need a good rear brake bias to get these things turned.
You absolutely do. And Stenberg crosses the line, 205 flat, and that is good enough to jump up to 19th position, just outside of the top 15. And we saw another car, Lockie, jumping incredibly close to that top 15 barrier. It was the 95 SSR JK Science racing car, and that was Glenn Postlethwaite behind the wheel. Postlethwaite is a very hit or miss style driver. There'll be some rounds he'll be incredible. There'll be other rounds where it's not so much there and he'll be struggling to get into a top 40. But Smith & Son's green machine has been looking really, really strong at this stage, and it's synergy pretty much peppering the outside, looking in 16th and 17th.
It's having a bit of a look down the order at some of the other cars that you would expect to be a bit further up. And the number 83 Alta C Sports car of Simon Feigl and Ryan Wood, you mentioned before that they had the penalty for the unsafe exit from pit lane. They're actually yet to register a lap time, so as things stand at the moment, they're buried down in position number 53. And keep in mind that was a team that finished on the podium at Phillip Island after an outstanding final stint from Ryan Wood, so they need to get themselves back out onto the track. They've been in pit lane now for more than a quarter of an hour, so they really need to get out onto the track. I mean, obviously there's plenty of time, so you don't have to rush frantically to get a lap time on the board, but gee, you wouldn't want to be leaving it too long, because if there's traffic or other dramas and you don't get a time on the board, then you could find yourself starting a long way further back on the grid than what you expected to.
McLaren Shadow car has just jumped up to 12th fastest at 204.806, and crucially enough, it is now the Phoenix Smokers DPR racing car, which is right on the bubble. 72, Adam Briggs, Andrew Dyson, they're both going to be there, and they are going to both be on a real charge for this to try and improve right now. There's the Century Motorsports car. That is a very sideways run through the chase there. The KFC machine, Cameron Jones there, getting every shade of sideways, no doubt. That is a dive back into the pits, hoping that there's going to be a little bit of something going on there a little bit later on. But, you know, Reese, this is where everyone's going to start pushing the limits, and they can't go over the limit here, otherwise their lap's going to be completely done. There's the 22 car, Ethan Warren now behind the wheel, and a lot of pressure on Ethan at this stage, especially when you consider that his brother Dane Warren has been pretty much a sim racer who everyone has been touting as one of the great ones out there at this point in time. How do you live up to an expectation of a sim racing family dynasty?
I think for Ethan, it's not going to matter all that much, really. He just cares about what he's doing out there, and right now, his aim is to get he and Madison down as high up the grid as possible so that they have a chance in that top 15 shootout. And sorry?
He and Jake Burton struggling.
Yes,
22.
My apologies. Getting my drivers a little bit confused once again. The old Reese Gardner gaffe right there. But my goodness, I do think the pressure is on Ethan Warren, but I don't think it's coming from a sense of trying to live up to what Dane's doing. I just don't think that's how those guys work.
You would be right in that sort of sense, but it does linger in the back of the mind sometimes. Those quiet thoughts there in sim racing from time to time as we focus on Hampstead. Oh, that's not good there. There's Hampstead goes through. That's someone finding barriers as they funnel on through. So that's just something to keep in mind as those laps continue to tick on with the board. We are almost halfway through this session right now. Your top 15 as they stand. It's the number 12 Logitech G Altus Esports team in control at the moment, with Synergy Sim Racing JK Signs 143 in second, and the Altus 088 currently in third. Pursuit Sim Racing are fourth right now, with Trans Tasman in fifth. The Evolution Racing Team 117 in sixth position. There's Trans Tasman 1, followed by this 28 that you see on screen, seventh and eighth positions at this point in time. 204.7 there from Richard Hampstead as he crosses the stripes, and no improvement there. The Premier Racing Team 017 is in ninth. The Pursuit Sim Racing 35 is in 10th place. Then you've got the Altus 024, the McLaren Shadow outfit. Then you've got United Synergy Sim Racing 909, Drop Bear Motorsport and Cozy, and then Phoenix Smokers DPR 72, your top 15 as things stand. Now, Lockie, how do drivers take away from the early starts of racing to now the later stages? They've got themselves just around about, we say rough ballpark, half an hour's done. They've got half an hour to go. How are they going to look at where they are after half an hour and find and fine-tune those improvements?
Yeah, I think that most of the teams have got banker times on the board now at this point, so it'll be a case of coming into the pits, maybe evaluating the car setup, having a chat to their teammates, getting some feedback on how the car is behaving, and going out with a fresh set of tyres and having another run at it in the second half of the session. Just been given an update as well, guys, from Simon Feigl, the team boss of the Altus Esports team, as we see a car firing it off the road in the chase. But the update from Simon Feigl is because they crashed and because they were towed back to the pits, their session is done. So Simon Feigl and Ryan Wood, podium finishers at Phillip Island, they will be starting out of grid position 53 for tomorrow's Bathurst 1000. They have got a big job, a mammoth job, a Herculean task ahead of them tomorrow.
Yeah, it's not the task that you'd necessarily want, starting from the back, as we just saw on screen. Adam Briggs and Andrew Dyson's Phoenix Smokers 72, moving up to 11th fastest then as they go through. A little bit of damage there on the car for the number 2 United Sim Sports team. That's Kobe Jones and Hayden Veld out there, as Brenton Hobson 17th at the moment with the car, 204.949. That is good enough for one position, and that is an agonising time there. Just 200ths of a second off of that transfer spot, which is currently being held by the 862 Drop Bear Motorsports and Cozy team. That has got to be such a frustrating moment. You improve, but you still don't find yourself in the top 15.
Yeah, and, you know, middle phase of the session, the thought will obviously creep into the mind that, well, half the session is done. We've only got half to go. The clock is ticking. I've got to nail it and get back out there, get the time down on the board. It's a beautiful looking car, is that Synergy number 88, but Brenton Hobson wants it to get some more airtime in the shootout. He's going to have to get out there and just find that little inch that he needs, and I'm sure that the intensity is going to ramp up in the final 10 minutes when everyone goes out for their final runs. We're going to see some big changes in lap time, I think.
Yeah, and we've seen another change as the Pursuit Sim Racing number 35 has moved up to 7th fastest out there in the session. That is Job Stewart behind the wheel, 204.466. That starts to group up at 204.4 a little bit out there, but it's more than just, it's just going to be all these cars out there. We talk single lap shootout, Lockie, when it comes to the big qualifying shootout of the top 15, and that is the sort of top 15 qualifying where, you know, the difference between 15th and 5th is the space of just getting one corner correct or incorrect.
And that's one of the other things that some of the teams might do in the closing stages of this session. If they feel that they're going to be in the top 15 and that they're safe and secure within the top 15, they might actually try and do a shootout rehearsal lap where they go out and do one out lap, one single flying lap, and then head back into the pits afterwards, just to rehearse the process and the procedure of doing that top 15 shootout lap.
Richie Stanaway has got behind the wheel of the number 10 Falcon Racing entry, so this is going to be important now to see whether Richie Stanaway's got the pace. They've got to find a 10th there or thereabouts, a 10th and a half gets them inside the top 15, and that would be absolutely massive for both of them to get themselves an opportunity to go out and attack. We've seen the efforts that they've done during the week, of course, Reese, and it's been sort of look for those sorts of drivers that they want to get into their sim racing and enjoy it massively as we focus on the 9.5 SimSport 990 out on screen right now. Sean McNamara behind the wheel.
Yeah, it's good to see the real-life runners jumping in and having a run in the sim. Certainly gives us a good point of comparison between sim drivers and real-world drivers, as McNamara encountering the pursuit car through the chase doesn't seem to have hurt him too much. Keeps it nice and stable on the exit. How much oversteer are you going to have? Maybe a little bit there over the curb, but Sean McNamara doing all right, but evidently not all right enough, bringing it back into the pits once again.
Yep, another look there. The Racecraft sponsorship all over the kart going through. Now, up towards this next section. I want to try and go on board, if it's possible, through this mountain section, see how Stanaway challenges it. And you're going to see here through every single section of track that you have got to be right up against the walls. There's no point leaving yourself room on the mountain. You've got to go out there, you've got to be aggressive, you've got to take time away from the circuit. Otherwise, Lockie, the circuit's going to take time away from you.
At the moment, the track temperature's still really hot as well, 52.8 degrees Celsius, so that comes back to the point that you made a bit earlier on, where you're probably only going to get 1 or maybe 2 laps with the tyres giving you the optimum performance in terms of grip. As we have a look at Richie Stanaway, this is a super committed lap from him at the moment, currently scored down in position 20, and personal best sector splits through sectors 3 and 4, so could potentially improve with this lap. He will get a bit of traffic on Commodore Straight, but that's not a bad spot to catch traffic because it's not going to impede your run, provided that they all stay out of the way, which they do. So Stanaway has a clear run through the chase, deep under brakes, back to second gear for the left-hander, flicking over the curbs on the left and the right-hand side of the circuit, minimising the wheel spin on the exit. The short shoot down into Murray's Corner where you're on the brakes once again and shifting back to second gear. Clicks the apex nicely, runs it out to the exit curve. Richie Stanaway. Does he improve?
No, not by much.
No,
not at all even. Looking at that, it's 206.2. And I'll tell you where all that time went away there, Reese. It was all on that dipper. As you go down the hill, he was completely out of shape going through that section. I believe we're going to catch this on the virtual school racing school replay. It was coming down the dipper where all of the issues started to effectively fall foul, and he was lucky he still had a car to deal with there, and just a testament to the driving skill to get the car from squirrely to straightened and still through the corner.
Indeed, we're going to take a look at it now here, down through the hill over Brock's skyline, down through the S's, and just getting into the dipper. Yeah, maybe a bit too much turn on the exit and maybe a bit of oversteer that he had to correct on the way through the right-hander leading out of it. That will cost you time to the tune of about a second in some places. But they've still got time to have a couple more goes as number 26 ERT entry brings it into the pits. See what they can do.
So at the moment, the car that's on the bubble is the 909 machine, Kyle George and Jordan City. So their best time at the moment, 2 minutes 4.851. So at this stage of the session, that's the time that you need to beat if you want to book yourself a spot in the top 15 shootout.
And the reason why they are on the bubble is because the 18 Trans-Tasman car has gone to 14th fastest in the session at 204.838. So Chris Cox said the Henry James Racing Jinx Shifters 208. What an incredible livery. That might just be the best one of the season that we have seen. Look at how imposing the unicorn is on the side as they go on through into pits. That is not a car you want to be side by side with. I'd be intimidated just on the unicorn alone to be giving up that place.
Yeah, well, it's got the spec maps running as well, so very shiny, as you can see as well on the WK&P car. Blake Warboy's driving this one, and 2:05.5 there. Oh man, that's so close to their fastest lap. He was so close to improving, but it's still outside the top 30 there for the WK&P Sim Sports drivers, and they're one of those cars that you would think is on for a good solid midfield result. They were on the way for that at Imola and at Phillip Island as well. Hopefully they'll be able to sort something out in that car, keep it clean on race day, and should be able to gain positions. Meanwhile, Tom Freer, a Synergy Sim Racing veteran, though he did spend a little bit of time away. The 707 with a very striking livery that we don't usually see on Synergy cars, pushing very hard across the top.
At the moment,
that should be a penalty. Sorry, that should be a penalty for Tom Freer's team there. Normally the 707 you can see running around in the 89 car potentially out there, so that might just be a numbers penalty there, Lockie.
The times at the moment, though, guys, are just unbelievably close. It's less than 0.2 of a second from position 14 down to position 23. So at the moment, it's in that bubble sort of zone. If you gain 0.2 of a second, you can leapfrog yourself up the order by as many as 10 positions. So that's why all the drivers in that zone are so desperate to get out and complete as many laps as they can at the moment, because it is literally the difference between being in the top 15 shootout or missing out.
Certainly is, and you'd say 0.2 of a second's not much, but every single bit of improvement is massive as Job Stewart again improves in the Pursuit 35, goes 6th fastest there on a 204.3. I think Job Stewart's quite liking this. He's finding a 10th here and a 10th there, Reese, and you know, I'd say he's pretty safe right now. He's got himself about half a second's worth of gap, and I don't think we're going to see a massive scramble of improvement the later this is all going to go on. Something I am noticing, though, is that the winds are gusting, so it depends on where you're getting a good windfall, so to speak. Sometimes they're as low as 10k, sometimes they're gusting up to 20k. It's going to be very, very difficult to make everything work. There is Riley Bilson in the 268 drop bear car, searching for a little bit of time out there on track and around the final corner, and look for a run. It is the Drop Bear Motorsports HRS entry, currently still down there in 46th fastest at this point in time. But Reese, the big key is that you've got to be within a 10th or 2, give yourself a chance of attack. And speaking of just going to 16th, again, Rick Kuznetsov can't quite get there, 17 thousandths.
Yeah, it's those little incremental improvements that we are seeing here at the end of the session. What can Josh Thomas do in the Evolution Racing Team number 26? These guys, well, they've... I'm looking through the order for them, and I don't know if they've set quite the representative time yet. They're certainly putting the rubber down, because Thomas, very aggressive on the throttle out of the dipper. Lock up into Forest Elbow. That is that lap gone. They're going to have to try again.
They absolutely are.
Yeah, currently sporting position 25 there, Race, so 2 minutes 5.2 their best time. So again, another team that's on the precipice, if they can find about 0.4 of a second, of making it into the shootout.
0.4 of a second is going to be a tough ask to try and bring back, but the number 26 there, after clattering the wall, finds just how difficult this circuit can be. There's Todd Hay in 32nd position overall right now, racing for the Taipan Esports 3 team out there in the 966. So on the brakes through the left and right, currently on 205.4 at the moment, and the switch panel car looking pretty solid out there at this stage. So there'll be another little trip down into the pits for the moment. But Reese, really now 20 minutes, they'll be in the final third, and that's not how you take the pits there. Todd Hayne the inside tyres and finding out why this is one of the trickier pit lanes you can find in sim racing.
Yeah, exactly. You have to navigate a chicane on the way in. Certainly in the race, that's going to throw up a few curveballs if drivers overshoot or lose control on the way in. Have to wait and see, though. You'll see it tomorrow here on SimSpeed TV. Chris Coxhead in the Jinx Shifters 208. These HJR drivers, you know, formerly the Zuva team, you can always count on them to be a presence in the Enduros. They do tend to go well here. Chris Coxhead, though, has yet to set a real representative lap time here. We'll see what he can do down through the final corner. Put the power down out of Murray's, avoid the curb, maybe a little oversteer on the exit. That's going to be a 205.3 for him, and that's going to shift them up into 26th place, just pipping the Castrol Racing entry of Williams and Randall.
Yeah, that's no shake of the head to speak of at all. So good credit there where it's due. They came to try and get things done. Now, 18th position right now, Kobe Jones, Hayden Veld. Kobe is the sort of driver who has an abundance of talent, really. When we look at things, Lockie, he is a driver who can go up there, has finished top 10s before in this series, but 18th right now, on the bubble, searching for what he needs. I'm sure he's trying to G himself up in his cockpit right now and say, come on, I know I can do this, I've only got to find half a 10th.
And right now he's going to abort the lap and head back on into the pit lane. But yeah, I agree, Kobe Jones is a driver who's definitely got the ability, although we haven't really seen him figuring much in the results of the V8SCOPS endurance races that we've had so far this season. So he'll be better run tomorrow.
Yeah, we certainly will, and we'll be hoping to get a run later today on top of that. Michael Schreier, Stingy Sim Racing 30, descending down the hill and looking for a charge out there at this stage. It's not a guarantee that he is going to be up there inside that top 15. In fact, he's a little bit further down in 29th position at the moment on a 205.3. Looking around the drivers with the Alka Holder DPR carts and more Singy cars, ANZ's number 9. This is mid-pack race, and something that we often don't talk about is how mid-pack often has that ability to influence the race.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with this many cars competing on track tomorrow, with the pace advantage that drivers up the top tend to have, and how close the midfield typically is, you're going to see quite a bit of fighting going on. And if the drivers aren't careful, Bathurst being Bathurst, can certainly come a cropper. We've seen safety cars caused in the past by incidents happening in the midfield, and I'm expecting more of the same tomorrow, but who's going to be involved? No way of telling. Josh Anderson back out on track, by the way, still down there in 8th position. They're secure in the shootout for now, he and Madison down. So now it's just consolidating for the number 1.
Well, that was an improvement, and they jumped a place over the ERT 117 car. So good work there from number 1, giving themselves another position of security. And sometimes that's something that drivers don't often keep in mind, that qualifying high up, getting yourself inside the top 8, the top 5, it gives you that element of security, Lockie, in a qualifying session where the top 15 go through. It gives you that little bit of freedom to go out, explore the track, and if it doesn't quite, materialise, it's not the end of the world. You've still got a really good time there on the board that's going to be very difficult to go and beat and navigate from about half a dozen cars.
100%. And the other thing as well is, you're right, if you're inside the top 5, then you can then spend the rest of the qualifying session working on other things like race setup, or maybe doing a longer run and seeing how the car handles on different fuel loads or that sort of thing. Because once you're secure within the top 5, you don't need to stress about ultimate one-lap pace anymore.
I certainly agree, and that is something that we are going to be seeing. For example, the 88 car, as we focus on the 554 of Kenneth Latta, making his charge over towards the line right now, on the brakes in towards Murray's, 2 minutes on the clock, and a bit of spare change trying to make that drive. It's a short drive here to the line. That's a 205.1 there, which is good enough for a bit of an improvement, actually, there to 24th position out there at the moment in qualifying. But focus is going to be on how you find a half a tenth, because it stayed that way, half a tenth of a second, for the last 15 minutes or so, Reese. And those teams on the outside looking in, like Premier, Drop Bear, Synergy, United, Falcon Racing, you could say on top of that as well, they're all just going to be chomping at the bit. Where do you find a tenth or a half a tenth around there on the laps? Emily Jones puts the McLaren Shadow car to 11th fastest there, a 204.575, so another position of security then for Emily and the team.
Yeah, every time I think about, where will you be able to find a tenth around this circuit in the dying minutes of a qualifying session, I just can't come up with an answer, because there's so many places around this track where a slight little difference in your driving style, turn-in point, braking point, whatever, it can characterize the entire rest of the lap. So the drivers will certainly be searching, I think, for a bit more traction. The most time that you can gain is, of course, down these long straights, which means you need to nail the exit of Forest Elbow and Hell Corner. But you also got to have a car that's nice and stable across the top, that responds to you well. We've already seen drivers come a cropper a few times across the top this weekend. Blake Neck coming to the end of a lap here in the 380, that V3 racing machine. And this is going to be a mid 205 there for Blake Neck. And unfortunately, only a few hundredths away from an improvement. And I think that's going to be a story we see across most of the field. Drivers giving it their best and only just coming even.
Yeah, Lockie, that team there that Blake Neck's driving for might be at a little disadvantage by the team name. He's driving for V3 Racing. I think he needs 5 more cylinders.
Oh, God.
Well played there, Jake. I'll give you that one.
Well, getting given that one is certainly well. But Lockie, you know, we're in a position now where, you know, your final 13 minutes. How do you approach these final 13 minutes? You're only going to get a couple of one-lap runs to sort it all out, because, you know, an out lap here is going to be 2 minutes, and then you've got 2 minutes for an in lap, so that's 6 minutes. You've only realistically got 2 runs to get it all sorted.
Yeah, so again, it probably depends on where you are. So if you're secure inside the top 15 at this point, and I'm thinking that if you're in the top 5, then you can probably be rest assured that you're fairly safe. Then you might be working on doing a longer run, maybe swapping drivers, getting both of the drivers some time in the car. If you're a bit further down the order and you expected that you would be in the top 15, then right now you're doing everything you can to try and go as fast as you can. And there are a few cars that probably would have expected to be in the top 15 that are not there. Shane Van Gisbergen and Richie Stanaway, they're down in 21st position at the moment. And I have to say that their qualifying performances throughout the Endurance series so far for V8SCOPS have not been all that crash hot. They started outside the top 10 in both the Imola and the Phillip Island races. They had some pretty decent performances in the races, but didn't really get the results to go with it. They had a engine failure at Imola, and then at Phillip Island they got excluded because Richie Stanaway exceeded the maximum permissible number of laps in the car. And tomorrow, when we get into race mode, we'll be talking a lot more about regulations as far as driver distance and pit stop strategies and all of the other factors go. But right now it's all about ultimate one lap pace, and the number 10 Falcon Racing Commodore doesn't have enough to get into the top 15 at the moment. 2 minutes 5.0, the best time for that car. They need to find another couple of tenths of a second to vault themselves up into the top 15.
They absolutely do, and this is looking like gearing up for a big attempt then from Richie Stanaway. And this is going to be, if you're going to find it, it's going to have to be pretty soonish. We've seen the 22 Trans-Tasman car move up to 5th fastest in the session, just 2 3/4 tenths of a second behind where is needed at this point in time, as Stanaway takes the ride, then up the mountain straight here. Goes up, it goes down, it goes all around as you head towards Griffin's Bend, turn number 2, out on track. You're always fighting for as much grip as the car can give you, and that is pretty nice. A lot of curb though on the exit. It's going to be a little cause for concern, a slight bit of washing from Richie Stanaway at that stage, Reese, but as they come to the mountain, I'm sure that they're going to be wanting to reach the top 15, but it does show you that it's all about time, and real world effort does give you a lot of that element. But in sim racing terms, you know, you're going to have drivers here who are going to be practicing for 3, 4, 5 weeks trying to get themselves that top 15.
Yeah, that's the big difference between sim and real-life competition. Interesting to see the Altus Esports car stop there across the top. Yeah, the time available to drivers for testing and all of that sort of thing. One of the major differences between virtual racing and real-world racing. You know, in the real world, you have to worry about booking a track, paying for the facilities and the use of them, and then getting all of your resources out there. And at the end of it, you only have a few hours of actual track time in a day. On the sim, you can just load up the car and track. You can determine the conditions, so you can practice for any kind of weather that's available in the sim, and away you go for as long as you like. And certainly shows in a lot of the primarily sim drivers that we see. There's quite a few drivers here that mix sim and real life competition, but the drivers that do majority on the sim, they are experts at getting the maximum out of their car over the course of 18 hours of pre-qualifying, many more hours of setup work in the weeks preceding. Richie Stanaway to the end of this lap. Is this going to be an improvement for the number 10? No. No, it's not. Still remaining outside the top 20. This qualifying session not going their way.
Or this might be them pulling it over to one side. So they're going to go, okay, one more round, and we'll try and figure it out. So a little bit of a reset, not necessarily a reset back to pits, but a reset of the mind from Richie Stanaway. It didn't work. We're going to have to go again, aren't we? Yeah, you're going to have to go again. But this is going to be a really interesting battle for the top 15. That's going to be our focus from now to the end. You've got Emily Jones out there. She's driving for the McLaren Shadow at this stage. She's got about 0.3 of a second on the group, and it's really interesting, Lockie, when you consider right now is actually we've just seen the Drop Bear car move up from 17th to 14th fastest. Corey McFarlane behind the wheel has just dropped the 909 from the shootout.
And so that, yes, that's exactly right. So that comes at the expense of Kyle George, who now drops back to 16th position, which means the number 18 Trans-Tasman entry Kurt Stenberg and Lee Ellis now finds itself on the bubble. No, it doesn't, because another driver's just improved as well and moved that car back. So we're starting to see the Hollywood numbers come in. So it's now going to be Corey McFarlane who is on the bubble. I'm just trying to work out who it was that improved.
It's Kobe Jones.
Kobe Jones. Okay, so Kobe Jones, who was back in 18th position, has moved up to position number 14 now. So, yeah, a few shuffles within the top 15 in these dying stages, which I think you would have to say is to be expected. It's typically what happens in the qualifying session here at Mount Panorama. And just to come back to the point that Reece was making about testing as well, a lot of tracks you can't test at in the real world. Like here at Mount Panorama, it's a public road for most of the year. There's only 5 weekends when motorsport activity is allowed to occur. So unless it's one of those 5 weekends, on the simulator is the only opportunity that you get to do laps around the mountain.
Reece, we need to talk about this right now. The track's dropped 1 degree of temperature. That's why we're seeing time starting to fall.
Yeah, I noticed that a few minutes ago. Was going to try and find a way to bring it up, but here we are. Just a degrees difference in track temperature gives the drivers a bit of a sniff at what they can do in the dying minutes of this session. Let's see how much of a shuffle there is. The 208's just gone back up to 20th place with a big improvement from Chris Coxhead, but still not going to be enough to get them into the shootout. We've got plenty of drivers out there on laps at the moment, like this guy, Kurt Stenberg, just locking up into Forest Elbow. He's going to have to abandon that lap. Oh, the 18th is just outside the bubble. All Kurt Stenberg needs to do is find 100th of a second, and he and Lee Ellis are in the shootout, but they have got the pack chomping at their heels behind.
Now, the question here, Lockie, I want to ask is what time do you think is safe at this stage? Altus Esports 024 is on a 204.6 at the moment. That is 13th fastest, and it's a low 204.8 that is good enough at this stage, as it's 205 flat from Aaron Dodd coming over start-finish line. What is a safe time in your mind that gets you into the shootout?
Probably 204.3, I would say. It's going to be safe at this stage. That's sort of around the 6th, 7th or 8th position range at the moment. But with the track temperature coming down, and it's just fallen again, it's back now to 51.7 degrees. It could be able to see a bit more of an improvement in the lap times in the closing stages of this session. So you might see people going out and going for one final run in search of some ultimate pace and performance.
Speaking of ultimate pace and performance, that's the 201 of Andrew Gilliam there, Reece, who's just gone 2nd fastest.
Yeah, my goodness, Andrew Gilliam again. We expected him to set the timing screens alight here at Bathurst. It's one of the places where I first noticed Andrew Gilliam and his great control of these cars just a couple of years ago, strutting his stuff out there once again over the curb. And coming up to the end of this lap, is it going to be an improvement on his 204.077? Can he get into the 203s? Oh,
No.
he just misses out, and that is a tenth slower than his quickest time so far. Actually, a bit less than a tenth,
Ooh.
but still not an improvement. Is up to 16th, the 89.
Yeah, absolutely. Just on the wrong side. And we talk about fine margins here in qualifying. This is the finest of them all. 4,000ths of a second says you're not getting up there at the moment. Wayne Burke, that 89 car, it's classified to 707. They might get a penalty for their number. I'm not sure whether they're supposed to be running the 707. So that ultimately, for them, is a whole heap of trouble. They've got to find another lap. And let's not forget as well here, Lockie, that when the timer expires, that's not the end of qualifying. They are allowed to finish any lap they start or the checkered flag comes out.
That's correct. So that's fairly standard procedure for qualifying. So the mad rush for those teams that are outside the top 15 to have one final shot at improving their lap times in the closing stages of this session again, especially with the track temperature starting to come down at this point. This is the point where the track temperature will be at its optimal levels. And one of the problems, though, is going to be traffic management, and we can see that at the moment with a few cars on out laps, a few cars on inner laps, and a few cars on hot laps. Finding clear track, getting an unimpeded run, that's going to be a big issue that a lot of these teams are going to have to contend with.
Oh, they certainly are. Aaron Borg in the 27 is searching for a lap time. Do not expect this one to be massive, making a run to the line. It's not going to be a top 15 challenger. It is a 2:05.9, currently 50th position out there at the moment. That's a good improvement. Goes to 45th fastest with that one, so 5 extra places. It's actually 2 rows on the grid, so you definitely take those with a pinch of salt as they go through. But 3 minutes, and this is where your contenders become important. So cars we're expecting to be challenging. You got DPR, Altus, United, and Dropback. Those are the cars that are going to be potentially on the bubble, looking at trying to hold their places. Those behind, the Synergy 89, the Trans-Tasman 18, the 909 United Synergy, the 08 Premier, the 88 Synergy, and you could even say the likes of the 208 Jinx and the 95 Synergy are all going to be there trying to jump in. Corey McFarlane absolutely fanging it up the mountain right now here, Reese, as Simone Maria Marcheno tries to definitely descend down the mountain.
Indeed he does. It's going to be a tough one here for the 024, trying to keep themselves within the bubble for that top 15 shootout. Evolution Racing Team number 43 with Marcelo Rivera at the wheel, just going up to 29th, breaking into the top 30. But it is going to be this area around P15 that we're keeping a very close eye on here. Marcheno getting a good draft there from the 88. Brendan Hobson at the wheel. Let's see if he can pull it off here through the final sector. Very hard on the brakes into the chase, just kissing the curbs on the inside, keeping the car nice and stable out on the exit. It's looking like a strong lap here from Simone Maria Marcheno. Can he pull it off? One more corner to go. Maybe a bit early turn in there into Murray's. That might compromise him at the end. Oh dear, 2:04.6. And that is just a slight improvement there for them.
It's one place, though. It gives them a buffer, the Phoenix Smokers DPR team. Now, you look behind at Brenton Hobson there as McFarlane goes through the final corner. That's the 143 car that's third fastest overall, giving them a tow on this lap. They want another car in the shootout. They are going to use all the resources available at Synergy to make that a reality. There is Emily, that's Josh Muggleton behind the wheel, of the 51, sliding it through that section of track, and that will be the 51's day done. Going through, they will go no higher than 11th in this session, as we've just seen the 18 here jump up into 12th fastest, Lockie.
And that comes at the expense of the 862 Corey McFarlane entry, which now falls back to 16th position and outside of the shootout. So Kobe Jones, 2:04.7. Now on the bubble. We've got just over half a minute remaining in this session. We're looking at the Rick Kuznetsov Premier Racing Team Mustang that he's sharing with Sebastian Tixier, and that is his session done. The number 08 car is headed pit side as well. So a few drivers probably out of fuel at this stage, you would imagine, and with no chance of improving their lap time. Lots of cars heading back to the pits, having a look around the track to try and pick up any cars that might be on flying laps. Well, here's Jackson Sousa and Harlow He doesn't have to worry about being in the top 15 shootout because he's well and truly inside and sitting in position number 3 at the moment. So it could just be a shootout for a personal lap for the 143 machine, which has been one of the standout performers in the opening 2 rounds of the V8SCOPS endurance races. Second place outright of both Imola and Phillip Island, and Jackson Susan Harlow, one of the very talented young racers of the Australian sim racing scene, coming through to complete what will be his final flying lap of the session, with the checkered flag now waving on this one.
He is, but he was towing Hobson all the way. It's a 2:04.9 though, it's not enough. So even with the efforts of Jackson Susan Harlow, it's not going to happen for Synergy. They've only got one up there at this point in time. It's going to be a nervous wait for the number 2 United team, as they hope that it's going to work. McFarlane, 2:04.9, couldn't get it done, as Corey Shepherd will be okay at the moment in 10th position. And the cars keep ticking over. Glenn Postlethwaite currently 23rd at this stage, with Synergy's making a run for the final corners, drifting and spinning it over the line. And that does not work. Then going towards it, Corey Shepherd is going to bring the car into the pits. Cameron Jones is going to stay out then, as Damien Johnston takes a aggressive line into the pits then. So Cameron Jones for Sentry. Is this going to be improvement? Because this will be overall position on this one. That's a 2:05.5. 42nd only at this moment in time. So not enough at this stage to get it done. But the nervous wait that has gone through as drivers all look to try and get themselves over the line. Like Tyler Blackburn coming to the line, Blake Nett. There's Josh Anderson, 6th position, and can be happy with the times that have been set out there overall. Remember, there's also sorts running for the shootout as well. And a very, very good bit of work has been done up and down the order. But it looks like it is pretty much all sorted out then when it comes to qualifying. In comes 72, knowing that they have just done enough. But my goodness me, Reese, that would have been a nervous wait for the number 2 team, who just managed to get themselves into the top 15.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kobe Jones, he's had a bit of a tough run in the V8SCOPS Support Series, so I think this will be a good way for him to get his weekend back on track, running that time just good enough to get into the top 10. Only a 10th separating it, as this is the top 10 at the moment. And I mean, Sperry, you can see that we are in for one heck of a shootout session, because if these times are close, it's going to be even more intense in the top 15.
Yeah, Logitech G Altus Esports then give themselves the final run out there as they go through. Pursuit Sim Racing 201 second, and it's the 143 Synergy Sim Racing JK Signs racing car, then 3rd overall. Holdens are 7 of the top 10 and 6 of the top 7, with the Altus 088, the Trans-Tasman 22, the Trans-Tasman 1, and the Pursuit Sim Racing 3 there in 7th position. Trans-Tasman Racing 28 manages to get 8th place, with the Evolution Racing Team 117 and the Premier Racing Team 017 rounding out the top 10. So some great works, but top 15, Lockie, that's where it's at. And the importance of that top 15, McLaren Shadow, Trans-Tasman, Altus, Phoenix Smokers DPR, and United Sim Sports sneaking in at the 11th hour.
Yeah, well, plenty of big players within that top 15, and very much looking forward to the top 15 shootout that's coming up a bit later on. And there's always the teams that are going to be disappointed, those who have just missed out. And Corey McFarlane in the 862, he was the man that got bundled out of the spot in the shootout in the dying stages. Wayne Burke in 17th. Kyle George was in the top 15 for a while, but ended up getting shuffled back to 18th position in the 909 United Synergy Sim Racing machine that he's sharing with Jordan Sinney. The Premier Racing Team 08 car, Rick Kuznetsov and Sebastian Tixier in 19th. Brenton Hobson in at position number 20 aboard the number 88 car.
Yeah, and you've certainly seen all of that make a whole heap of change. Reese, you've seen 21 through 30, and they're going to be starting in those positions for the race tomorrow.
Yeah, the HJR Jinx Shifters team, the 208 and 209 lining up 21st and 22nd. The 95 Sim Sport was in contention for the top 15 early on, but they just could not get the pace to stay inside the top 20. And Glenn Postlethwaite setting a time good enough for 24th on the grid tomorrow. That Falcon Racing entry of Shane Van Gisbergen and Richie Stanaway, they would have been hoping for better from that session. And on top of that, they've also got to deal with a pit lane start for tomorrow if the penalties are anything to go by. Shane Van Gisbergen getting a penalty for impeding contact and re-entry on Wade Sheedy. That's a pit lane start and a 30-point penalty. And then SVG Eggs escaped without permission, so that's a further 10 points to that team's tally taken off. So it's going to be a very tough one for Van Gisbergen and Stanaway tomorrow. Castrol, Evolution, DPR, XCM, and Evolution round out the top 30.
That's massive for Van Gisbergen and Stanaway. So a couple of the big players, the Van Gisbergen Stanaway car and also the Simon Feigl and Ryan Wood car, a couple of teams that you would have expected to be major contenders that are going to be starting Stone Bubbles last tomorrow.
They are, and that's going to be a huge amount of hurt for them. There's two more Synergy JK sign cards, the 033 and the 30 there, 31st and 32nd. ANZ Motorsports number 9. We'll see how they'll climb through the field. They'll be looking for a top 20 as a target with the likes of the simrace.com DPR 73 Pursuit. They're looking pretty solid as well. They're 35th. You can look back the likes of the Analytical Race on Aussie Sports Car, the United Synergy 027, and there is the Race on Aussie Sports Machine, the 009 in 40th position. We'll keep cycling on back then towards those, the likes of Century Motorsport, V3 Racing. We said needed 5 more cylinders, 41st. They will be starting here for this one, the Drop Bear HRS car. They're in 46th along as well with the likes of the 099 Middle Finger Racing team. They'll be looking to put one up there today over the course of the race. And going all the way back there to Premier Racing Team 312, ANZ number 7, and then the Logitech G Altus Esports car, which failed to get a time on the board, starting from the very back. What we're going to do for you, though, as part of your SCOPS 1000 coverage here today, is just take a little breather after that hour's worth of work. We're going to come back with a little bit more action for you after this. You're watching Super Saturday here with us at SimSpeed TV.
Yeah, so we're using the VRS Direct Force Pro this year. We have a wheel adapter right here, so I'm using the rim I used last year, but the motor right here produces a lot of power, a lot of precision, and it helps me, just feel the car more, feel the car a lot quicker, especially, this week we're at Sonoma. I can feel it, when it hits the curbs, any little change in the car, the wheel reacts a lot quicker than your typical gear-driven or belt-driven wheel. For example, if you're on oval and the rear tires break loose, force feedback on it corrects a lot quicker than your typical wheels. There's no resistance pretty much as far as being able to make quick corrections on the wheel. So all that, paired with how precise the wheel itself is, it makes it to where it helps you as a driver, to find that extra hundredth or thousandths of a second. So when you're getting a direct drive wheel, especially the VRS wheel, it's heavy duty. It's got good weight to it, it's not a plastic toy. Feels like you can really beat up on it. A lot of people have issues with their plastic gear-driven wheels just kind of breaking after a couple years. This thing just feels like it can go forever. The forces are really strong where if you might have to let go of the wheel if you get into the wall. You can adjust all that with the settings on it and stuff, but the wheel itself doesn't play around. It's got way more strength than you could ever need, and that's what makes it good, that you can adjust that down to whatever the car needs. So initially you'll be able to get the controller box and the motor together, and eventually you will be able to add a rim onto that option. They'll also be including a button plate on it to put on the rim to have all sorts of different buttons and functionality. Also, pedals are coming, so that's a pretty big deal as well. Hasn't been covered too much, but the goal is to also have pedals to go along with the Direct Force Pro. So that's pretty exciting. The wheel feels good. You know, it feels very much like a real world steering wheel. You just kind of feel like what you would imagine the car to feel like. You know, a real steering wheel in a car is very smooth, it's very direct, very quick, and that's what this wheel feels like.
Travis Pastrana here. iRacing, Climbing the Clouds, Mount Washington Hill Climb available now. Check it out.
Hey everyone, the USF 2000 is a blast to drive now, and here's your chance to learn it quickly. From my tutorial, VRS created a free bonus track guide for the Laguna Seca circuit, where you can learn exactly what I do in every corner to improve your lap times and get faster on track. You'll learn how to easily recognise brake markers, you'll find out which curbs to attack and which ones to avoid, you'll know when to use the full track and when a sequence of corners requires a compromise, and you'll learn how hard to brake and when to lift. The VRS quick reference track maps are available free to download and delivered each week to your inbox. The entire global MX-5 series is available, as well as bonus maps like this one and many more. So if you're a new racer, or a veteran, or just anyone who wants to learn how to get faster sooner, the VRS track guides are for you. Just hit the link or button on screen and get yours today.
Are you spending a lot of time looking for setups and struggling for faster lap times? Are you tired of searching online for answers? Would you like to get setups, analysis and tutorials from some of the best sim racers in the world like Ralph Alla, Mitchell de Jong, Martin Krunker, Josh Rogers and many more? If so, virtualracingschool.com is the answer you've been looking for. VRS data packs provide hot laps from our professional coaches for you to analyse and replicate. They provide tutorials that walk you through the fastest laps and what the pros did to achieve the best times. And they provide the setups you need to ensure your car is competitive in both oval and road racing. If you're ready to get faster and reach more podiums sooner than later, just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a free account today.
Hey everyone, the USF 2000 is a blast to drive now, and here's your chance to learn it quickly. From my tutorial, VRS created a free bonus track guide for the Laguna Seca circuit, where you can learn exactly what I do in every corner to improve your lap times and get faster on track. You'll learn how to easily recognise brake markers, you'll find out which curbs to attack and which ones to avoid, you'll know when to use the full track and when a sequence of corners requires a compromise, and you'll learn how hard to brake and when to lift. The VRS Quick Reference track maps are available free to download and delivered each week to your inbox. The entire global MX-5 series is available, as well as bonus maps like this one and many more. So if you're a new racer, or a veteran, or just anyone who wants to learn how to get faster sooner, the VRS track guides are for you. Just hit the link or button on screen and get yours today.
Fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction. He's going around the outside. Both of them. Maloney.
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up to him.
Oh my God. Oh, big crash. Oh my goodness. Half the field's going to get rolled.
Second very close. These guys I want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go.
Oh no.
That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my God.
God, what?
Welcome back to SimSpeed TV, and we bring you the final round of the RacingSims.co.nz Trucking Legends. It's been a fantastic season over the past 12 rounds of V8SCOPS as part of the support series we run for each and every round. Tonight we wrap up the season, which Daniel Stevens leads by a country mile. We get ready to crown him as series champion, but tonight got one last chance for a few different drivers to try and take a victory away from him in this final round. My name is Jay Kennedy. Joining me in just a moment's time will be Scott Fountain for this race. But it should be a fantastic showing over a 20-minute race, the longest race these drivers will do throughout the season. Every round previous to this was only a 10-minute race, so a 20-minute race to finish it off. Double the length, double the intensity, and what will sure to be double the action. We got on screen, that is Aaron Russell and Ashley Lear working together for Talk Inc. They were the top runners last round out at Phillip Island, along with Brenton Hobson. Apologies for the couple of technical issues I've been having over the past couple of minutes as we get them sorted and get ready to get racing action underway. As I said, 2 minutes left in this qualifying session. At the moment, Aaron Russell and Ashley Lear lead the way in qualifying. Brett Loxton currently finds himself in third position. Reese Harnell in fourth. Two familiar names that you will see out there as well. Reese Gardner, who's jumped out of the commentary box and jumps into the race here for Trucking Legends. Biggest field we've seen in the Trucking Legends so far this season. I think we've got 17 or 18 cars, which will be a very, very good showing here at the mountain with these Legends cars. If you're unfamiliar with these cars, based on, or what the Aussie racing cars were based on. Running the Ford 34 Coupe, running a Yamaha motorcycle engine. That is a big, big wreck through turn 2. You guys didn't quite make it through that incident there, so it's still another track blockage up the mountain as well. Ashley there and Aaron Russell have come together. Top. This is Chris Coxhead though. He makes his run up the mountain and tries to see whether he can improve on his current time, which actually he's got no time registered at the moment, so we're hoping he can post a time on the board at all as the sun comes out. And we get a little bit of sunlight late in the afternoon. Of course, this track evolution from what we saw in the running just previous of the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 qualifying session. 53 cars out on track. Track got very, very hot, but this is now later in the day. Track is cooled, now only 26 degrees. Two drivers coming in to try and complete their one and only lap. Checkered flag flies. Reese Harnell will be the first driver out of this group to make a run to the line and post a lap time. Current best of a 2:36.1. Doesn't need too much to, sorry, needs to find nearly a second. I've missed the minute at the second at the front there. But he does need to find about 0.8 of a second to gain over Brett Loxton, currently in second position. See if he can improve on his time. He won't be able to. A little bit slower at the end. Go next to Reese Gardner for Fusion Sim Racing. Time from him, he'll jump into position number 4. He's had a very, very solid season. Should take third in the championship overall as Shane Best has a moment at the back of the field. What Brett Loxton can do, no, he won't improve on his lap. And the last driver to post the time will be Tom O'Connor for the Penske Racing Shops NZ outfit. And with the qualifying session being done, all that Daniel Stevens have to do is cross the line to finish this race, and he will win the championship. As Scott Fountain's finally been able to jump in the comms box. Been a bit of a battle to get you in, but welcome along. You've joined at just the right time as we get ready to get this race underway.
And there we go. Yes, apologies for being a bit delayed. Had to get a few resources sorted on my end first. But yeah, no, going to be a great race for this. Looking forward to the top 15 shootout after we finish this one. And yeah, certainly be a little bit of a handful to drive one of these little legends around this big, awesome circuit.
100%. This is our starting grid for the final round of the Trucking Legends component of the V8SCOPS Support Series, presented by RacingSims.co.nz. Aaron Russell will start the final race on pole alongside his teammate in Ashley Lear. Those two were dominant last round as well, picking up a first and third at Phillip Island. Brett Loxton will start this one from third position alongside Reese Gardner. Then Reese Harnell will start from fifth position with Tom O'Connor in sixth. We've got Sean Thompson and Aaron Gilbert next on row number 4. Actually, there's a change in position there.
Just a change, yeah.
Yeah, Dan Stevens has caught me out there, so he's jumped into fifth position. Reese Harnell in sixth. And seventh now will be Tom O'Connor, Sean Thompson, Aaron Gilbert and Matt Stevens rounding out the top 10. Ben Christensen won't be in the race control, but we still run him in the RC number because he drives the safety car in the V8SCOPS Support Series. So he'll start from 11th. Nick Skrayev, who will pick up second in the championship, the way that it is travelling at the moment, starting from 12th. Chris Coxhead, Mark Noble, Shane Best and Anthony Green, the last of the drivers to complete lap times. Sam Stride and Corey Kitchen will also take to the grid, but they did not complete a lap in qualifying.
Yeah, well, pretty close times there, really, for these particular cars. Not really a car that people go in and do plenty of laps on week to week, I don't think, and certainly a great class to have in this V8SCOPS Support Series. And yeah, it should be a pretty good race, I think.
100%. It's been a really, really enjoyable series. Throughout the 12 rounds of V8SCOPS we've had so far. The Support Series continues after we complete Bathurst, with both the V8s and Flat 6s running solo at the next 2 rounds, and then they'll both run together at the final round at Road America from memory. I haven't got the schedule in front of me. I'm working off memory here, and my memory doesn't quite work too good at the best of time. We get ready for the race to start as soon as all 18 cars hit the grid, we will get this race underway. 20 minutes of racing. As we said, the longest race we've had for these guys for the entirety of the season. Every other race this season has been 10 minutes. We've seen lots of action, lots of passing, lots of drafting. And around Mount Panorama, what a perfect place to have all of those things happen. These things can go side by side across the top of the mountain as well. So that should be very, very interesting to see if we do have that happen.
Yeah, it certainly will be. I reckon we could almost get 3 of them wide going across the mountain if you're any good. But certainly drafting's going to play a big part in this race. And certainly if you make a little mistake in one of these cars on tarmac, and they're quite hard to catch at times, so I'm sure we will see plenty of action coming over the hill there.
Waiting for a couple of drivers to hit to the grid. We've got 1 minute left to get this race underway, but we need to thank racingsims.co.nz for their support of V8SCOPS Support Series. Been a fantastic season with them alongside us on Friday nights, and for the first time on Saturday as part of the V8SCOPS Support Series schedule here at Mount Panorama Bathurst for the Bathurst 1000, which tomorrow is going to be a huge day of broadcasting. We'll be live from 11 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. It feels like it's going to roll around way too quick tomorrow morning, but it should be a load of fun. And if you're up really, really early and excited for Bathurst Day, we'll be here for the iRacing Grand Prix Series as well in the McLaren MP430s at Monza, which should be absolutely fantastic as well. Fonty, you'll be there for that one?
Yes, I sure will be, yep. It should be another great race for that series. Plenty of action goes on there. So lots of broadcasting tomorrow for us here at SimSpeed, and the big main event starting from 1 p.m. my time. So I'm certainly looking forward to that. And if it was anything to go by last year's race, certainly going to be having an exciting time.
Very clean jump as we are away for this 20-minute mini enduro. 20 minutes seems like a short race, but when you're driving these cars that don't drive the best at the best times, it is a tough old ask to get out there for 20 minutes. But Aaron Russell has got it already out to a second lead, as Ashley Lee did get a little bit squirrely on the exit of Hell Corner. Is now side by side between he and Brett Loxton in the second row back in that group. Reese Gardner and Dan Stevens side by side as Loxton and Lear touch wheels, and that unsettles Ashley Lear, but what a save from him. And Reese Gardner says, thank you, I'll take that spot. No, can't quite get past Brett Loxton.
There we go. So, big moment there for Ashley, and they're nearly side by sides. Ashley manages to just hold on to that one. Reese Gardner has moved through to 4th place. Then Brett Loxton just behind him.
And Reese Harnell was trying to also defend from Tom O'Connor just behind. You can see that 222 with the Goodyear sponsorship, that Reese Harnell. He had Tom O'Connor in the 414 trying to get through, but couldn't quite do so. Sean Thompson also involved. A few of the guys that we saw earlier on racing in the V8 in the support series, as that's Ashley Lear.
Oh, there we go. Massive crash.
Big crash.
Whoa, yeah. And that's what I was expecting earlier. These cars, they just come around in the back end, and some of them have made it through there all right. We've got Reese Harnell. He was pretty badly twisted up there. Went over a few times. He's managed to get the car out. It does kind of look half straight, but I'm sure it doesn't drive that well.
Now, I don't know if this is the mother of all commentators' curse, but I said during qualifying, all Dan Stevens needed to do was cross the line and he'd win the championship. I feel bad if this means that he doesn't get to do that, but we'll get a virtual racing school replay and see exactly what happened.
Yeah, it probably does, mate. It's disappointing to see. We couldn't quite get through lap 1, but was to be expected, especially going down through that difficult part there. It was very tough, and these guys probably don't practice that often in these cars, so lap 1's always a big challenge in any car. But it'll be a little bit more interesting to drive.
3 wide down the front straight. You've got Sam Stride Nick Scrayev and Shane Best in this one, as Shane Best didn't quite turn for the corner, goes straight ahead, makes contact with Sam Stride, and then on the rejoin he's going around again. So second spin as they're into the pits, pit lane getting busy. We've got Harnell, Noble, Lear and Reese Gardner all in the pits. So I have to say, Sam Stride done a great job from the start. He started at the back of the field with no qualifying time. He's already up into 8th position, so what a start from Sam Stride to make so many positions early on.
Yeah, all he had to do was start to travel, and he's moving his way up there. Still a bit of time left to go, 16 and a half minutes, so plenty of time for him to make his way up. Next car in front of him is probably about 3 seconds up the road.
Okay, should be able to potentially close up to the back of Chris Coxhead, or maybe gain spots if a few other drivers come together at the front ahead of him. We were on board there with Matt Stevens in the number 40. He tries to get past Sean Thompson in the 092. We saw Sean racing last night in the Porsches, the flat sixes. Didn't quite have the best outing, so he'll be looking for a bit of redemption. He did not race in the race today. He was out there as the reserve safety car driver, and thankfully we didn't need him to head out on the track for that. But Ben Christensen, who was the main safety car driver, did make quite a few appearances. I'll tell you what, Sean Thompson drives like that, he might find himself needing the safety car himself.
Yeah, that battle just behind there of Ben Christensen and Aaron Gilbert is also heading up as well. A nice move there by Ben Christensen at the previous corner, just coming down here into the chase.
Aaron Gilbert, of course, leading the V8 Championship, as there's contact between Stevens and Thompson. I don't think Sean Thompson will be too happy with that. Fairly heavy contact between he and Thompson there, and no redressing of position either. But that was a fairly hefty whack there, and I'm surprised that there wasn't a redress. Wasn't hey, let me back through. And what this has done, it's brought Christensen and Gilbert in their little battle up to them as well. And also closing in is Chris Coxhead, who is the second fastest car out on track at the moment. The only car faster than Chris Coxhead at the moment is Aaron Russell, who is miles in front.
Yeah, and let's be honest, Aaron probably practiced all week for this race.
I can confirm. You saw the message too. He did say, hey, do we want to race tonight? Because he only realised it was on about an hour and a half ago. So he probably did practice that whole hour and a half.
Yeah. Oh, he's a good peddler in real life as well as on a sim. Yeah, doing a fantastic job out front. But yeah, certainly Chris Coxhead, fantastic driver. We see him out there in V8SCOPS, see him in a lot of official stuff, and he's always sort of thereabouts. And yeah, he certainly punch out a good time on a good day. So yeah, certainly keep an eye out for him for the next 13 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yep, he did just get past Aaron Gilbert. So these three guys will all be in conversation with each other, all part of the Henry James Racing outfit. So they'll all be racing different cars the remainder of the weekend. Aaron Gilbert not taking part in the 1000, but Ben Christensen and Chris Coxhead will both be taking part in the Bathurst 1000 tomorrow. Didn't make the shootout this year, unfortunately, did these guys. We've seen Chris Coxhead on the podium in the Bathurst 1000 before, so he'll be looking to try and do that again. This year will be the first time that he'll be driving with someone other than Liam Wild out of the entire previous 7 runnings of the Bathurst 1000.
Really? Wow, that's yeah, will be certainly pretty interesting for him. Here we go. There's big drafting going on down here. Right on that back bumper. He's almost pushing him. He is pushing him. Oh, love that shot.
See if
don't push him off the end of the straight, eh?
push your teammate straight ahead at the chase and loop him around as he goes to turn it in. Both going to be able to pull it up though. Good bit of driving from both drivers. Interesting that while decent hit there. Interesting while they were bump drafting that Sean Thompson and Matt Stevens were able to pull away from them at the front. So bump drafting may not be the best policy out there for these guys. As Reese Gardner's jumped back in the booth because he's slammed the door behind him. He's not been too happy with how his race has gone. We'll catch up with him later. But
yes, you will.
he didn't have too good a run. Sorry for the bad luck, Reese. So we continue on at the front. Aaron Russell just set the fastest lap of the race, but these three here, this is where the battle's at. Actually, this is probably where the battle's at, because Nick Scraev has just got back past Sam Stride. So Scraev, who is second in the championship, is now trying to get himself forward and maybe gain a few more spots.
Yeah, there we go. He's got a little bit of a gap to get up to Aaron Gilbert, however. Yeah, he's going to have to hope for these guys to be battling and slow themselves up, which they are doing pretty well at this stage. So just coming through the cutting here. Really close battle between these three.
Scraev letting Stride go and may not be able to match him for pace. It looked like Stride's last lap may have been a little bit slower due to an incident, so that's maybe why we saw Nick Scraev get back through. But back to this battle between Christensen, Coxhead and Gilbert, as we almost hit halfway through this race already. We're only on lap 4, looking like we'll have an 8-lap race. You sort of feel like something is brewing in this little battle here. You feel like there may be something about to happen, maybe a little misstep and someone running into the back of someone else at the wrong spot.
Yeah, well, look, they look to be pretty solid in the front end. Saw Coxhead there on that last lap serve up, go in front of him, and the car was pretty stable. So, yeah, as what we saw on the first lap, I'm sure we're going to see something exciting before the end.
100% as we're side by side down Conrod Straight. There goes Chris Coxhead, and there we go. There's the contact between them, and around they go. And that is backwards, facing the wrong direction. Ben Christensen and Chris Coxhead did get away from that, but
he did.
I hate to say, I sort of thought that was going to happen.
Yeah, we did just call it. He is missing a few body panels there, however. Yeah, disappointing.
They both just sort of drifted into each other, didn't they? Oh, no,
Yeah,
actually Christensen sort of came across a little bit unsettled coming up over the rise. The cars do get light over the rise there down Conrod Straight, so we might give him a little bit of slack, but in saying that, what's the golden rule of racing? Don't take out your teammate.
Don't take out your teammate.
Yeah, that's what he's just done.
Yeah. Oh, he might get a talking to afterwards, I reckon. This is all good fun racing. They're not in it for the championship, I don't believe.
No, they're just out there to enjoy the racing and have some fun and let their hair out from the more serious duties that they often do within this series, being in the race control side of things. They're on board with Sean Thompson.
Oh, whoa, big moment there, a bit further back.
Chris Coxhead. Yeah.
Was it? No, and also Ben Christensen, he just lost it halfway down the straight. I don't know what he was going to do, but big sideways moment there.
Interesting. So, yeah, Coxhead around at Griffin's Bend as Sean Thompson, Matt Stevens continue their fight. And interesting as well, Brett Loxton pulled a second back in on Aaron Russell last lap, and on this lap is also pulled in around about 4/10. So gap at the front is closing, and we may see that close up close enough that Loxton gets some draft, may be able to close it up enough to get himself into the fight for the win. And Sean Thompson just made a little bit of an error across the top of the mountain and lost all of the ground, all of that hard work he'd done earlier. He just lost it all.
Yeah, certainly did. Still going okay though. 7.5 minutes left in the race. Looking back out front, Aaron Russell is just freaking away. Although Brett Loxton is doing a pretty good job. 2.1 seconds from what I can see on my end. Anything could happen.
Just want to give a shout out to Sebastian Murray Westberg, who is watching the broadcast, who knows all too well about taking out your teammate down Conrod Straight, do you not, Seb? Cough, cough, that teammate was me. He took me out well and good in a OSR Dev Series race around about 9 years
that
ago.
must have been, yeah, I was going to say, that must
Yeah,
have been like,
8 years ago, 9 years
black
ago.
and white TV
Yeah, I think
days, mate.
we used to race on black and white screens.
Yeah.
back then,
On the
yeah.
Commodore 64 computer.
That was the closest thing we had to a Commodore in iRacing at that point, when we ran the old
Yeah.
original FG with the Larry bar in the middle. Is Nick's Graham, I tell you what, not too scared to take the old curb through Murray's corner there, launching it up on two wheels. He was gaining on Sam Stride, but lost all of that ground that he'd gained once again. And Ben Christensen is closing in again. Last lap by at the front as well. Brett Loxton, 2/10 faster than Aaron Russell. The gap is 1.7 seconds, so may not be enough time left, but it will only take one mistake for Aaron Russell to lose all of that ground. And Shane Best again at turn one. He's having all sorts of troubles there.
He's having all sorts of troubles, that's for sure. Yes. Yeah, this gap is closing, although it's kind of opening, closing for these guys. Very similar lap times. And yeah, Brett Loxton is a very good driver, and if anyone can do it, Brett can, but he's also got a guy who has raced cars in real life just in front of him. So, yeah, that'll be a bit of a big ask, I think.
Sad thing is you're my teammate as well, so we'll be gloating in our team chat post-race if he does pick up the win, and we'll be gloating if he doesn't.
Yes, that's exactly right.
We'll be gloating, saying, good job, Aaron, if he does lose. So come on, Brett. We're on your side here. What good teammates we are. He is closing in the gap. He's faster on this lap, so he may be able to close, but Matt Stevens is the fastest car out on track at the moment. They're not too far back, so one mistake from either Russell or Loxton. Matt Stevens and Sean Thompson are on for the win here too.
Yeah, they certainly are. A fantastic battle. Yeah, I think that gap for Brett Loxton is gone. It keeps continuing to stretch out. Matt Stevens and Sean Thompson, 4.5 seconds back from the lead of the race. But that battle between themselves is fierce.
Point out that David Haynes apparently met Brett Loxton at KFC in Bathurst. Of course, David Haynes would know to meet sim racers at KFC. The fuel of every sim racer, apparently. Anthony Green gets past Ben Christensen, who's just limping at home to try and finish this race. I'm not going to put the commentator's curse on yet, but Dan Stevens just has to finish this lap to be classified. So Dan Stevens will win the championship if he completes this lap.
There we go. That is fantastic stuff. Great driving from Dan all season, and kept it out of trouble for the most part.
Except for the one race that we've said keep it out of trouble.
Yeah, wow, he's still going to hopefully manage to do it in the first year of the V8SCOPS Support Series.
It's been an awesome series the whole way through. The V8SCOPS Supports have seen some fantastic racing. Cast our minds back to the race at Sebring where the leader hit the wall in the V8s. I believe it was Matt Stevens, who then had to reverse across the line and lost the win while in reverse, crossed the line in second place in reverse gear to try and cross the line to win the race. So that was
fantastic.
That was a pretty cool little moment. We've had some other fantastic moments. The trucks out at Sebring was pretty cool with them racing on the club layout we haven't broadcast on SimSpeed TV for nearly 9 years. It's brought about some really cool moments. So congratulations to Henry and Corey and Ash and everyone behind the scenes of this series. It's been absolutely fantastic with a couple of rounds still to go for the V8s and the Flat 6 Porsches. They'll be on Friday nights of each and every remaining V8SCOPS round, and already started planning for season 2022 of V8SCOPS Supports as well. So fingers crossed it will be back next year as well.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic to see the admin of this particular series doing such a great job. Henry, I know he puts a lot of effort into V8SCOPS as well as this series. and yeah, all of the Oceanic sim racing events that they do. So yeah, congratulations to Henry, and a big thank you to him for the effort that he provides the whole community.
100%. The gap at the front is starting to close again. It is now down to that 1.5. It's closing even more. So Aaron Russell, is he starting to break? Won't take much for Brett Loxton to get into draft range and draft down Conrad Straight. Maybe enough to get him there and potentially steal the win away. Matt Stevens and Sean Thompson also not far away from each other now as well. Nick Skrayev and Sam Stride, these two just keep changing and chopping and changing their little battle within themselves. They've had a few up and downs, and I've just noticed too that commentators curse alive and well. Dan Stevens has had another moment, but he had crossed the line already, so he has passed 75% race distance, which means he is now officially the champion of this series. So congratulations, Dan Stevens. Thoroughly deserved champion he is.
Yes, exactly right. Congratulations, Dan, and yeah, hopefully we see him out here again next year.
Yep, we'll see him tomorrow in the Bathurst 1000. Unfortunately, they'll be starting back in around position 50. They had some issues in the qualifying session, that being Mark Newton for MFR, and he and Mark will start at the back of the field, but I don't think they'll be too dissatisfied with that. They don't mind starting too far back there. I think they're both pretty happy to have made the grid.
Well, I can't make the grid, so, you know.
100%
good on them.
Definitely done one up on you. You didn't make the grid at Phillip Island, so yeah, tougher grid at Bathurst with only 0.3 of a second separating P26 and P50 in pre-qualifying. As the clock now hits 0, this is officially the last lap. And the last lap of a fantastic support season of trucking legends. The Pro 2 truck and the legend cars combined in one championship. It's been absolutely loads of fun. Short, sharp, exciting racing. Aaron Russell going to end up looking like going 2 from 2 with a win at Phillip Island, and he's going to potentially back it up. You know what I'm doing here, don't you, Fondy? You know I'm trying to put the commentator's curse on him, but it doesn't look like it's going to work.
Yeah, no, I think he's just, maybe he heard you and he's just taking it easy so he doesn't put it in the wall on the last turn.
He has got one to go. We'll see if he
Yeah, that's what I mean. Oh, the gap's closing down to half a second. We might see a late dive there from Loxton.
Not quite close enough. Aaron Russell. No. Aaron Russell will pick up the win from Brett Loxton in the trucking legends. Matt Stevens will pick up a 3rd position. Sean Thompson in 4th. Great drive from those top 4 in the end. And Aaron Gilbert will cross the line in 5th. Sam Stride and Nick Skrayev, they're going to have a good drag race to the line. And who's going to get it? You look at the damage to the front of Sam Stride's car, but he's going to be able to hold on by the looks of it. That inside line will be enough, and he will just beat home Nick Skrayev in 6th position. 7th for Skrayev in the end from Sam Stride in 6th. Green and Christensen finish 8th and 9th position. Tom O'Connor will come home in 10th. Shane Best will finish this one in 11th position. And Dan Stevens, well, he's probably not going to cross the line that he would like, in the way he would like. He is the Trucking Legends champion. Congratulations to Daniel Stevens. He's going to slowly bring it across the line and enjoy the championship victory. Or is his car broken? No, he's made it. And now he's got his arms in the air. I can see him on Zoom. He's got his arms in the air. He's pretty excited. If I can actually get this working.
Do us good. He's fist pumping. Good on him.
Yeah,
if
pretty
you
happy.
Can hear us, mate, do us good.
He's gonna try.
Oh, he must have heard my call. There we go. Oh, yep.
He must have been saving another car just so.
Yeah.
So we could get that. But there, congratulations to Dan Stevens. He's picked up the win in the Trucking Legends and thoroughly deserved.
He's loving it out there. Good on him. Well done.
Congratulations to Dan.
Yeah, good sized field of cars tonight as well for this class. Yeah, with some awesome racing. Just a little bit disappointing that we saw that big accident on lap 1. I think it would have been a little bit more heated up throughout the race if we didn't see that. But yeah, either or, it was still a great race and a great race for Dan Stevens there.
Yep, probably not the position you would have wanted to finish, but picks up the championship win in the end anyway. Aaron Russell from Brett Loxton, 1 and 2. Matt Stevens and Sean Thompson, they had a great battle the whole way through, 3rd and 4th. Aaron Gilbert in 5th. Sam Stride in 6th, just ahead of Nick Scrayev. Then we got Anthony Green, Ben Christensen, Tom O'Connor, and over the page to Shane Best, Dan Stevens, finishing in 12th position. Chris Coxhead and Ben Christensen breaking the golden rule of any form of racing, sim or real. Don't hit your teammate. They did that good and proper. Reese Hunnell, Mark Noble, Ashley, and Reese Gardner all unfortunately DNF'd. We're going to take a break. When we come back, it'll be time for what everyone has been waiting for. It is shootout time. Thanks, Fonty, for jumping in. We'll be back very, very soon.
Yeah, so we're using the VRS Direct Force Pro this year. We have a wheel adapter right here, so I'm using the rim I used last year. But the motor right here produces a lot of power, a lot of precision, and it helps me, just feel the car more, feel the car a lot quicker. Especially, this week we're at Sonoma. I can feel it, when it hits the curbs. Any little change in the car, the wheel reacts a lot quicker than your typical gear-driven or belt-driven wheel. For example, if you're on oval and the rear tires break loose, force feedback on it corrects a lot quicker than your typical wheels. There's no resistance pretty much as far as being able to make quick corrections on the wheel. So all that, paired with how precise the wheel itself is, it makes it to where it helps you as a driver, to find that extra hundredth or thousandths of a second. So when you're getting a direct drive wheel, especially the VRS wheel, it's heavy duty. It's got good weight to it, it's not a plastic toy. It feels like you can really beat up on it. A lot of people have issues with their plastic gear-driven wheels just kind of breaking after a couple years. This thing just feels like it can go forever. The forces are really strong where if you might have to let go of the wheel if you get into the wall. You can adjust all that with the settings on it and stuff, but the wheel itself doesn't play around. It's got way more strength than you could ever need, and that's what makes it good, that you can adjust that down to whatever the car needs. So initially you'll be able to get the controller box and the motor together, and eventually you will be able to add a rim onto that option. They'll also be including a button plate on it to put on the rim to have all sorts of different buttons and functionality. Also, pedals are coming, so that's a pretty big deal as well. Hasn't been covered too much, but the goal is to also have pedals to go along with the Direct Force Pro. So that's pretty exciting. The wheel feels good. It feels very much like a real world steering wheel. You just kind of feel like what you would imagine the car to feel like. A real steering wheel in a car is very smooth, it's very direct, very quick, and that's what this wheel feels like.
Racing right now.
He's got traction, he's got rhythm, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taken Anderson! Anderson's up top!
Oh my god! Oh, big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Six very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go. Oh, no. That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh, my God.
God, what?
It's time. It is the moment you have all been waiting for. 15 drivers earlier on today put their team cars into position. Now they only get one lap's opportunity to showcase their pace. It is the shootout at Mount Panorama Bathurst. It is probably the greatest spectacle that we have seen, and it's one which I'm sure all of you are there and ready for the ride. Jake Sperry, Reese Gardner, Lockie Mansell here for every element of fun and thrill. The thrills and spills that are here are going to be absolutely on a limit. And Reese, we talk about this being an important point in the season because there is nothing better than trying to set a flying lap, try and get pole position, and give everything you possibly can on this mountain.
And for sure, this time the drivers are going to be able to give it absolutely everything and then some. We're running the shootout this year in a practice session, which means that the incident rules that usually come with qualifying don't apply. Usually in past shootouts, we've seen a driver get a 0x incident for just tapping a wall across the top of the mountain, and that would invalidate their entire lap. Not so this year. We're going to be seeing drivers pushing all the way out to the very limit in this one. We got 15 teams here in the session ready to go. I cannot wait to see who comes out on top.
I can't wait either. This is going to be incredible to watch at this stage, and the tension and nerves are palpable, Lockie, even from people who are not actually racing. We were seeing Richie Stanaway there in the YouTube going, oh, when's this going on? And, you know, the joke comes in, oh, we can't believe it that all of these support series have pushed back the time of the shootout.
I love it. Well, that serves, yeah, there's comments that I could make about that, but maybe in the interests of the very delicate political framework of the sport, I won't. But it's actually, I've really loved the race format. It's a bit like the real life Bathurst 1000 in that you do have the support classes. We had the flat 6 races yesterday. We've had the V8 support 250k race with the VF Commodores and the Ford FG Falcons earlier today, and of course the legend cars as well. It gives it a real Bathurst 1000 weekend feeling about it, having the support races, and of course it all builds up to what we're used to seeing at the end of the day on Saturday at the real life Bathurst 1000, and that is the shootout. Only in this case, of course, it's 15 cars because it's such a huge field. For the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000, we expand the shootout to 15 cars, and it was a hotly contested qualifying session earlier on. Tiny fractions of a second made all the difference between whether or not you made it into the top 15 shootout. And now, those top 15 drivers, they all get the chance to complete one flying lap with Mount Panorama, the best 6.2 kilometres of racetrack in the country, all to themselves. The pole sitter last year was Madison Down, driver who has the form on the board in qualifying in 2021 as far as the V8SCOPS Enduros go, is James Scott. And we're going to decide who will take pole position for tomorrow's 1,000 kilometre epic in the next half hour or so.
Yeah, they're getting their briefs then from the crew at V8SCOPS, from Simon Black and Michael Korolev, laying down the law as they have done for many a season prior. And this is an important point in time. They're going to be looking to get themselves ready. The first car on track that we do know should be the number 2 United Sim Sports car with Kobe Jones behind the wheels. We take a look at Skyline and the drop down, and you can see that over the years, this has been an incredible racetrack. And Reese, we are pretty much at this stage where it is palpable The tension is there. You're the first car out on track. You've got to set the first benchmark. You don't know how everyone's going to do. You don't know how the track's going to be. It's been completely green as they've gone through. And in sim time, it's about 3:37. Track's a bit colder. It's 42 degrees. It should get easier as this goes on to set times.
Yeah, it should, which means obviously the faster drivers in qualifying going at the end might get even more time out of it. We'll have to wait and see, but out comes Kobe Jones in the number 2. That United Sim Sports machine. Awesome to see Kobe Jones with this team. Yes, it's been a loss for the HJR Jinx Shifters outfit, but I think United have gained a fantastic driver here in Kobe Jones as well, with Hayden Veld, who is in the car with him for the 1000 tomorrow. They just managed to scrape in to that 15th and final position in the shootout. Now it is time for him to capitalize. Just going on the sighting lap at the moment, checking out the grip levels out there on the track, seeing where the grip is. It's going to be intense here for Kobe.
It certainly is. And well, Lockie, very quickly as we head over the top of the mountain, what sort of understanding is Kobe going to have? He knows he's had pace. He knows he's been able to showcase it on a number of occasions so far, but this is the biggest stage so far. He's had that chance to do so. What goes through the mind of a young driver as they head down through Skyline, looking to gear up that lap?
Well, the track temperature's about 10 degrees cooler, Jake, than it was for qualifying earlier on. So I think Kobe Jones will be just assessing the level of grip with the track temperature being so much cooler than it was earlier on. But the other big question, and this is something that all of the drivers are going to have to think about during this shootout, is how aggressively do you attack the warm-up lap to try and build tyre temperature? Track temperature is obviously cooler, so obviously it's probably going to take a bit longer to get the tyres up to their optimum operating temperatures and pressures, so you don't want to go too slowly on the warm-up lap. You do need to attack it fairly aggressively to make sure that you build up enough temperature so that by the time you start your flying lap, you've got the tyres delivering their optimum potential in terms of grip.
Certainly are. We've been seeing drivers go around 70-80% on their outlaps, but let's get things kicked off then. Your shootout starts now, and Kobe Jones, your pace setter, rounding through that final corner, and let's get a lap underway. The lap, you could say, here at Mount Panorama on the brakes through turn number 1. Nice and neat through the corner. Takes a nice bit of curb there on the exit. Doesn't run too far wide and doesn't unsettle too much, and now it's on the boards as they go through towards turn number 2. Griffin's Bend up the hill. The small descent leads to the next rise, this roller coaster section in towards the right-hander, and now you start wondering, okay, first 2 corners out of the way, but the challenge comes from the cutting onwards here, Reese, and this is where you have to gear your lap. The mountain is the most crucial.
It absolutely is. Hook up the power nicely, going uphill through the cutting. Kobe Jones avoids the curb on driver's right, coming up through Reed and Solman, and almost flat out across the top, but you do have to lift in these cars. Just lift off the throttle again. Maybe a tap of the brakes, avoid the curb on the inside, carry as much speed as possible through these left-hand kinks, over the rise of McPhillamy, across the curb, and now down through Skyline and the S's. Maybe a bit too tight of a turn in there for Kobe, but a nice straight run down the hill. Keep the pace up through the dipper. Make sure that you don't overpower the car on the exit. And then Lockie, down on the run to Forest Elbow. This is the most crucial throttle application of the lap.
Yeah, and a few different lines that you can take through Forest Elbow, so it was a fairly tight approach line there for Kobe Jones, but he clipped the exit line nicely, and he was able to get on the power hard and early for the very long run down Commodore Straight, shifting up through the gears as you blast down over the crest in 6th gear. You use the semi-sealed section of road on the left to swing into the chase, and then it's hard under brakes, back down to 2nd gear, into the left-hander.
Yeah.
And staying off the curbs. That's nice and tidy for Kobe Jones.
It is tidy. It is very nice under the Armoural Bridge. That final corner awaits the opening time. It looks very, very solid, this opening lap. Let's see what it is. Crosses the line. That is a 2:04.494 to set off proceedings there. So not bad from Kobe Jones there as a benchmark. We expect that time to be rattled down as this session goes on, but still a really important attempt then in the early goings. We'll take our eyes over towards the top of the mountain for the next car looking to gear up here, Reese, and that is the Phoenix Smokers DPR number 72. Adam Briggs is behind the wheel of that one, and that Mustang wants to be let loose, and this is an important moment for a DPR team that has been knocking on the door of big results. They have been better race finishers than they have been qualifiers.
Yeah, exactly. So for them to get into the top 15 shootout is a really big step for them. Briggs and his teammate Andrew Dyson, they've been very strong competitors in V8SCOPS over the last couple of years, getting into the top 10 in the championship standings last year, purely thanks to their consistent finishes. And consistency and finishing are more important than anything at Bathurst. But Adam Briggs now gearing up out of the chase. The first Ford Mustang of the shootout. Let's see what that Phoenix Smokers machine can do.
Track's already dropped by a degree to 41C overall as Adam Briggs gears up the flying lap and looks towards turn one. Lockie, it's important to note that we still got that easterly wind coming in, so they still are going to be dealing with those same sort of forces as they race. But Briggs has got to really open up this opening section of the lap. I think if he sets himself up nicely, he's going to be very good over the mountain.
And interestingly enough, for Kobe Jones, his shootout lap was about 3/10 of a second quicker than the best time that he achieved in qualifying. So obviously a lot of that's to do with the track temperature having decreased, but still a really good job from Kobe Jones. And it will be interesting to see how the rest of these shootout runners' shootout times compared to their times in qualifying earlier on.
Certainly does seem that way. Nice and narrow through the cutting goes Adam Briggs. He goes up through the mountain over towards his series of committed left-handers. You go through the first one, through the dip, then you've got yourself the metal grate that goes through. Go careful with the wall, and you can make contact this year. That's the crucial point if you're pushing that hard through Skyline here, Reese, and down the hill once again. Briggs has been, I would say, very much there, and has just been putting the car in the right places.
Yeah, that third sector across the top of the mountain, Briggs was about 300ths or so faster than Kobe Jones. See if he can carry it here. He's purple again in sector 4, 11.396. It was 11.541 for Kobe Jones. So there's potential here for Adam Briggs to run a few tenths faster here at the end of the lap.
And the end of the lap is crucial here. Adam Briggs is absolutely giving everything. The Phoenix Smokers DPR is pretty much going at 101% here on the brakes. Into the left, right of the chase. And now you start thinking about this from Briggsy's perspective. Car 72 has wanted all season long to be up there and proving that they are elite. And is this going to be an elite lap that we see coming towards the line? Here comes Adam Briggs over the stripe. It's a 2:04.076. He put nearly half a second on United. That is a statement lap, Lockie.
Wow, the track is seriously quick at the moment, so that's a 6/10 of a second improvement for Adam Briggs compared to his qualifying time. Based on what we're seeing, I reckon it's going to be a low 3 that you guys need to do in this shootout if you want pole position.
Exactly, this is going to be very, very interesting. And now just taking it as easy as you can on the outlap, Simone Maria Marcheno driving around with Zach Hanlin over the course of today in the 024 Logitech G Altus Esports team. There are 3 of them here, Reese, who have made their way up through, and the other 2 are probably the biggest hitters of the bunch. The 088 with James Scott we expect behind the wheel, and the 12 who we expect to see behind the wheel being Jordan Caruso. 2 fantastic drivers. Simone, the sort of driver who comes in and does a service.
Yeah, absolutely. Simone, not a full-time driver in these cars. He does tend to make an appearance here for the Enduros, but he certainly got the pace to run with the best here in the Australian touring cars on the iRacing service. He has got a lot to live up to. The 12 and the 088 doing very well in the open qualifying session. The number 12 running the fastest time, and the 088 is going to come out 4th last here in this session. So it's a big day for Altus Esports. Marcheno just backing off here. letting the tyres maybe cool down just a little bit. Maybe they're a little too hot to start off this lap, but either way, I'm expecting big things here from Simone Maria Marcheno. 2:04 flat, the time to beat.
Yeah, and it's going to be all about gearing up. This has been a very patient outlap that we have seen from the 024, not pushing it over 150 kilometers an hour at any single point. But now as he takes that aggressive line through the final corner, get on the binders, boy. This is where a lap starts to be held. And for Simone Maria Marcheno, this is about patience, and this is about how you sort out your flyer through turn number 1, and nicely and neatly it will be. They're going to be very similar on the gear ratios as they make the charge up, Lockie, but what we know from Simone Maria Marcheno is that he doesn't like to leave things out on the track. He gives everything and a little bit more if he can.
Interesting to see, though, that his warm-up lap was quite a bit slower than Kobe Jones and Adam Briggs, so hopefully he's managed to get his tyres up to temperature. Hopefully he's not going to struggle with too much understeer in the first sector of this lap.
Well, that definitely could be the case, but he takes a nice wide line up the cutting. And now looking through towards the middle sector, Reese, this is all about importance here for Simone. 174 kilometres an hour, flicking through the right and the left, and now full bore 192 going through the left there, over towards the metal grate. Every single corner needs to be masterminded in a car that loves both oversteer and understeer.
Yeah, indeed. 1.5 tons, 650 horsepower, no differential basically at the rear. Very challenging to drive, but Simone Maria Marcheno is on a pretty good lap at the moment. He went purple in Sector 2, 24.284. That's 0.2 faster than what either Kobe Jones or Adam Briggs could do. He's green in the other sectors, so unsure just how far up he is on the current fastest time. But it's all going to come down now to the chase, and this is where you have to be ultra-aggressive.
An ultra-aggressive Simone is born with at this stage. 287 kilometres an hour for jamming onto the brakes down to 115 through the chase. And now coming out of the chicane, here's the charge then that's going to be going along. Looks like a pretty solid lap here from Marcheno. We'll see what it is going through the final corner. The charge to the line is going to be the most crucial. What's it going to be? It's a 2:04.2 though, so it perfectly splits their Lockie between the Phoenix Smokers DPR car and the United Simsport number 1. One lap, couldn't quite get it, 2/10 adrift.
Yeah, lost a little bit of time, I think, coming onto Conrod Straight because that sector was just a bit slower compared to Adam Briggs. His first sector was actually really good for Simone Maria Marcheno, but lost a bit of time in the closing stages of the lap. As we turn our attention to one of the most experienced drivers in the V8SCOPS field, Kurt Stenberg. He'll be on qualifying duty in the number 18 Trans-Tasman Racing Commodore.
He certainly is, and well, we talk experience, and experience means a lot. Kurt Stenberg has been here since the inaugural race of SCOPS all the way back in 2014, and you look to where he is right now in terms of this league, this series, how this is done. I believe he's only missed one race over the course of his running so far, so he has an ability to go out there. He's a colourful character. He is divisive sometimes in the way that he comes across to people, but someone who, by all intents and purposes, is a mainstay when it comes to this series, Reese.
Yeah, absolutely. Stenny is one of the veterans of this championship, and so is Lee Ellis. These two have just about more races between them than any other driver pairing on this grid. So this is going to be crucial here for Stenny and Lee. They usually qualify a little bit further down, but work their way up in the race if they can stay out of trouble. So if Stenny can nail this, it's going to put their Sunday off to a very good start.
Well, a good start is going to be needed, and let's get to see how this good start comes into play. Car 18, the first of 4, I believe, Trans-Tasman cars, and you could technically say the McLaren Shadow is in partnership with Trans-Tasman, so let's make it 5. So this is going to be the first real sense of what Trans-Tasman can do, and this is going to be important as well for how Trans-Tasman works out strategy when it comes to racing next day when it goes through it, Lockie.
100%. Lots of decisions to be made in terms of who will start the race, how you'll manage your stints over the course of the day, because of course, there are minimum and maximum driving times to be aware of, but also making sure that you've got the faster out of your two drivers in the car for that final sprint to the checkered flag. But a bit of wheel spin for Kurt Stenberg there on the exit of the cutting, just as you short shift from second gear up to third gear. Other than that, fairly tidy start for the lap so far. His first sector was a little bit quicker than Adam Briggs, and so was his second sector. So not a bad start to the lap for Kurt Stenberg in car number 18.
He's so aggressive over the inside curve, heading through McPhillamy and into Skyline. And the track again here, Reese, has dropped another degree.
Yeah, crucial stuff here. That might be an extra few hundredths that Kurt Stenberg can squeeze out of this lap, but run down to Forest Elbow, final barrier here before the track opens up. Maybe a tiny bit wide on the exit, but I'm sure he's confident there in the throttle application. It's been green sectors all the way here for Kurt Stenberg, so not setting the timing screens alight, but we'll see if he can find something here in the final sector to pit Adam Briggs. Chase time, uses all of the apron on the outside of the corner, and just a couple corners to go.
Just a couple corners to go, but the key there was the Forest Elbow. There was a little bit of inside wheel locking going through there at the elbow. That's showing how much he is trail braking through a couple of corners. Now Stenberg to the final section. Has he got it sorted? Another little puff of smoke as he tries to get the car settled on the exit. It's a 2:04.441. It's not quite what that Trans-Tasman 18 wanted. It's ahead of the United car, yes, but by only half a tenth of a second in more favourable conditions. So for the Trans-Tasman team, that's not quite what Kurt Stenberg would have wanted, but it did get the job done, Lockie.
It did. So just having a look again to see where he lost time compared to Adam Briggs. And again, I think just coming on to Conrod Straight, it seems that Adam Briggs got a very good run through the second and last sector and the last sector of the racetrack. So that was when the number 72 DPR Mustang was particularly speedy.
Yeah, that definitely is the case. Here is the McLaren Shadow car, and it will be Josh Muggleton who will be taking behind the wheel. Teammates, of course, with Emily Jones, who has been a revelation this season, has been a massive ambassador for females in sim racing. She has been incredible in terms of that front, but Josh Muggleton has been given the honours then to get it all sorted and raced. This is where you start putting down some big reputation. McLaren Shadow is a big name when it comes to sim racing, and they want a strong 1000.
They absolutely do. The only McLaren Shadow car in the Scops field, and certainly there's been a lot of potential there for Emily Jones to get some fantastic results, and they already have that 4th place at Imola to lift their spirits here as Muggleton starts his lap down into Hell Corner, nice and smooth. Josh Muggleton, of course, a real-life racer himself, plenty of experience in state and national series around Australia, and he's certainly familiar with this track as well.
Number 51, running the number 51 that was made very famous in the real world by Greg Murphy, of course, as well, who did what is considered to be one of the greatest ever laps of Mount Panorama in the shootout back in 2003 with the lap of the gods. So could that be a good omen for Josh Muggleton today?
Could it? Here at the cutting, very nice and stable through that section. A little bit of wiggling coming off of the exit then, and this attack now goes through the next right and the left, and you can see well how much wheel work is the key, and it's next to nothing right now from Josh Muggleton. That is massive because you're not having to do too much overcorrecting through this section, through McPhillamy, and now down towards Skyline Race. This is where the lap is coming together, and this is where you've got to be perfect in comparison to the 72 of Phoenix Smokers DPR, because they managed to maximise this section of the road and onwards.
Well, Muggleton has gone purple in every sector so far, so I think this is going to be a very good lap for the McLaren Shadow team. Look at that exit from Forest Elbow. Muggleton is in absolutely complete control of that Commodore as he heads down the straight. Now he's just got a little moment here to rest, and I'm amazed at how much engine braking goes on in these things. Let's just go silent for a second and listen to him go through the downshifts at the chase. Not quite as intense as down at the S's, but still you need to keep the revs high. But Sperry is about to come up to the end of a very strong lap, still purple in every sector.
The track again dropped a degree to 39. Here comes Muggo looking for a charge to the line. Has Josh Mugton got the pole time? Has he? Has he indeed? That's a quarter of a second, 3/10 of a second better. 2:03 Boeing there to get it over the line at 7:37. That is a mega time. And if the track's going to continue like this, then by goodness, we're going to be in for a treat come the end. And now it's the turn here, Lockie, of that beautiful, beautiful number 017, Corey Shepherd, Premier Racing Team.
That's by far and away the fastest time that we've seen for the event so far, though, for Josh Muggleton in either pre-qualifying or qualifying sessions. So it just goes to show that the track conditions are absolutely favourable at the moment. But Corey Shepherd, what a star he's been in V8 SCOPS in season 2021. He's burst onto the scene. He's had some super impressive results, teaming up with Brian Borg in a car that pays homage to the Dick Johnson Racing True Blue Falcon that was raced to victory in 1981. And be interesting to see what Corey Shepherd can achieve in this top 15 shootout.
Well, here is the effort there, aggressive through turn number 1 at Hell's Corner, up the mountain. There will be for him, and a driver who has been knocking on the door of elite status here in Scops. He's been looking for attempt by far and away. He has been the star driver there at Premier. He sort of reminds you of about a 2019 Chaz Mostert, really, Reese, in terms of the way his performances have been so good.
Yeah, he's just been on the up and up. And speaking of up, well, purple in Sector 2 as well as Sector 1. 22.369, 24.273. And he was only 1,000th faster than Muggleton in the second sector, so he's going to have to do a bit more to pull this gap across the top. Aggressive turn in through McPhillamy and almost getting onto the grass. That is such a dangerous curb. Listen to those revs down the hill. He's relying on the engine braking there to slow the car down in time for the dipper, and he gets through beautifully.
He is trying to take as much track as he dares into the elbow. They take a narrow line through the elbow because they don't get that much with the way that the track falls away off of the exit. Now it's all about the roar here under the Jim Beam Bridge, and they charge up then on Conrad. It's going to be downhill from this point to the fastest corner in Australian sim racing here. This big right-hander, which has been taken at 285 on the clicker as they now hit the brakes through the left and right then of this chase. And an attack to the line is going to be so very, very vital. We have seen very minimal, if not no mistakes over the course of any of the laps we have seen so far through that final corner, maybe missing the apex slightly, getting some curb on the exit, and it is still good enough, and it's good enough by 600ths of a second, Lockie.
What a lap there from Corey Shepherd. Really, really committed. Really impressive stuff. The track temperature continuing to drop. It's now 38.9 degrees, so it's a good... What did it start off at? It was like 42, wasn't it? So we're a good 3 degrees or so cooler than it was at the start of this shootout. So it's only going to favour the runners who are coming later on in this shootout if it continues to drop in temperature. And like I said, I reckon that it's going to be a low 203 is the time that you're going to need to achieve if you want pole position.
Here is the 117 Evolution Racing Team car. Brenton O'Brien watching on in the sim at this stage at one Ethan Griggold, a driver in this championship who has not got results this season, but in prior seasons has had back-to-back second-place finishes to Jared Filsell, the three-time champion. So Ethan Griggold knows that he can be out there. He knows that he can be quick and aggressive, and he wants to bring the ERT car into a favourable position to give themselves something to be excited about here in 2021 race.
Yeah, indeed. Evolution Racing Team hasn't really been on the radar this year in Scops. They, of course, are a prolific team in this championship in past years, and Ethan Griggold partnered with Jared Filsell at the time, managing to take second place in the drivers' standings. So now, this is Ethan Griggold's next big chance to show that he still has it, despite not competing in this series full-time anymore.
Wow. This is where anticipation comes into play. Ethan Griggold, what is the first of the real names that you'd say keep an eye out on in the pole position challenge. He looks to gear it up on the power, nice and calm. Let's get another lap then at Mount Panorama Bathurst. This session has been fantastic so far. The times have been tumbling, and they've been tumbling to the tune of 0.8 of a second from where they were at the beginning, with Kobe Jones in the number 2 of United Sim Sport 1. ERT 117 will be driving with Benjamin Smith for the entirety of this one, but up and over they go towards turn number 2, Lockie. This is the time where you start looking at Ethan Griggold as, are you going to be a contender, or are you going to be just another one of the pretenders? He uses all the road at 2.
Yeah, his first sector time was not bad, so he's in the game as far as that goes. Coming out of the cutting, slight sideways twitch. You really have to modulate the throttle there to minimise the wheel spin on the exit. Wow, comes within a millimetre of the concrete wall underneath the gum tree. Full commitment down through Reid Park to the metal grate, running up right against the wall. I think he might have even brushed the wall there at Reid Park, and running the wheels right out over the exit ripple strip there through McPhillamy Park, and then aggressively downshifting, as Reese was pointing out before, plunge down into the dipper and then back on the throttle, run out of that corner, trusting the front end of the car to grip up. Takes a slightly wider approach line into Forest Elbow than what we've seen from some of the other teams, and gets again within a millimetre of the wall on the exit. One of the sayings in motor racing is that you need to use all of the racetrack, because you don't get a refund for the parts of the racetrack that you don't use, and Ethan Griggold is certainly taking that advice to heart, because he has used absolutely all of the road and a little bit more in this shootout so far.
He was the fastest I saw there into the chase, 289 kilometers an hour as he tried to go through. He's giving everything he can on this lap. Final corner awaits then as he struggles to get it slowed down, and as he uses all the curb on the exit. What sort of time is it? It's only a 2:03.9. It's good enough for 3rd position at this point in time, but that all fell apart early on in the lap there, Reese. It was all about struggling to get a car which was more set up for the straights here on this course, just finding no grip trying to put the power down.
Yeah, you saw that out of the cutting, which Blocky pointed out, a big wiggle for Ethan Griggold there, and that basically set the middle part of the lap a cropper for him. He did go purple in the final sector, which is the run from the chase up to the start-finish line. So there's still plenty of pace in that Evolution Racing Team car that they will hopefully be able to carry through to tomorrow. But now we turn our attention here to Richard Hampstead, the champion of the 2014 test season of V8 SCOPS, and of course winning earlier on this season. Still second in the championship behind Madison Down. Where can he put himself and Jake Maloney on the grid for tomorrow?
Let's also remember that the combination of Richard Hampstead and Jake Maloney has been a very fruitful one. Last year, they took the very, very strong result here from Enduros and could feel very confident with the way that all of this ran out. Will it be a similar story for Richard Hampstead, who looks to try and gear up a flying lap then around this place, this fantastic circuit? Car 28 for Trans-Tasman is going to go and try and put everything down on the table that is necessary through turn 1, taking a lot of curb there, going through and nice and neat on the exit on the outside curb. Lockie, this is a time where Richard Hampstead has been here again and again and again. If there's anyone who knows what top 15 in Scops looks like, it is this driver.
Yeah, Richard Hampstead and Jake Maloney, when it comes to sustained success over a long period of time in endurance races, there's few teams or few driver combinations that have got a better record than these two. They might not have the outright pace to push for pole position, but you can bet that they'll be somewhere there or thereabouts on race day. Right now, though, it's up to Richard Hampstead to push out the best possible flying lap that he can to maximise this car's grid position for tomorrow's 1000k race.
Oh, it looks on rails at the moment. He's just choosing where he wants the car to be placed, and he is placing it there to the very, very limits, you could say, in a sim racing sense. He is pixel perfect at this point as he goes through a skyline. Little bit of correction has to go through there as the car bounced over the curb there, going down the hill, Reese. That might be the only thing you could fault Hampstead on so far.
Yeah, his first two sectors were purple, the two after green, so he has lost out a bit across the top and so close to brushing the wall out of Forest Elbow. Now down onto Conrod Straight. He's only got 2 timing sectors to go. There are 5 on every track in iRacing rather than the usual 3 we do in real life. Let's see what he can do into the chase.
Into the chase is going to be crucial. Hampstead trying to get everything possible. 288. Hitting the brakes, then looking for the left. He just clips the curb perfectly. It's on tenterhooks. Will this time be gathered back in the final stages? 1 corner remains. It's the make or break corner of Murray's, and it's a 2:03.679. The time to beat. Hampstead will make the drive for the line. It is a 2:03.2. Oh, what a lap time. We were saying 2:03 low. Hello, 2:03 low. Hampstead brought a beautiful time, Lockie, in the final couple sectors.
And just when I said that this car might not necessarily have the outright pace over 1 lap, well, Richard Hampstead's gone and proven me 110% wrong. Mega lap time. And really, really good job, particularly in the last couple of sectors, to go 4/10 of a second quicker or near enough to it than what anybody else has done so far in this shootout, and that time is going to take quite some beating.
It's the
Could we
only
see a
pairing.
2:02? Could we see a 2:02 lap time today?
I think so.
It's very possible. That is the only combination that we just saw there that has both won a Bathurst 1000. Richard Hampstead, of course, with Jake Maloney. But we focus now to Job Stewart and Michael Taliancic's entry of Pursuit Sim Racing number 35. Job has been here and there with entries this season, has definitely proven that pace is in the car. And we saw over the course of that hour-long qualifying session, Reese, that he was just getting better and better and better with the car and track. He was finding a 10th here, a 10th there, and now he's got a real yardstick to try and match.
Yeah, well, he had a whole hour to make up all of that time before. Now he's just got 2 minutes, and that's a bit of a mistake there in turn 1. He took a bit too much curb on the inside of Hell Corner, and I think that's messed up the exit down this straight. It's so crucial to get the throttle application right, keep the car stable through the corner. Job Stewart couldn't quite do that. We'll see what it's like here. First sector time, 22.552, and we're usually seeing low 22s from most of the drivers out there today. Into the cutting though, he has a chance to gain some of it back over the top.
One of the problems is that, sorry to cut in there, but one of the problems when you do make a mistake at Hell Corner and it costs you up Mountain Straight, the temptation and the trap that you can then fall into is to try and overdrive the car for the rest of the lap to make up that lost time. So that's something that Job Stewart has to be a bit careful of here, is to resist that temptation to now try and extract extra time to make up for what he lost early in the lap.
You are absolutely right there, Lockie. Now heading down the hill, looking to try and get as much as you can. You can see that the front left gets very light as you go over that section of road. The track dramatically falling away. Reece, you had the chance to walk up this bit of road, and just how steep it is, and just how much of a drop these drivers go down.
Yeah, absolutely. I had the pleasure of walking a lap at Bathurst during a 12-hour weekend some years ago, and it takes it out of you climbing back up to McPhillamy Park from Forest Elbow and from the bottom of the circuit for that matter. It's so steep. The sim just doesn't do it justice. Even real-life footage doesn't do it justice. But Job Stewart is coming up to the end of this lap now. Another slight little wiggle out of the chase, and it's all going to come down to Murray's.
It is indeed. Now the question is this good enough for second, or is it going to be a little bit later on than that through the final corner? Here comes the charge towards the line. What time's it going to be? Oh, it's a 2:04 flat. It was a scruffy lap there from Job Stewart, and it's only good enough for P5. And lucky it's P5 there, Lockie. They tied it on times in the sim between the 35 and the 72. It's 1,000th by our timing screens.
Yeah, so seriously close between Job Stewart and Adam Briggs. Just going to show, as we've seen right throughout the event so far, how sometimes it's been nanoseconds literally that have separated our drivers. As we have a look at car number 1, it's being driven by the reigning champion, of course, Madison Down, last year's champion in V8 SCOPS, also the current championship leader, but it's Josh Anderson who's been given driving duties for this top 10 shootout. This was the car that was on pole position for the Bathurst 1000 last year. Of course, on that occasion, it was Dane Warren who was driving alongside Madison Down.
Well, let's not take anything away from Josh Anderson right now here, Reese. He lies third in the championship overall behind his two teammates, one Richard Hampstead, one Madison Down. He has been the epitome of consistency so far this season, and he will be looking for another strong result to put the number 1 car into play. Little bit of a scruffy start to the lap. They're trying to put the power down. It shouldn't cost too much. And yeah, again, you're hearing the gear there, a little bit of an issue.
Yeah, he couldn't get out of, I think that was 3rd gear there for Josh Anderson, so this lap has already got off to a terrible start for Trans-Tasman number 1. That's crucial pace. He's probably lost at least a second out of that.
And his exit from Hill Corner wasn't that crash hot either, so he's going to lose more time up Mountain Straight.
Oh, you're absolutely right, and this is the issue that Anderson has. Once you have an issue out on track, you're not getting a redo, you don't get a mulligan, for example, like you're playing a practice golf round. You've got to make sure that you make it work, and you can see there, took 2 attempts to get it into the cutting. So this is really starting to be a case of a vicious circle. You make a mistake, you try and gather it up, you make another mistake, you lose more time. Josh Anderson has got to calm it down over the mountain here, Reese.
Yeah, he does. He's got a lot to live up to here. He took his debut SCOPS wins this year, 2 on the trot, so we know that he has the pace here at Mount Panorama, but man, that gear shift issue, a little bit squirrely down through the S's as well. This has not gone to plan for Madison Down and Joshua Anderson. They're going to be massively compromised coming into tomorrow, but hey, it's Bathurst. It's the 1000. They will be focusing on trying to buy their ticket to the end. Will they be able to make it up? But we still haven't decided where exactly on the grid they're going to be.
Qualifying doesn't guarantee you the victory. It guarantees you the best available opportunity for victory. Please keep that in mind. It will not be a guarantee. If you get it on pole, you win it. Through the right-hander then of the chase and onto the brakes then for the left-right chicane. And for Josh Anderson, he knows that this lap is one that he'd wish that he could have back. It was a good, solid effort that he has put in so far, but as he hits the brakes, goes into the final corner, how much has been able to scrabble back as he makes a charge to the line? It's a 2:04.9. It is half a second off of the worst time we've seen so far of Kobe Jones. That could be huge if they start from a place, Lockie. For example, P15. That is still, again, a lot of work for car number 1.
And a lot of that time was lost within the first corner, really, or before they even got to Hill Corner with that gear shifting problem coming out of the last corner to start the hot lap, and then further time lost out of Hill Corner and up Mountain Straight. And like you were saying, it was mistakes that compounded themselves, and yeah, he and Madison Down, they will be disappointed with that result.
Yeah, it will be disappointing, but they will try and gather it back as much as they can now. It's about who's next on circuit. It is car number 22, Trans-Tasman, so it's the 3rd straight Trans-Tasman entry we have seen. And more importantly here, it is a driver who isn't necessarily a part of that team, has been in the past very close with those drivers, but Jake Burton, someone who's raced here and has done very well here in the past race when it's come to Toyota 86s.
Yeah, absolutely. Jake has raced here in real life, going on a bit of an adventure after winning the Aussie Driver Search competition. So let's see what he can do on this particular lap. Burton has plenty of success in V8 SCOPS. He's one of the hardest racers out there by far. Let's see what he can do on his own across the top of the mountain.
Jake Burton knows that this is the time he has to start getting everything together. He has got himself 1 race win over the course of his career. He's driving with Ethan Warren here for this one. His big win came, of course, over at Watkins Glen. The dramatic hold that he had against Jared Filsell once upon a blue moon at this point in time. But now he starts to go through the gears, starting to attack on this run up. It's going to be interesting to see how much he gets to. 255 on the run up here towards the mountain and through turn number 2. But this is where you start to gear it up. And Jake Burton, of course, as well, a VRS coach, knows that he is going to need to be at his best because Hampstead put down a blistering time in the 28 there, Lockie.
He did, but the first sector time wasn't too bad there for Jake Burton, 22.3 and 24.1 through sector 2. That's the fastest that we've seen so far. A purple sector coming up on the board for the second sector for Jake Burton. So this is a good lap so far, and could be on target to challenge his Trans-Tasman teammate Richard Hampstead for provisional pole here.
Track's gone down again here. It's 37 degrees now out there on track. It is cooling dramatically here at Mount Panorama Bathurst, and Jake Burton knows this better than anybody else. He's got to capitalise on the conditions as he makes the run out of the elbow.
Brilliant run out of the elbow for Jake Burton. I am constantly surprised at how early these guys can get on the throttle out of that corner. And a brilliant turn of speed from Jake Burton up Conrod Straight. Let's see what his top speed is like when he gets to the braking zone for the chase. 287. Again, not quite as fast as the Evolution 117, but still a stonking lap here from Jake Burton. Let's see if he can pull it off.
Let's not forget as well that there was some endurance success for Burton and Sutton, of course, in Road Atlanta 2019 through the final corner, attacking towards the line. Burton to the point, doesn't get it done. It fell away late, 203.366. So a tenth behind there or thereabouts. That then for the team, Jake Burton, they thought they had it, but ultimately they will settle for second best at this point in time. Lockie, that was a very good effort, but now we're starting to hit the crunch time. Not many teams to go now. We are down to just 4 left who can put themselves at the point, and it is 088. Some would say the favourites here today, and James Scott behind the wheel.
Well, James Scott, he is the man with all of the form on the board when it comes to qualifying for the V8SCOPS Enduros in season 2021. Pole position for both the Imola and the Phillip Island 500s, and would dearly love to make it a hat-trick today, but even more so, I think he'd like to convert his qualifying form into a race result, because it hasn't happened for him or his teammate Sam Blacklock at either of the endurance races that we've had so far. And again, quite a conservative approach here on the warm-up for James Scott, not attacking the warm-up lap as fast as what we've seen from some of the other drivers.
Scott and Blacklock have had endurance success. They have taken an Imola 500 in their career, but this isn't Imola. We're not in Emilia-Romagna. We're here in Bathurst, New South Wales. This is what James Scott wants more than anything else, to put himself up at the point. 203.288, still the time to beat over the mountain, but James Scott needs the best 123 seconds of his career to date. Through turn number 1, takes a little bit of curb, but that's okay at this point in time as he drives, of course, with Sam Blacklock for this event. Reese, this means so much, and this is the prelude, you would say, towards the mountain. How you tackle that mountain is the way this race, this qualifying, is won and lost.
Well, James Scott out of turn 2 now, maybe a little wiggle on the exit, but he keeps it nice and straight. This is also going to serve as a benchmark for the number 12 Altus Esports car. That one with Jordan Caruso at the wheel is going to be the last running car in this session, and very aggressive on the exit for James Scott. He went purple in Sector 1. It's another 24-1 for Sector 2, so he's level with the likes of Burton and Hampstead. It's all going to come down to how he takes this section of the lap from here. Keep the exit nice and aggressive out of McPhillamy. Just back off a little on entry, that's okay. And nail the S's.
I'm just seeing him over the curbs. It looks like the car's trying to fight away at every single moment. He is on something that is not asphalt at this moment in time. Down the hills now towards the elbow. Lockie, this is looking pretty good from James Scott.
This is looking really, really good. He's had purple sectors in 2 out of the sectors that we've done so far, and a very nice run onto Conrod Straight as well. This is going to be a very low 3, I think, could even be a high 2. This has been a really, really strong lap from James Scott. We shouldn't be surprised, though, given the form that he's had in qualifying for these endurance races, but this has been a an exquisite lap so far from the number 088 Altus Esports Commodore.
It certainly has. 088 Altus want to cement themselves as the team in Australian sim racing. This would be a huge marker to get themselves close to that. Scott with the charge towards the line. What's it going to be? It's a 2:03.267. Has got there by 19 thousandths of a second. It is enough, but how much is it enough at this point in time? Because there's still 3 to go and the track's ever cooling. 36 degrees, and guess what, Reese? It's JSH. Jackson Suzlin Harlow is next for Synergy.
Oh, I'm expecting great things out of this lap. Jackson, young competitor, one of the fastest, I think, on pure pace out of just about any driver in AusNZ. I think he'd give Dane Warren a run for his money. Let's see how well he does here in the blacked out 143 machine he will share with Jordan Ross tomorrow. These guys certainly coming away with some good results as well. They were given the win at Imola after the penalty for the 088 Altus entry for slowing down a bit too much after the safety car pulled in. So they've already taken maximum points from one race so far. They'll be hoping for the same tomorrow, but it all comes down to this one lap here from Jackson Suzlin Harlow. I know the skill that Jackson has. I've raced against him, and I'm expecting great things.
Jackson Suzlin Harlow has been there, done that, written the book. Can he put the magical lap together and get what he wants out of this? He starts to gear it up, and this is where it matters. Turn 1. How's this? You often say, I heard Peyton Manning say in the NFL when he was doing his Manning Monday earlier on, watching the Raiders against the Baltimore Ravens, that it's all about the first snap, that how it matters, and it's the same with the first corner. That first corner looked pretty good. This is going to be a solid lap, at least here, Lockie, from this point onwards.
His first sector was line ball with James Scott, so it's there or thereabouts. It's all going to come down to how efficiently he can get this car over the top of the mountain. But Jackson Suzlin Harlow, a driver who's done lots of laps on the simulator around Bathurst in a variety of different cars, and he is one of the most exciting young sim racing talents. Looking forward to seeing what he can extract from this Mustang.
Well, extract he must as they go up over the top. The big left-hander then at the metal grate goes all the way up to the wall, brushes against it slightly there, trying to get the time here. Reese, he's not leaving anything on the table. He gets all over the curb at Skyline.
My goodness, that car is fighting him every step of the way here into the dipper. Keep it nice and smooth. Just taking advantage of a little bit of an oversteer moment to pitch the car through these corners. High revs down into second gear. Just go all the way to the inside wall. I saw a couple of sparks on my end. Jackson Suzlin Harlow is pushing incredibly hard, and it shows. He went purple in the last sector.
Oh, he's giving everything and a bit more. He knows he can't leave anything on the table here today, for that will not be refunded. He knows he's got to do as much as he can, pushing as much as possible. 289 before he hits the brakes. He matches the ERT car as he pushes through. This is a mega attempt from JSH. All over the curve out to the exit then of the chase. And now to Murray's corner. The final chance then to gain something or lose something in a lap. What has Jackson Suzlin Harlow put on the table? It is a 2:03.177. He's there by 900ths of a second. And with 2 drivers to go, Jackson Suzlin Harlow becomes the new yardstick.
Wow. What a lap from Jackson Suzlin Harlow. I can't imagine how it must have been in the cockpit of that 143. I also can't imagine how it must be in the cockpit of this one, the 201. Andrew Gilliam at the wheel of this, and it was incredibly close between he and Jordan Caruso in the qualifying session. They will have seen that time from Jackson Suzlin Harlow. They'll know what the drivers are capable of in these conditions. Andrew Gilliam is going to have to pull out just as good a lap or even better.
even better might just be the key. Now, here's the important point, Lockie, that these drivers who are going late have the ability to do. They know that the track conditions have cooled. They have that ability to change their setup accordingly to those conditions. How much of this, look at, say, a difference between a 42-degree setup, which we saw earlier on, and what is now a 36-degree setup, 6 degrees of separation.
Yeah, and probably higher tyre pressures is one of the main setup adjustments that you would make. And for a team that's got multiple cars in the shootout, like Altus Esports, you've got the advantage there because you can talk to your teammates and you can get their feedback. So it'll be interesting to see how those final few runners go, but let's just enjoy this lap from Andrew Gilliam, who tops the times in pre-qualifying. He was runner-up alongside Michael Talietic here on the mountain last year. Like you mentioned earlier on in the broadcast, it's not been the best V8SCOPS season, but here at Mount Panorama we know that he'll find an extra gear, and he's been super quick in the lead-up to this weekend.
2:01 is the number. He could only dream of a 2:01 lap around this place, but a 2:02 would go a long way to this working Andrew Gilliam, using all of the circuit then as he looks to attack up into the cutting. Turn 3, turn 4, 2 little stabs as he goes through, and then looks to try and attack on the exit, just trying to get the car corrected into line now through this mountain section, Reese, and he slightly misses the first part there, gets really close to the wall in the second. He's got to be a little bit careful that he's not missing a couple marks here.
Yeah, well, he's already carrying a great deal of pace here across the top. He went purple in the first 2 sectors. 22.2 for Sector 1, 24.1 for Sector 2. It's an 18.1 for Sector 3. Not the fastest we've seen so far, but it's going to be incredibly close between he and Jackson Suzlin-Harlow when he gets to the line. I'm expecting less than a tenth's difference if this lap goes as it is.
Jackson Suzlin-Harlow, of course, had the black banner on the top of the screen. That indicated that he was the leader of the Endurance Championship. Andrew Gilliam wants to give everything and a bit more. It was a middle sector that maybe was leaving a little to be desired as they go under the Mitsubishi Fuso Bridge, looking towards then this fastest corner in Australian sim racing. And Gilliam pushing a little bit earlier on the brakes potentially than some of his other competitors, but he wants to rattle off a great run off of the exit here of this right-hander. And now towards Murray's once again. The question will be, has the 2:01 done enough to set themselves up perfectly? Final corner awaits and already through. Have they done enough? Answer on the clock, 2:03.138. They've done it by 400ths, Lockie.
Wow, super tight, 0.15 of a second separating the top 4 cars in this shootout. We know that it was going to be close, and we predicted that it was going to be tiny fractions that were going to separate multiple cars, so that is exactly how it's played out. A 3.13 now becomes the time to beat with 1 car left to run.
1 car left, and it is car number 12. Arguably, it has been a breakout season for Jordan Caruso at Logitech G Altus Esports, a driver who has been in a team which has had 3 members, and some would have said this so far this season, the only 3 members who have consistently challenged the, I would say, monopoly of Trans-Tasman up at the top. He's driving with Cooper Webster, arguably the other driver who has been so incredibly influential over the course of this one, Reese. But Caruso knows that he's got 1 lap. All the eyes are on him. It's him versus the track. And if he gets it sorted, Altus have pole. If he doesn't, it is Pursuit's 2:01 who will take the pole for the 1,000 tomorrow.
Arguably the toughest job that Jordan Caruso has had yet this season. Power down out of Murray's corner and begin the lap. The first sector line is, I think, just before Griffin's Bend, so when he gets to that point, we'll have an eye into how this lap is going. Very aggressive exit out of Hell Corner, used all of the green concrete beyond the curb just to extend and carry as much speed as he can here across the uphill section. Coming up to the sector line, he's done a 22.3, so not quite the fastest, but again, it's incredibly close. It's all going to come down to how he takes the top of the mountain.
And the track cools again. It's the coldest it's been all session. 35 degrees. He's in ideal conditions as he goes into the cutting. Up the hill he will charge. He has got to use this to his advantage here, Lockie.
First sector time was pretty good. Second sector time was outstanding. It was purple for Jordan Caruso, but now it's maximum commitment that's going to be required across the top of the mountain. The plunge down through Reed and Silman Park on the run to McPhillamy. Running out to the exit curve again. That's nice and tidy through there. Glances the wall on the left. You could see the sparks there as he looks to maximise the track width. Plunging down over Skyline. Aggressive engine braking into the dipper, then back on the gas. The run down to Forest Elbow. Wide entry. Turns in, clips the apex. It was super quick across the top of the mountain. The sector times were very flash. Now it's a question of what the run's like onto Commodore Straight, but this lap is going to be every bit as good as the lap that was recorded by the preceding car of Andrew Gilliam. So, just a couple of corners left to decide who will take pole position for the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000.
It all comes down to this. Through the left, struggling a little bit to get the power down, and now the right. Has this lap suddenly fallen away for Caruso? He's been given absolutely everything. Altus wait with bated breath. So did Pursuit on the hot seat. Through the final corner. What's the time going to be? Over the line. It's a 2:03.239. It's only good enough for third, and it is Pursuit Sim Racing who will take the pole here at the Bathurst 1000, brought to you by Scops and 2 Ezy Finance, the virtual racing school. It was not enough. The final sector fell away, Reese, and just like that, the golden ticket has just floated away.
It has indeed. P1 in qualifying, they're going to be starting right behind Andrew Gilliam and Griffin Gardner tomorrow, but I think in that 2:01 and at the entire Pursuit Sim Racing team, the celebrations will already be beginning. They have done the best job out of everyone today. What an incredible lap that was from Andrew Gilliam. I'm just so impressed by the quality of competition that we've got in this series.
Oh, what an incredible battle that we just saw. Everyone has given as much as they can, but it is the Pursuit Sim Racing car that has got exactly what was wanted and a bit more. 2:03.139. The margin of pole is just 0.04 of a second to the Synergy Sim Racing JK Signs 143, being piloted by Jackson Susan Harlow. Altus will lock out row number 2, then with what is going to be the 12, Jordan Caruso ahead of the 088 of James Scott, and there will be a Trans-Tasman third row of the grid. The 28, a great lap time considering where they were in the running from Richard Hampstead, and then, of course, the 22 of Jake Burton just behind that. Premier Racing Team gets 7th with McLaren Shadow in 8th, then it's the Evolution Racing Team 117 in 9th, and Pursuit Sim Racing's number 3. Rounding out the top 10 overall. As we scroll back for the final 5 positions, Phoenix Smokers DPR set the early pace in qualifying with the Altus 024, the Trans-Tasman 18, the United Sim Sports 1, and a lot of work to do from P15, the Trans-Tasman Racing number 1, holding the overall championship leader in its stable. They're going to have a big 1,000 to get the results that they need. But Lockie, you're someone who is sim racing with a cause. That was a cause for celebration for Pursuit Sim Racing. How important has that been for setting up the tail of the tape for Bathurst 1 day away?
Well, the stage is well and truly set now for tomorrow. I just can't believe there was less than a quarter of a second separating the top 6 cars. So unbelievably tight margins at the top of the field. So the indications are that it's going to be a seriously close race tomorrow. But then you've got some quality cars coming from a bit further back in the pack. Obviously, the Madison Down Josh Anderson car, their top 15 shootout lap did not go according to plan. They'll start from grid position 15. They've got some work to do. But further back in the pack, you've got some other teams that didn't qualify as well as we would have expected, including, of course, Shane Van Gisbergen and Richie Stanaway. They got a penalty. They'll have to start from pit lane. They've got a mammoth amount of work to do to fight their way all the way through the field, as does one of the other Altus Esports cars of Simon Feigl and Ryan Wood. But let's drag into the commentary box the man of the moment, our pole sitter for the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000 for 2021, Andrew Gilliam. What a mega lap that was. Talk us through it.
Woohoo! Yeah, boy! Oh, I'm so stoked with that one. Oh my god.
How was it from the driver's seat?
Like, probably one of the most stressful 2 minutes, 3 seconds of my life. Oh, I knew we had the pace all weekend. We got the pre-qualifying pole, and I had to get a good lap in, and man, I was just my whole body was going numb. Like I just knew it was all there. Like I got pins and needles across the line. Like I put absolutely everything into that lap, and I can't believe we got a pole at Bathurst. I'm speechless.
One of the things about Mount Panorama, of course, is it's a track that's got severe consequences if you get it wrong. Were there any moments on that lap where you thought, oh, I came within like a fraction of a millimetre of shunting it and throwing it all away?
Yeah, I did run a little wide. The second right-hander after the cutting. Yeah, I ran a little wide there, and I just had to back out of it a little bit because I was about to like just understeer into that red fence on the left-hand side. And then I think I was pretty close to the wall on the inside of Forest Elbows too. And then I skated right up to the outside wall at Forest Elbow. Like it was just all on the line.
Looking ahead to tomorrow's race, I mean, obviously one lap pace is one thing, and I can tell by the emotion that you are absolutely pumped with how that lap's gone. But how's everything looking for tomorrow in terms of race setup, strategy, and you obviously sharing the car with Griffin?
Yeah, Griffin's an awesome driver. We did a lot of race prep on the first night of prequal, and then I sort of started taking my attention to pole position from Thursday. Sorry, qualifying from Thursday night. But Griffin's still been working on the setup, and yeah, I think we've got a pretty fast race setup that's nice on its tires. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to tomorrow.
Good stuff. Race and Jake, do you have any questions for Andrew?
I guess my question to you, Andrew, is: I mean, you and Griffin Gardner, you've still got 1,000 kilometers of racing ahead of you tomorrow. What's the next thing you're gonna do? Like the moment you jump out of the box here, just relax, celebrate for the moment, and then turn to tomorrow, or are you already thinking about how to get it off the line?
Yeah, look, I think we're gonna enjoy this for a bit. I'm in no shape to do laps at the moment because I'm still a bit shaky, so I think I'll have to yeah, see how I'm feeling after 30 minutes, whether or not I have an early night and get up early tomorrow morning to start doing laps or something. But yeah, obviously big days tomorrow, and this is just a little win to kick us off. But yeah, look, we'll probably start assessing our racing in 30 minutes time after a bit of banter and a bit of chat, and then yeah, we'll get on early tomorrow as well, start doing race prep.
Sperry?
I'm just going to admire the performance. I don't have any questions here for Andrew Gilliam, except the floor is yours here, buddy. Shout out sponsors. Who gets it done for you?
Huge shout out to V&M, the recent partner with us, and yeah, we're pretty successful partnership we've got with them at the moment. So yeah, big shout out to those guys, Track Racer, and just the whole team. Like this was a team effort. Everyone's put hours into the setup. It's not just myself. So this is a huge team effort to get the first Bathurst pole position for Pursuit Sim Racing.
And the first one is always the most memorable. Andrew Gilliam getting it all sorted. Reese has managed to walk down the paddock. He's managed to find a Jackson Susan Harlow second overall in this shootout.
I have indeed. Jackson, congratulations. It was an absolutely brilliant lap from you. So incredibly close here in the shootout session. What was your approach knowing that the track temperature was going down?
Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't, I didn't really have an approach. I knew we've been quite quick around here in the race trim. We've got a really good race set, but we didn't spend much time on the quali set. So I wasn't really that confident in quali. I thought maybe we could just slip into the top 6, top 7 and fight for tomorrow. So I'm really happy to start on the front row. A little bit disappointed in myself. I made a silly error on the last corner, which cost us a bit of time, but no, just hats off to all the Synergy boys and United boys. They've really been working hard at it. We're moving up further and further. But yeah, good job to Andrew and PSR. They did an awesome job, and yeah, it should be fun tomorrow. Have a dip. First time in a Bathurst 1000.
Yeah, indeed. And what a place to start it from. Second, crucially, you're starting ahead of the likes of Logitech G Altus Esports, which are some of the main competitors for the Endurance Cup title. And you and Jordan Ross currently in the lead of that championship. So what's going to be your approach to the first stint tomorrow? Just stay out of trouble, which I guess is to be expected at Bathurst?
Yeah, I haven't actually really thought about like the Enduro Cup. It's cool we're winning. That's a big achievement. Me and Jordan, we only decided to race together for the Enduro Cup the week before Imola, so it was a big turnaround considering I hadn't driven the V8 for about a year since the E Series last year before that. So to be leading the Enduro Cup coming into the final round is just awesome. It just shows how good all the guys have been working to get me up to speed. I've helped them out as much as I could. But yeah, definitely the approach tomorrow is just keep the car clean, try stay at the pointy end, just stay out of the trouble. And yeah, last 20 laps, we'll see where we are and fight from there. Hopefully, we're in for a shot.
Indeed. We'll be watching your progress very closely, Jackson. Before we let you go, anyone you'd like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, just a massive shout out to all the Synergy boys once again, United boys, Brody Kostecki and Jared Filso also. They unfortunately couldn't make the race this weekend, but yeah, they really helped out with the setup and that. So yeah, really appreciate their help. And yeah, we'll see how we end up tomorrow.
We got one more interview to go here, guys. Sperry, it looks like Jordan Caruso has jumped into the booth.
Jordan, you get yourself the perfect position. You're the final car to go here in that shootout, and the track's cooling. You get the best conditions possible. It's all set up for you. But where did it go wrong in the lap there? It looked like you were on for it at one point, and then it just slipped.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit frustrating, but I mean, turn wasn't great, and turn two, sort of 3, 4 was okay. It was a little bit conservative, but across the top and down the hill felt really good. But then into Forest Elbow was also, I was a little bit conservative and probably lost it, I don't know, almost a tenth into there. But yeah, I mean, happy to be starting third, so not too bad. But yeah, would have loved to be pole for tomorrow.
Well, it's not often that you get to say this, but you don't have to worry too much about Trans-Tasman cars in front for the first time in a long time because they're all behind you in terms of effort. How important is it going to be to keep yourself abreast of the strategy play that's going to be going on tomorrow? There's a lot of cars out of position, and as is traditional with Bathurst, there is that element of the safety car which can completely throw a wrench in the works.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, pace is one thing, but to win a race like this, you have to put it all together, and sometimes it takes a little bit of luck as well. So, I mean, hopefully we can make the right call at the right time, and I think our pace is definitely strong enough to do it. But yeah, I mean, I think as long as we don't make any mistakes and make all the right calls, yeah, hopefully we can come away with a good result.
And that good result you are certainly hoping for. How important has it been this season for you? I know it's been a very strong season by your standards, the work that you've been doing, and of course having Cooper Webster as your teammate. How much do you two push each other to really get the most out of the car?
I think, yeah, having teammates that are quick to sort of push each other is the number one benefit. Yeah, both Cooper and James have been really helpful in that sense. Cooper especially, I think, we always want to be faster than each other. We don't want to be slower than our teammate. So yeah, I think at times, he's quicker, and at times I've been quicker, and trying to chase the other person has definitely pushed us both forward. And obviously having two pretty similarly matched drivers in a race where you both need to be on it, definitely helps, where some of the other teams might not have as strong of a lineup. Yeah.
It seems like you've got everything sorted out then for tomorrow. Before we let you go then, shout out sponsors. Who gets it done for you, Jordan?
Let me just bring up the Discord so I don't forget anyone. Logitech G, Race Tech Seats, Cube Controls, Virtual Racing School, Sam Blacklock Media, and I'll make sure I'm not forgetting anyone else. I think I might be, but I can't remember.
Well, if it all goes well, yeah, you'll be able to remember everyone tomorrow if you get yourself onto the podium or into the winner's circle. John Caruso there joining us, third position in the shootout qualifying. Reese, final thoughts. We will turn our attention to tomorrow. The great sim race awaits.
And what a front row we have. We got Pursuit Sim Racing and we got Synergy Sim Racing on the front row. And if at the start of the year you told me that would be the case, I would have laughed in your face. I mean, what a session. What a day we have had this Saturday. Some fantastic racing in the Racing Sims Supports V8s and also in the Legends as well. We had a scintillating qualifying session and then just some magnificent performances in the shootout. It all sets the stage for tomorrow. But once the green flag drops, it's all up in the air for just about everyone. You have to survive right to the end at Bathurst, and there's no guarantee of that.
There absolutely isn't. And Lockie, very quickly, you know, you talk about this is a race of 161 laps. You can't win it on lap one, but there'll be many drivers in the field who will be hoping that they do not lose it on the opening laps. We know that this is a very, very tough circuit, even at the best of times. So how will these drivers look to go and attack lap one? Not the drivers at the front per se, but the drivers in the middle towards the back who know that they have to make moves to construct their race for their chance of a ticket to the end.
Yeah, I think that in the first, and I'm sure we'll talk about this more tomorrow morning once we get into our race preview, but I think definitely the first 10 laps or so, risk minimisation is going to be the key. When you've got all the field tightly bunched together, we know history tells us that the propensity for shunts that can take out multiple cars is very high in those early laps, so it'll be all about the drivers and the teams trying to stay out of trouble the best that they can. And again, that's one of the advantages of qualifying well, is that it leaves you less exposed to that sort of early damage. But then I think that, you know, it'll be interesting to see how the strategies play out. One of the big changes for this year is that there's no longer any compulsory pit stops, so the teams have got a lot more freedom and flexibility in terms of what they do with their pit strategy. But as always, as we always say with the Bathurst 1000, it's about buying a ticket to that last 20 laps, making sure that you've got your best driver in the car, you've got a fresh set of tyres, you've got enough fuel to get through to the checkered flag, and that you can sprint hard when it counts. That's what it's going to be all about.
It certainly is. Well, you can see there in the bottom right corner of the screen, that is your countdown. 14 hours, 38 minutes and 55 seconds until we take the green flag for 2021's V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. A massive thanks, let's go to the team at Oceanic Sim Racing who have put this all together, from to Ezy Finance, the virtual racing school. Of course, the team who's been here for this one, through all the supports from the team that's been there for the shootout with me, Lockie Mansell, who is commentating for a cause, Reese Gardner, the Southpaw racer, alongside myself, Jake Sperry. It has been a pleasure to bring you through all of the action. It is Pursuit, though, who have their first pole position at the mountain. It is Andrew Gilliam's 203.1 that gets it sorted, but there are many drivers who have chances. Altus, row 2, Trans-Tasman, row 3. This is by no means a done deal or a signed and sealed letter. If you want to see the conclusion of that, you got to be here 14 minutes, 37 minutes, 57 seconds from now. This is Sim Racing with SimSpeed TV. This is the 1000 coming up only in that time remaining. This is what Sim Racing is all about. We'll see you tomorrow.
Fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's going around the outside, both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson! Anderson's up to him!
Oh my god! Oh!
want to make their way through the field very quickly.
Oh, there we go. Oh no, that's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my god.
God, what?